Urgent. My sister's YouTube channel at Renawatif has been hacked. Please be aware of any strange or unusual content posted on her channel as it is no longer under her control. We urge you to subscribe to her new channel, Rena Fiction, to avoid any confusion or misinformation. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! The sun has recently disappeared below the horizon, and drinkers have migrated to their favorite bars in search of entertainment. At one of the shinobi bars, 4 young men were celebrating their recent promotions by indulging in one of the vices of both shinobi and civilians, alcohol. They sat around a rough wooden table, exchanging smiles and laughter. There were bottles of alcohol on the table, and all the friends had a fresh bottle nearby. They were all wearing the same standard green body armor, and each of them proudly wore a headband with the image of Konoha somewhere on his head. A day after the fox attack, a council was held at the Hokage residence, which was attended by the heads of the clans, respected Jonin villages, elders, Danzo, Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi. 2 questions were decided at the council: who will be the new Hokage, and what to do with the son of the 4th, who is the new Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox. On the first issue, a solution was found quickly. It was decided to return the 3rd to the post of Hokage, due to the fact that he has the experience and trust of the people of the Leaf Village, the heads of the clans. Most of the Jonins voted for Hiruzen, and, oddly enough, Danzo himself was for the 3rd. But with the Jinchuriki, the issue was resolved for a long time, and for many it was painful. Since they knew his parents well, they felt sorry for the boy, but they could not do anything. The solution was like this. 8 years have passed since that day. The village was rebuilt. For many it was a fun time, a happy childhood, for many, but not for the 8-year-old Naruto, who was hated by all adults because they knew that the fox was sealed in the boy. And the children looked at their parents and repeated after them, but when they beat Naruto once and there was nothing for them, they began to beat and mock him more often. And the only ones who communicated normally with Naruto are the old man 3rd, the chef from Ichiraku Ramen, and his daughter Ayam. The only friend of the boy was his kitten Fudo. The name of the kitten was given by the young Uzumaki for the fiery red coat of the pet. On the swing in front of the academy sat a child of 8 years old with hair the color of the sun, eyes of a clear sky and 3 stripes on each cheek. In this way he resembled a small fox. His eyes were sadder than usual, and all for one reason: he was not taken to the ninja academy without even saying the reason for this decision, and this is half the trouble, since the children will now bully him much more than usual. Now to the words demon and scum they will add such as insignificance, wimp, mediocrity. After sitting like this until 5 in the evening, he went home to his closet in the hostel. On the way to the house he saw a local gang of boys in which the main boy named Malik was. As he got closer to the house, he saw that Malik was holding Fudo in his hand. Naruto wanted to run up. "Release him please," Uzumaki shouted through his tears. And then Malik offered the fox a deal with a smile on his face. "If you defeat me, I will let the cat go. You lose, and you can say goodbye to him. How do you agree?" "Yes," Uzumaki croaked in a hoarse voice. No matter how hard Naruto tried, he could not defeat Malik, and again falling into a puddle, he remained lying there without strength. Malik and the others laughed at the fox. Then Malik killed Fudo in front of Uzumaki. At that moment Naruto was overcome by many feelings such as anger, lack of understanding, pain and self-hate. Not understanding what he was doing and what was happening now, he raised his hands at shoulder level and used Shinra Tensei without control. Everyone who fell under the technique scattered like fluff and lost consciousness. Naruto himself started to fall, but someone picked him up. At this time, a ninja passed by, in the usual form of a jonin. his difference from the others was that he wore a mask on the floor of his face, and a sheet protector was pulled over his left eye. His hair was the color of ash and did not know the concept of gravity. He felt a rather strong surge of chakra and ran with all his might to where the surge of chakra occurred. Running there, he saw his sensei's son, in whose eyes the Rinnegan burned, and around the boy lay unconscious young guys. At first Kakashi was taken aback, and when the guy began to fall, Hatake quickly picked him up near the ground, not allowing him to fall into her arms. Not knowing where the child lives, Kakashi decided to take him to his home. At home, Hatake decided to once again check if he thought he had the dojutsu of Rikudo Senin. Lifting the boy's eyelids, he saw blue eyes with a black dot in the center and 6 circles extending from it like waves on water when you throw a stone. These eyes fascinated and frightened with their power. Hatake put Naruto on his bed and covered him with a blanket, and he went to the kitchen for a cup of coffee, thinking what to do. Toward morning, Kakashi decided that he would not tell anyone about his sensei's son and would ask the child to wear lenses so that no one could see his eyes yet, because then a whole hunt would begin for Naruto's eyes, and he was already not sweet in life. Getting up from the table, he went to the pharmacy to buy a few pairs of lenses for the boy, while leaving the clone at home to look after the guy. That he won't tell anyone about his sensei's son and ask the child to wear lenses so that no one can see his eyes yet, because then a whole hunt will begin for Naruto's eyes, and he's not sweet in life anyway. Getting up from the table, he went to the pharmacy to buy a few pairs of lenses for the boy, while leaving the clone at home to look after the guy. That he won't tell anyone about his sensei's son and ask the child to wear lenses so that no one can see his eyes yet, because then a whole hunt will begin for Naruto's eyes, and he's not sweet in life anyway. Getting up from the table, he went to the pharmacy to buy a few pairs of lenses for the boy, while leaving the clone at home to look after the guy. The fox cub woke up closer to 12 o'clock and the boy's first question was, "Where am I?" He began to reason the bed is too big for his house, and if he is in the hospital, then why doesn't it smell of medicines and the bed is too soft? But the fox distracted him from his thoughts. Male, calm voice, in which there was no contempt or hatred. "Woke up. How is your head? Do your eyes hurt?" "I'm Hatake Kakashi by the way." "No," the Uzumaki replied in a slightly trembling voice, "it doesn't hurt." "Well then, let's go to the kitchen, we'll talk there," the man suggested. Arriving at the kitchen, the fox saw 2 cups of fragrant hot tea on the table. There were also several sandwiches on the tray, and fruit in a vase. "Sit down, eat," the man said and sat on a chair on the left side of the table. After a little hesitation, Naruto sat on the right directly opposite the man and hesitantly reached for a sandwich, but seeing a smile with one eye, he became a little bolder and began to eat. After breakfast, so to speak, Kakashi told a lot about what he saw yesterday. He also told about Naruto's eyes and the fact that he would temporarily have to hide them, with which Naruto agreed. Hatake also advised to go to the library and study at home, with and the fox again agreed. Kakashi promised to visit him sometimes and bring out contact lenses. This is how Uzumaki Naruto's path to power began. Arriving home late in the evening, Naruto removed the lenses from his eyes. He was not used to wearing them, so his eyes hurt, but his new friend Kakashi said that he would soon get used to them. Also Hatake wanted Naruto to behave as usual, walked around the village, arranging pranks, and did everything that he did before, saying that if he starts to change his behavior dramatically, then they will begin to watch him intensely and they can find out his secret, which could lead to unpredictable consequences. Thinking about this, Naruto did not notice how he brewed his favorite noodles. Of course he could go to Ichiraku, but did not go for 2 reasons. The first, he was too tired and his eyes hurt, and the second, he had only 1 coupon for Ichiraku, and the money ran out and he will receive the allowance only at the end of the week, that is, in 3 days. Having eaten quickly, the fox went to the bathroom, and then to sleep. Before going to sleep, he remembered that Kakashi promised to teach him a cool technique that would help him in learning, but only when Naruto himself could decently release chakra. With these thoughts, he fell into a deep sleep. Waking up in the morning, Naruto went to the bathroom, then ate ramen and began to make a to-do list for the day. It looked like this. Before lunch. 1. Run at least 5 laps around the training ground. 2. 25 to 30 push-ups. 3. Squatting 50 times. 4. Press 40 times. 5. Develop flexibility for 20 minutes. 6. Throwing kunai, shurikens and senbons at the target. After lunch and before dinner. 7. Go to the library and take books, medicine, strategy, anatomy. 8. Come home, have dinner, read and sleep. After reading the list again, Naruto went to the 7th training ground as there was almost no one there. Taking off his jacket, he began to run. After running 6 laps, he fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. After resting for about 20 minutes, he proceeded to the following exercises. At about 11 o'clock, Naruto switched to throwing weapons. Of course, he was still very bad at it, but after thinking, Uzumaki removed the lenses from his eyes and started throwing again. This time he did better, but it took a lot of time to get a good result. Naruto didn't buy weapons as there wasn't enough money, so he went around the training grounds and collected kunai and other throwing weapons that shinobi lost, forgot or threw away. Therefore, he had 50 kunai, 36 shuriken, 65 senbon. At 12 o'clock Naruto went home, changed and dined. He went to the library. Going to her, he became despondent again. People again threw hateful glances at him, whispered behind his back. All the way to the library, he wondered, why? Why do they hate me? What have I done? What am I guilty of before them? Having entered the library, no one paid attention to him, which pleased Naruto very much. Having found the necessary books and sitting there until 6 in the evening, Uzumaki decided to go home, taking a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core. People again threw hateful glances at him, whispered behind his back. All the way to the library, he wondered, why? Why do they hate me? What have I done? What am I guilty of before them? Having entered the library, no one paid attention to him, which pleased Naruto very much. Having found the necessary books and sitting there until 6 in the evening, Uzumaki decided to go home, taking a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core. People again threw hateful glances at him, whispered behind his back. All the way to the library, he wondered, why? Why do they hate me? What have I done? What am I guilty of before them? Having entered the library, no one paid attention to him, which pleased Naruto very much. Having found the necessary books and sitting there until 6 in the evening, Uzumaki decided to go home, taking a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man. But when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core, whispered behind his back. All the way to the library, he wondered, why? Why do they hate me? What have I done? What am I guilty of before them? Having entered the library, no one paid attention to him, which pleased Naruto very much. Having found the necessary books and sitting there until 6 in the evening, Uzumaki decided to go home, taking a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core, whispered behind his back. All the way to the library, he wondered, why? Why do they hate me? What have I done? What am I guilty of before them? Having entered the library, no one paid attention to him, which pleased Naruto very much. Having found the necessary books and sitting there until 6 in the evening, Uzumaki decided to go home, taking a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core. All the way to the library, he wondered, why? Why do they hate me? What have I done? What am I guilty of before them? Having entered the library, no one paid attention to him, which pleased Naruto very much. Having found the necessary books and sitting there until 6 in the evening, Uzumaki decided to go home, taking a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core. All the way to the library, he wondered, why? Why do they hate me? What have I done? What am I guilty of before them? Having entered the library, no one paid attention to him, which pleased Naruto very much. Having found the necessary books and sitting there until 6 in the evening, Uzumaki decided to go home, taking a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core. Much to Naruto's delight, after finding the right books and sitting there until 6 p.m., Uzumaki decided to go home with a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core. Much to Naruto's delight, after finding the right books and sitting there until 6 p.m., Uzumaki decided to go home with a couple of books. Approaching the librarian, it was a man of about 60 with short gray hair, brown eyes and several scars on his face, but the scars did not disfigure the old man, but only aroused respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core, but only respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core, but only respect for him. At first, the little fox was afraid to approach the man, but when he saw kind eyes and a carefree smile looking at him, he nevertheless decided to come up and ask if he could take the books home for reading, but what he heard surprised the boy and delighted him to the core. Yes, Naruto-kun, you can take these books and I would advise you to take another, History of Konoha, to read. Yes, of course, thank you, answered the guy, smiling his signature smile, took the book and went home. At home, Naruto opened the book that was offered to him and began to read. He was so carried away that he did not notice how midnight had come. Naruto really liked the story of the battle between Hashirama and Madara. Putting the book down on the bedside table, Naruto went to the bathroom and then to sleep. So passed the first day of Naruto's training. At the same pace he trained for 3 months, gradually increasing the load. By the beginning of winter Naruto pulled himself up well in height, gained decent muscle mass, and he also threw weapons at an average level of 8/10. The boy's appearance also changed. Now his hair reached to his neck, and he wore an orange t-shirt with a whirlpool on the back, dark blue breeches that went below the knees and ordinary blue shinobi sandals. "Hello Kakashi-san." The fox greeted. "Yo, Naruto, how's life?" answered the gray-haired. "Did you want something?" the Jonin asked, looking up from his book. "Yes, I wanted you to show me how to use chakra and release it," the blonde man said quickly. Hatake thought for a minute, and then answered. "Okay, but let's go tomorrow, at the 7th training ground, at 7 in the morning and don't be late," said the Jonin and disappeared into a puff of white smoke. The next day, Naruto woke up at 6 in the morning, went to the bathroom, had breakfast and ran to the training ground. Exactly at 7 he was at the training ground, but Hatake was nowhere to be found. Deciding to wait for Kakashi, he sat down under a tree and began to meditate. So he sat for about 2 hours, after which Hatake appeared at 9. Without saying a word, Uzumaki stood up, said hello and asked how the training would go. Kakashi explained what chakra is, what it consists of and how to properly release it, after which the white-haired one demonstrated how to release chakra, and Naruto, watching him with the Rinnegan, memorized everything, every word. It took about a week for Naruto to properly release chakra, while not stopping physical training. By the end of the week, Naruto was able to release chakra tolerably, after which he found Hatake and asked him to teach him the technique that he promised him, but Kakashi said that when he returned from the mission, he would definitely find him and teach this technique himself. Not knowing what to do, Naruto decided to take a walk around Konoha and accidentally wandered into the training ground of the academy, where the students practiced techniques. Uzumaki hid in the bushes and removed the lenses from his eyes to copy their techniques. After sitting in the bushes until the end of class, Naruto was able to copy 3 techniques: displacement, reincarnation, and illusory clones. And now, standing on the training ground, the fox worked out these techniques. At first he decided to learn reincarnation. The first time Uzumaki decided to reincarnate as the 3rd old man and it looked pretty funny. Lips were cake, eyes like Lee's, nose like the 3rd Tsuchikage, and hearing a thud, he dispelled the technique. He practiced this technique for about a week, allocating 3 hours a day for it. By the end of the week he was able to turn quite well, and he turned into the 3rd Kakashi, the cook from the ramen shop, into his daughter Ayam, and the man from the library, Yuki-san, who was kind to him and often advised him which books to take. For example, Naruto's favorite book was The Legend of the Fearless Shinobi, and he swore that will become the same shinobi as described in the book. Although Naruto was not vindictive, he decided to take revenge on Malik, and this is how it was. The fox only learned reincarnation by 5 and a minus and decided that it was time to take revenge on the offender, but so that no one would think of him, so he turned into a medium-sized dog, like Akamaru, but only externally, whose coat was black, and began to follow a gang of boys, eavesdropping on their conversation. And this is what he heard. "Malik, are you leaving the village for a long time?" asked his friend. "No, for a day, maybe 2, answered Malik. "And when?" asked another. 2 days later, Malik. Now Naruto had 2 days to prepare and fulfill his revenge. All 2 days Naruto thought about how to take revenge on him and came up with. Uzumaki watched when Malik and his parents left. Waiting for this moment, he reincarnated as an offender and went to look for his gang. Finding them on the playground, he approached them. "Malik, boss, what else are you doing here?" asked the guys from his gang. "I came back because my parents said that I would go tomorrow," Naruto replied in the form of Malik. The fox also told what they would do today. On this list included bringing the teachers of the academy to white heat, bullying children from rich and influential families of Konoha, and, for dessert, throwing rotten food at Malik's house. At the same time, Naruto tried to do this as much as possible in front of big people in full view. After all this, he disappeared at the 7th training ground and dispelled the henge and fell on the grass from chakra depletion. 2 weeks passed after this small revenge, during which time Naruto mastered the replacement well and was able to create a decent clone, and since Hatake had not yet returned from his mission, Naruto thought about how to improve the henge and an idea came to his mind, because most of the shinobi are men. Then he came up with how they could be distracted or even knocked out, and so the sexy jutsu was created, and he tried it on Mizuki. Before going to Mizuki, Naruto turned into Malik, and approaching him tried his sexy jutsu, same as in anime. The result was on the face, Mizuki is out, and blood is gushing from the nose. So another week passed. The little fox was training illusory cloning, which turned out to be pretty bad for him, and then the day came when Hatake came to him and, as always, brought several pairs of lenses for the eyes. "Yo Naruto, how are you? What did you do all this time?" said the one-eyed man, not looking up from the book. "It's okay Kakashi-san, how is the mission? You came to teach me a cool technique as you promised." "Yes, I came to show it to you." "Well, that's later, tell me what you learned in a month," Hatake asked, smiling with one eye. The little fox told him the story of how he got to the academy, and, hiding in the bushes, watched the students practice, how he learned 3 techniques and much more, although he omitted the moment with Malik and Mizuki. Hatake showed him the shadow clone technique, telling him about all the pros and cons of technology, also warned him not to create more than 5 for training with clones or it could kill him. The day students enter the academy. This day for Hiruzen was harder than usual, not only because of the pile of papers on his desk and not because of the elders who got him. This was one reason. Naruto, because of the law that was passed 8 years ago, the boy was forbidden become a ninja. And Hiruzen blamed himself for this. If he were stronger, he could stand up for the child. Hatake distracted him from such sad thoughts. Kakashi told Hiruzen everything he saw and the third decided to let the boy train in secret and have Hatake follow him, and when Kakashi is on missions, then Tenzo will look after Naruto and that they should report everything related to the boy every day. And one of those days, when Tenzo was watching Uzumaki, something happened that Anbu was very amused. Tenzo, as always, sat on a tree and watched the guys training. Naruto was just training henge and everything would have been nothing if Naruto hadn't turned into a hybrid of the third and someone else. Yamato, this name was given to him by the third, in case Naruto detects him, because it was impossible for him to wear a mask, because in this case Naruto could not understand everything, just could not stand it and laughed, while falling off the tree, but he came to his senses in time and was able to escape before he was noticed. Yamato also reported Naruto's revenge to a certain Malik, but Sarutobi turned a blind eye to this for 2 reasons. The first is so that Naruto does not know that he is being followed, and the second is how he needs this brat. For more years passed, Naruto changed a lot. He became much taller, wider in the shoulders, well-developed muscles. Naruto's clothing style also changed. He wore the same clothes and mask as Hatake, only without the Jonin vest. Uzumaki also adopted Kakashi's bad habits, such as being late and reading books everywhere, only he did not read vulgar books like Hatake. Naruto's favorite book was The Story of a Fearless Shinobi. His skills as a ninja have become a little higher now. He can 1 clone shadows and illusory, 2 henge normal and it's perverted, 3 replacement, 4 taijutsu level B, 5 several genjutsu C level, 6 fireball, 7 explosion seals, sealing scrolls, sound barrier and weak printing techniques. The last Naruto learned when he overdoing his training and fainted. He fell into his subconscious and saw there a large library with scrolls. Almost all were black and only a few were white. No matter how hard Naruto tried to take the black scrolls, he could not take the white ones, and even learned the techniques that were there. as he understood, when the black scroll turned white, he could easily take it and read what was there. And so, the day before passing the genin exam at the academy, Naruto went to the third with a request to take the exam with everyone. Now he was standing in front of the residence and was about to enter there. After going to the residence and receiving permission from the third and the elders, Naruto went to Ichiraku to eat. As always, he quickly ate and paid, putting the mask back on his face. He wanted to go out, but it didn't work out. They stupidly dumped him, while sprawling on him. Looking up, he saw a pretty girl of the same age. She looked pretty cute, long and snow-white hair, light gray-blue eyes, 2 circles left the pupil. They reminded Naruto of his Rinnegan. Naruto looked into the girl's eyes and drowned in them, but then he noticed his hand was holding on to something soft. Looking down at his hand, he blushed. His hand was holding at the same time, and the girl herself lowered her eyes to the same place as the guy. Then she squealed, and quickly rising from the fox, kicked him, while shouting that he was a pervert, and ran away wherever his eyes looked. Naruto himself got up and went home. When he came home, he ate, went to the bathroom, and went to sleep. But he couldn't fall asleep right away, as he wanted. The little fox thought for a long time about the girl who pushed him near Ichiraku. He wanted to know her name, and he would know him no matter what it cost him. At midnight he fell asleep. Waking up as usual at 6 o'clock, he did his morning business and decided that he would not go to training today. He went to pack his things. Taking 2 pouches, he began to collect things. In the first pouch, Naruto put 1 shuriken, 45 pieces. 2 kunai, about 30 pieces. 3 senbons, 50 pieces. 4 smoke bombs, about 10. And a fishing line, 30 meters. In the second pouch he put not very necessary things for today. 1 explosive and light seals in the amount of 40 pieces. 2 small first aid kit with pills. 3 scrolls in the amount of 9 pieces, 3 for sealing elemental techniques of C and B levels, 2 scrolls with one-time calls, in 1 call for a male eagle, in another call for Kakashi's dogs, and 4 empty ones for sealing things. Naruto also put the most important thing that he had, this. Looking at his watch, it was 8. He decided to walk around Konoha because there was still an hour before the academy. The ninja academy is 9 in the morning. The Hokage went into the classroom and began to examine those taking the exam. Almost everyone was missing, only Naruto. The third already regretted that he asked Hatake to follow and communicate with Uzumaki. He was already 20 minutes late. It's good that Iruka spoke his speech, which even Hiruzen was tired of, and when Iruka finished, the door opened a crack in the audience and Naruto came in. He looked the same as the last 4 years, only now a black patch was put on his right eye to save money on lenses, and if you have to quickly join the battle, the fox thought that it was easier and faster to lift the bandage than to remove the lens from the eye, so now he did not wear a lens on his right eye. From this, third already shuddered, and when Naruto said this phrase, "Yo, sorry for being late." The genin exam was passed by 12 people. These are Uzumaki, Uchiha and Sasuke. I will write about what happened with the Uchihas in the next chapter. Shikamaru Nara, Ryuzetsu Asakura, Might Ray, and the rest according to the canon. After that, everyone who passed was asked come in 3 days to find out which teams they got into. Naruto went to celebrate passing the exam in Ichiraku, and after that he just went to hang around Konoha, reading a book. Being late again, Naruto went into room 214 and sat down at the desk. He was saved from Iruka's rage only by the fact that he had not yet announced the teams, and after the tirade that the shinobi should not be late, Iruka began to announce the teams. Team number 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Might Ray, Ryuzetsu Asakura, your mentor Hatake Kakashi. Team number 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino are your mentor Yuhi Kurenai. Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Shikamaru Nara and Akimichi Chuji mentor Asuma Sarutobi. Team number 11, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Mei and Haruno Sakura mentor Uchiha Itachi. Sit here, your mentors will come soon, goodbye, children. And Yumino left. The newly minted genin began to wait for their sensei. After the chunin left, the young genin dispersed around the audience and began to discuss today, in particular their sensei and the newcomer, who was now sitting on the windowsill and reading a book. In particular, the girls discussed his appearance. The very girl who knocked Naruto near Ichiraku. Now Uzumaki could fully examine her. She was dressed in a blue t-shirt, black breeches and ordinary black shinobi shoes. The opening door distracted the guy from contemplating the girl. They were Jonin mentors of teams number 10 and 8, taking the guys they left. They remained in the audience 2 teams, this is the Naruto team and the 11th. I think it's worth describing the second girl, Mato Rei, 12 years old, height 153 centimeters, long black hair, sharp features, brown eyes, full lips, thin waist. She was wearing a green t-shirt and dark blue breeches. Now Mato and Asakura were sitting with Haruno and Mei and were discussing something. Our blonde stared at the book again and began to read, but they didn't let him read for a long time. Sasuke approached Uzumaki and started a conversation, and the girls sharpened their locators to eavesdrop on their conversation. U.S. Hello, why haven't I seen you at the academy before? NR, I was homeschooled, so I didn't see it. US, are you a visitor? NR, no, I was born in the village and lived here. I rarely went outside. U.S, well, clearly, Only Sasuke wanted to ask one more question, when Itachi entered the audience and called his team to the street. So only team number 7 remained in the class. The girls were talking about something of their own. And Naruto was reading. After sitting like this for another 2 hours, their sensei showed up. What struck Ryuzetsu and Rei was that their sensei was dressed like Naruto, only he did not have a vest and a protector over his other eye, and after the phrase of their teacher, they almost fell out of their chairs from shock, and it sounded like this. Yo, I'm sorry that I was late, just a black cat ran across the road, I had to bypass. Their first thought was that they were father and son. Kakashi called them to the rooftop and left, followed by the genin. Already on the roof, when the zenin leaned against the railing, and the genin sat down on the steps opposite him, he began a conversation. Well, introduce yourself, tell us about yourself, what you like and don't like, dreams, hobbies and all that. Maybe you are the first sensei? At the same time, show me how to do it, Rei asked. Well, we'll skip Kakashi, he said the same as in the anime, pointing to the fox cub, he said, now you. I am Uzumaki Naruto genin of the leaf, I like a lot and don't like a lot, I don't have dreams as such yet, there are also many hobbies, one of them is reading. The girls whispered among themselves that their sensei and the newcomer had not told anything about themselves. Now you, the ash-haired pointed at Asakura. I am Ryuzetsu Asakura the genin of the leaf, I moved from the grass village with my parents and now live here, I love my parents and friends, I don't love all sorts of perverts, and a look at Naruto, well, I want to become the same kunoichi as one of the sanins of Konoha, Tsunade. I'm Might Rei, I came to live in Konoha with my uncle, I love friends and family and I can't stand my uncle Might Guy and his student Lee, well, the dream is to become a strong and famous kunoichi. Yes, I got an interesting team, thought the Jonin. Further saying that they would have the last exam tomorrow at 5 in the morning, he sent them home, warning them not to eat anything. During the fox attack, the Uchiha clan suffered the most, because the demon appeared right in the middle of the clan's possessions. That night almost the entire clan died, survived, a few old people, Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi, Mikoto, her niece Mei and several Chunin clan. After the death of her husband, Mikoto became the head of the clan, until Itachi turned 21. Itachi's character was soft only with his family. Sasuke grew up as a rather cheerful boy, but Mei was not much withdrawn and cold as ice. She was rarely open with someone. These people were few, they included Mikoto, Asakura and Mato. At the request of Mikoto, the third built a large mansion in which the rest of the Uchiha clan lived, for which a third of the clan's possessions passed to the village. Present tense. Naruto woke up at 7 and realized he was already 2 hours late, but still slowly went to the shower. After that, Naruto went to the kitchen, made himself some tea, and made a couple of sandwiches and started eating. Don't think he didn't see through Kakashi, Naruto just stupidly forgot that they were told not to eat. After he ate, he went to get ready. After dressing and attaching a couple of pouches from behind, which he had collected yesterday in front of the academy, and putting a book there, he jumped out the window and headed towards the training ground. It was just 8 o'clock. Arriving at the training ground at 9, the first thing Naruto saw was a lot of shurikens and kunai flying into it. Barely having time to make a replacement, our fox cub moved to a tree branch. Now the girls who seemed cute yesterday were so scary that the Furies compared to them. They nervously smoked a second pack on the sidelines. Naruto decided to find out what was the reason for their irritability. That's putting it mildly. Everything turned out to be quite simple. They came at 5 as their sensei demanded, and what they see, neither Naruto nor sensei. Moreover, they were still waiting for the arrival of the first one for 4 hours, and how much longer to wait for the arrival of the second, they have no idea. But strangely enough, the wait was not long. Hatake appeared half an hour after Uzumaki with the phrase, "Yo. Guys, I'm sorry I'm late, I got lost on the road of life." After that, he began to explain the rules of the test. They must take away the bells from him before 12, otherwise they will be left without lunch and return to the academy. Also, since there are only 2 bells, 2 will pass. When Kakashi gave the signal for the start of the test, everyone scattered in different directions and hid, waiting for what their teacher would do, and he, in turn, stood stupidly in the clearing, read a book and waited for him to be attacked. From the left side, 6 shurikens flew into Kakashi. Naruto ran after them. As soon as Hatake dodged the shurikens, Naruto threw 3 kunais from 2 hands. The first 3 flew towards Kakashi, while the others flew past. Missed, the Jonin thought, but it was not there. 3 kunai that flew past him activated traps hidden in the trees. Since Hatake did not expect this, he had to use the earth jutsu, wall. But even here he miscalculated. The first kunai that hit the wall were with explosive seals, and as soon as they hit the wall there was an explosion that blew the wall. Because of the dust, Kakashi almost missed the sunban flying at him, and he had to jump to the side. Naruto, who ran up to the sensei, began to strike with his hand in the throat. The copying ninja was able to move her away from him with his hand, which, by the way, began to turn Naruto around with his back to the copying ninja. But he did not lose his head, but bent down, and with the help of his hands he was able to push forward, making somersaults in the air, landed, deciding that the first plan did not work and he could not defeat the Jonin in taijutsu. Uzumaki began to fold the seals quite quickly. "Kato! Fireball!" shouted the fox cub and blew a ball of fire in Hatake with a diameter of 1.5 meters. When the flame went out, Sensei was nowhere to be found. The little fox looked left, right, back, up, and when he realized that the sensei was underground, it was too late. He only heard Doton. Underground decapitation, and here is Naruto up to his neck in the ground, and Hatake is sitting above him. "You are Naruto's bright head, but it is she who will drive you to the ground," said the Jonin and smiled with one eye, but what he heard and saw stunned not only him, but also the girls who were watching the fight from the bushes. "I don't think so, sensei," a smiling Naruto said and vanished into a white haze. Clone, only the copying man had time to think, as Naruto immediately jumped out from behind a tree and launched the Wind Demon Shuriken at him. Dodging, Kakashi realized that it was not a shuriken, but another clone of Naruto. At the same moment the shuriken turned into a copy of the boy. The shuriken clone launched 7 kunai at Hatake, hitting. He saw it was a clone of Sensei, and the real Naruto was knocked out by a blow to the head from Hatake, who appeared from behind Naruto as soon as his clone dissipated. A fox cub woke up tied to a pole. Snowflake was sitting next to him. That's how Naruto dubbed Ryuzetsu and Rei to himself. From their dissatisfied faces, he realized that they also could not take away the bells. Then a Jonin appeared and with an eye smile said, I decided to give you another chance after you eat, but Naruto not to feed is an order. Having said this, the ash-haired man left the training ground towards the village. As soon as Hatake left, Naruto began to speak. Can we combine our forces and try to take them away together? Yes, perhaps it's worth it, the snowflake responded. She stood up and walked over to Naruto, taking the chopsticks in her hand and holding them to his mouth. Come on, you should gain strength, she said, and was going to feed him. Seeing this, Ray also got up and wanted to come up, as there was a pop and an angry Kakashi appeared. The clouds began to thicken over the training ground, making the atmosphere unbearable. Coming closer, Hatake began to speak in an angry voice. I told you not to feed Naruto, but you disobeyed the order. Do you know what happens? But if Naruto doesn't eat, he won't be able to continue the test, Ryuzetsu yelled. And Ray agreed with her. Well done guys, their teacher suddenly changed his mood. You disobeyed the order and began to help your comrade. In the world of shinobi, those who disregard orders are called scum, and those who betray their comrades for the sake of orders are much worse than scum. So we passed? Ray asked. Yes, you all passed, Hatake said. The guys were happy that they passed this test and now they are full-fledged shinobi. Hatake said that the four of them would begin their missions from tomorrow and that their meeting place would now be outside the residence at 8 a.m. Immediately after that, he evaporated in clouds of smoke. The girls went home to rest, but they forgot to untie our fox cub, which he didn't really like. After hanging like that for an hour, he still managed to untie himself and went to Ichiraku to celebrate the passing of the test. The next day after taking the test with Kakashi, Naruto woke up at 6 as always, deciding to go to training, as there were still 2 hours left before the meeting with the team. After going to the bathroom, and having a light snack, he headed to the 7th training ground. Arriving there, he began with a warm-up. It included running, push-ups, rocking the press, squats, gymnastics, muscle stretching. Having finished with this, he sat down and went to his personal library, so he calls his subconscious. Appearing there, he began to go around the shelves with scrolls, checking if there were any new ones that he could take and start studying. The principle of operation of this libraries. There were 3 of them. In the first story about the ability of Renegan to sign a contract with several totem animals, the second and third with Renegan techniques. From the first scroll, the fox learned. You can't re-sign the contract either. The second, the usual way is you also sign a contract and call on an animal, while with the new signed contract the seals of the call also change. They will appear automatically for you. For example, toads are Ino Itori Saru Hazuji, wolves are Heiji Ino, Itori Saru, etc. If you run out of all the seal options, and there will be more contracts, new ones will be added to these seals. After reading this, Naruto decided that he would never use the first method in his life. Also at the bottom of the scroll were written rare calls: toads, snakes, monkeys, dragons, phoenixes, foxes. Putting this scroll aside, Naruto moved on to another one, and since here time dragged on hundreds of times longer than in the real world, the fox cub could sit here and read as much as he liked. The second technique turned out to be Shinra Tensei, repelling anything from itself, but each use of this technique was with a break of 3 minutes and spending a lot of chakra, but the break can be reduced to 5 seconds with perfect chakra control and great experience as well as the cost chakras for technology. Third technique, pulling something to yourself at any distance, Banshu Tennin. Everything else was described exactly as in the second scroll. Having finished reading them, Naruto left his subconscious and went towards the residence, simultaneously taking out a book from his pouch and opening it on his favorite page, thinking that this time he would not be late. How can we believe only ramen will be removed from the ears, because there was still half an hour left. He left the training of technicians for the evening after the mission, because it is unlikely that they will be given the first mission above rank D. Late for half an hour, Naruto appeared at the meeting place of their team with the signature phrase, "Yo, I'm sorry, I saw my grandmother across the road." Liar, the girls shouted and defiantly turned away from him. Without saying another word, the little fox jumped onto a branch, sat down there, and began to read again. About 10 minutes later, teams of 8 and 11 with their sensei began to leave the residence. "Oh, I see the other members of your team never showed up," Kurenai said with a kind smile. "Kakashi-sensei is gone and Naruto is out," Rei said, pointing her finger at the top of the tree. "Yo," the Uzumaki said, holding out his hand in Hataki's gesture and smiling with his eye. The second Kakashi, Kurenai and Uchiha thought, how does he manage to express emotions with just one eye? The others thought, looking at Uzumaki. The children expressed different thoughts. Sasuke thought he was some kind of strange. Mei was interested them as a fighter. Asakura and Mato told about the duel between Sensei and Uzumaki. Sakura that she had heard this name somewhere, but could not remember where. Kiba was thinking about the mission. Shino, hell knows what kind of cockroaches he has there in head, and Hinata blushed looking at Naruto. But when Kakashi appeared and his phrase, "Yo, sorry, I got lost in time," everyone simultaneously thought, are they not relatives by any chance? After a brief meeting with the other teams, Team 7 went to the Hokage for their first mission. They got weeding the garden, having successfully completed the mission, and reported this to the third, who paid the children 50 ryu, and Kakashi 100. It's good to be a mentor on D-rank missions. You don't do anything, you also get money for it. They left the residence. The girls offered to go to a barbecue, but the blondes refused, citing business. But they were in for a surprise when they came around the corner of the street and saw Team 4 Team Guy. "Fuck your left, here it is, 10-10, Neji," Ryuzetsu thought, the former because they saw Hatake and Uzumaki. You understand why. Thoughts of Team 7 and 4. K, that's it. N, it's a pity there is no second part of the book. Rei, I'm not there, and in general I'm a wall. Ryu, that's eyebrows. G, my rival. L, Arie-chan. T, he, one-eyed. Neji, Conversation. K, hi guy, kids. N, hello. Rei, hello uncle, Lee, 10-10, Neji. Ryu, hello. T, hey. Neji, G, long time no see Kakashi. Oh, what kind of guy is this? K, this is Naruto Uzumaki, my student, and you can say a genius. L, pretty quiet, genius speaking. Teams number 7 and 4's thoughts. 2, in a panic, how to dump, what excuse to come up with. N, here's a bastard, set me up, if this one, which is smaller, is just as similar in character to Guy as in appearance, then I hit, oh, how I hit. Rei, it's relieved, Lee no longer looks at me, but Naruto got it, that's how he needs it. Ryu, poor Rei, can suggest that she moved to me anyway, the room is big. Neji, if I understand Lee's reaction correctly, then he wants to fight this Uzumaki and most likely arrange competitions like our sensei. Of course I feel sorry for you Naruto, but not as much as myself, so my headache is named Lee pass to you. T, Guy sensei, you are a disgrace to us. Talk. K, sorry Guy, but I don't have time, I need this, but I definitely need to urgently see the Hokage, by everyone. Cotton and Hatake disappeared in white smoke. N, oh, I remembered that today I need to be on duty in the hostel, otherwise they will scold. And he disappeared with such speed that Minato and the fourth Raikage nervously smoke on the sidelines. Rei and Ryu, at the same time, and we need to go to a sick friend, otherwise it's late, she can fall asleep. And with cute smiles they disappeared around the corner, from where they left. G, sorry. T, they are strange. Neji, very quiet, equals all bastards. Having dumped from the ill-fated place, the fox went to the third to the residence. Having entered it, he quickly reached the desired office. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, Naruto began to speak directly from the doorway. Third, can I ask you something? Yes, of course, the third smiled softly, what did you want? Old man, with whom did you sign the draft contract? And an eye smile. Well, I signed with the monkeys, but what? Do you want to sign with someone? Well, yes, but can I sign a contract with them? I'm sorry Naruto, but I don't know that. Come tomorrow after the mission, I'll tell you. Why not today, old man? Because I need to ask them, and now everyone go away, you're tiring me. After leaving the residence, Naruto went towards his favorite training ground to train a new technique, not noticing that he was being watched by 4 pairs of eyes. Arriving at the training ground, he took off his pouches and at the same time took out one scroll, and put a book in one of them, then put the pouches under a tree, unfolding the scroll and unpacking 2 pairs of waiting agents weighing 50 kg from it, 15 for the legs and 10 for hands, put them on and started his workout. After warming up, Naruto removed the weights and sealed them back. Having printed out 3 empty water bottles from a scroll, he put them on poles and began to train the Shinra Tensei technique. After standing in one place with outstretched arms for 2 hours and not getting a hint of a jutsu, he decided to go to the library again to find out what he was doing wrong. Entering there and taking the right scroll, Naruto began to read it again. 3 girls and a boy were sitting in the bushes near the Hokage's residence. They were waiting for the Uzumaki to come out to follow him and find out what this secretive guy who constantly wears a mask and a leaf protector over his right eye is doing, because of which only the left eye is visible, the color of the summer sky at noon. When the expected object came out with a book in his hands, which he was reading on the go, one of those who followed Naruto sighed with some kind of incomprehension disappointment, like, how can you constantly read the same book and it's too predictable? Those who followed him were Might Rei, Haruno Sakura, Ino Yamanako and Inazuka Kiba. When he began to move away, they followed him covertly. As a result, surveillance led them to training ground number 7, and when Naruto began to take out the scroll, there were many ideas that he decided to print there, from weapons to food and a sleeping bag, but when he unpacked the girls' weights, at first they didn't understand why he needed them, but when he put them on his hands and feet, everything became clear. It completely surprised everyone how Uzumaki trained physically, but more surprised that he took out 3 bottles, put them on poles, then walked 5 meters away, stretched his arms towards the bottles and just started to stand. At first it amused them, but after about 40 minutes, to put it mildly, began to infuriate. After another 80 minutes they were going to leave. At this moment, Naruto lowered his hands, sat down on the ground and sat for about a minute, then got up, and the fact that they saw them pushed them even more to find out who it was. It completely surprised everyone how Uzumaki trained physically, but more surprised that he took out 3 bottles, put them on poles, then walked 5 meters away, stretched his arms towards the bottles and just started to stand. At first it amused them, but after about 40 minutes, to put it mildly, began to infuriate. After another 80 minutes they were going to leave. At this moment, Naruto lowered his hands, sat down on the ground and sat for about a minute, then got up, and the fact that they saw them pushed them even more to find out who it was. It completely surprised everyone how Uzumaki trained physically, but more surprised that he took out 3 bottles, put them on poles, then walked 5 meters away, stretched his arms towards the bottles and just started to stand. At first it amused them, but after about 40 minutes, to put it mildly, began to infuriate. After another 80 minutes they were going to leave. At this moment, Naruto lowered his hands, sat down on the ground and sat for about a minute, then got up, and the fact that they saw them pushed them even more to find out who it was. Coming out of his subconscious, Naruto stood up, raised the forehead protector that was hiding his right eye, focused, raised both hands and said, Shinra Tensei. The jars on the pillars barely swayed, and that was it. 3 minutes later, he repeated the technique again, and so for about 2 hours until he almost ran out of chakra. During this time all Uzumaki achieved was to throw the bottles back 5 meters. Deciding that that was all for today, he sealed the bottles back into a scroll, took pouches and went home to sleep, while not forgetting to get a book. The next day, Naruto did the same as always. He washed, ate, went to the training ground to train, then went home, showered, and to the Hokage for a mission. Only one thing was strange today: his partners constantly looked askance at him and he did not know why and began to think over it. So the mask is in place, the protector is in place. Well, Naruto, I can make you happy. The monkeys agreed to sign a contract with you, so go now to the 7th training ground and wait for me. We will sign the contract. Everyone now go on. There is Hokage-sama. The little fox saluted and ran to the training ground. Arriving at the training ground, the mink whale began to wait for Hiruzen. He waited not long, for about 10 minutes. Sarutobi walked slowly, carrying a huge scroll like Jiraiya in his hands. Well, baby, remember, in the scrolls of the contract your name and surname are written in blood and your fingerprints are put at the end, understand? Waiting for a nod, the third continued. Then you bite your finger until it bleeds, fold the Ino Isori Sarue Suji seals and hit with your palm in the place where you want to summon the animal, okay? Again a nod. Well, start, gave the go-ahead Hokage. Having signed the contract, Naruto did everything as expected. A white cloud appeared and that was it. Ha ha ha, Naruto laughed at the old man. So you will call the monkey for a long time. The old man laughed. But Naruto was not upset, but again folded the seals and swelled more than half of his chakra into the call. He summoned a monkey, so that the Hokage's eyes became like Lee's, and his jaw ran to walk around the world. Sarutobi expected a lot from Naruto, but the professor could not imagine that he would call Enma, king of the monkeys. Sarutobi, why did you call? Asked the old monkey, looking at him. It's not me, the old man admitted. Well, who? No one, but you can do it. The irritated monkey began to speak. Uzumaki Naruto called you. I told you about him yesterday. Or forgot the sclerotic? The third chuckled. Turning around and staring at the Uzumaki intently, Enma grumbled. You're a sclerotic yourself, I just can't believe he called me. Pointing her finger at the boy, the macaque finished grumbling. Enma then explained to the fox that when he had a day off from missions, he would use callback. Then he will go to the Valley of the Monkeys to learn how to use the pole, their style of taijutsu. After that, the monkey dispersed, and Naruto was able to persuade the third to one Kato technique, Phoenix Flower. After that the third went to the residence, to work with papers, while Naruto himself practiced the technique until late in the evening. The next day, Uzumaki woke up, did all his business and went to the residence for a mission. Being late for an hour and having heard from the girls that he was not a punctual bastard, he sat on a tree and began to read his book. After receiving a mission to clean up the beach, having completed the mission, they went to report to the Hokage. On the way, Naruto persuaded Hatake to give him a scroll to summon ninja dogs, which he owns. Naruto, why do you need another draft contract? You already signed yesterday. Kakashi honestly didn't understand. Sensei, you know the peculiarity of my eye. Hatake, because he considered him an older brother. What, I can conclude a few more contracts, Naruto said. To learn more about Naruto and what kind of eye is hidden under the bandage, Hatake thought about how to get rid of Guy in his sparring. The hero himself thought about training and developing his eyes. On this day, after submitting the report, Naruto signed a contract and went to train in techniques, so another month has passed. For a month spent in missions of rank D and constant training with the team in joint and in their techniques, in the evening alone or with Hatake. The relationship between Naruto and Ryuzetsu did not improve, but even worsened. This included not only Naruto's constant lateness, but also one very unpleasant moment. Coming back from the Hokage, the fox stumbled upon someone with whom he didn't expect at all, and didn't want to see him at all. This is Rock Lee. The guy completely became like Guy and got Naruto with his disputes and sparring. Especially today, Lee zealously challenged the blonde to battle and not one excuse of the Rinneganist didn't work. Then he decided to get away from Lee, which also didn't work very well. When Naruto was washed away from rock throughout Konoha, he accidentally came across a bathhouse and hid on its roof, but she decided differently and fell under him, and since it was a women's bath, he fell on Ryuzetsu when she was undressing, which say the day was busy. He not only realized that the girl had a huge vocabulary, but also got, to put it mildly, not bad, and decided that if his bridge did not rise in the future, then he could safely go to the Temple of Fire as a priest. After this incident, the snowflake looked at him as if he burned her house. But the plus was in training. He learned Shinra Tensei well. Now objects repelled 15 meters. This was a good defense against weapons and techniques, but the time between reuse remained the same, 3 minutes. He also learned well, Phoenix Flowers, Air Stream, Chidori, as well as training with a pole was not in vain. And Enma trained him well in taijutsu, and he found not a bad technique in his eye. With the help of his eye, he could enjoy almost all the benefits of the Sharingan. Like a fight between Hatake and Momochi, and the most offensive, he could not use Genjutsu. And now on the way to the meeting place with the team, he hoped that the sensei would fulfill his request and ask the Hokage for a more difficult mission. Near the residence was his team and the Team Uchiha and all the evil ones. Yo, hello, who are we waiting for? Uzumaki smiled with his eye. You pervert, Asakura snorted. The 11th team looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. Not only me, but also the sensei. The blonde tried to object, but seeing a look of hatred in which even the Kyuubi would run away and hide, he shut up. No, only you, sensei will not be, Rei said and smiled at him. Who are you waiting for? Naruto asked. You, Itachi said that we will carry out the mission together, Mei answered and looked strangely at his eye. Well then, let's go, the blonde replied. The third was sitting at the table and sorting through the mission reports, as there was a knock on the door. Come in, said the third. Hello Lord Hokage, team number 7 and number 11 are at full strength and ready to start the mission. Naruto spoke. Well, that means that your teams are given tasks of rank C, to accompany and protect the architect Tazuna-san, who is heading to the land of waves, and you will go without mentors. Since you are the strongest teams, Naruto will be the main one on the mission, meeting with the employer in an hour near the south gate, and now free. Eat, they said in unison and left. Having collected everything he needed, Naruto left the house through the window and went towards the gate, while reading one of Jiraiya's very well-known works, Come Tactics, which he was able to buy in a store under the appearance of a sensei. Having arrived at the appointed place, while being late 20 minutes later, they were on their way. Everything was quiet for the first 2 days. On the third they were attacked by renegade shinobi of the Hidden Fog, which team number 11 was able to tie up with the help of Ryuzetsu and Rei. After that the old man told everything that was happening in the country and that it could be saved from Gato, just building a bridge. The genin decided to continue the mission. And now, coming closer to the river bank, they almost lost their heads if Naruto hadn't yelled down and pushed Tazuna and Sakura. When everyone began to stand up, they saw a man standing on a sword. Momochi Zabuza, Blood Mist Demon, what does such a person need from us? Naruto spoke first. Wow, even the little Konoha knows me, I'm flattered, but I need him. The swordsman pointed at Tazuna. You can get lost if you want to live. A good offer, but I have to refuse, and you can leave if you want. He looked at his team. If you stay, then take the manzi position and guard Tazuna-san. Naruto said as he took out a kunai and slashed his finger. After that he quickly folded the summoning seals and yelled out as he hit the ground, summoning technique, Enma Monkey King. First a white cloud appeared, and then an old monkey appeared to everyone from the cloud. Hello Enma-san, said Naruto. Why did you call? The monkey asked, but seeing the Nuke-nin ahead, she continued, is it clear what Naruto should do? Ha 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 ha, is that all you can do? Summon the old monkey to fight against me? Zabuza started laughing. Enma-san, he, pointing at the swordsman, the blonde continued, a master of silent killing, so you could take the form of a diamond prison near them? He pointed to the architect and the team. So that I would not be distracted during the battle also on them. Naruto finished. The monkey nodded and jumped back to the guys, applied henge, turning into a prison. The blonde himself began to lift the bandage from his right eye, showing Momochi his Rinnegan. After that he folded the rat seal, activated the similar Sharingan technique, and began to follow the demon. Zabuza realized that the guy was not so simple and used fog. Naruto used the Shinra Tensei, throwing the fog back to her in a radius of 15 meters. He began to look around, but he did not have time to repel the swordsman's attack from the side and he cut him in two. Momochi already thought that he had won as the enemy spread with splashes of water, and behind a blonde who put a kunai to his back appeared to him. "Checkmate Zabuza, you lost." Uzumaki spoke. "Lost you say?" "I don't think so," and when the blonde pierced his back with a kunai, he spread water, and a real one appeared behind him, brandishing a sword. He almost took off Naruto's head, but he managed to sit down and received a strong blow from his leg when he stood up, so much so that he flew into the water. Zabuza himself ran after the blonde and when he got to the surface of the water, he caught him in a water prison. The rest, who watched the fight, were just in the frenzy, and thought what they should do now when they heard the blonde scream. "Enma, transform yourself into a diamond staff and destroy the water prison." Following the order of the blonde, the monkey destroyed the jutsu and now in the form of a pole flaunted in the blonde's hand. Zabuza jumped back at the moment when the pole touched the water prison, just in case, as he decided, and began to fold the seals. Naruto himself, hanging the pole behind his back while Chakra, began to add the same seals as the swordsman. In the end, they shouted at the same time. "Suetun, Water Dragon Strike!" Huge dragons simultaneously crawled out of the water and destroyed each other. After that the swordsman used a few more techniques, but the blonde copied them and sent them to Zabuza, who, in turn, cursed and called Uzumaki a monkey. At this time, people on the shore were thinking about their own Uchiha that copying techniques is the ability of the Sharingan, and where does Naruto's Sharingan come from in this case? The rest of the girls were thinking about how strong Naruto was not like them. Tazuna was just glad that he had such protection. And then Naruto folds the seal's jutsu faster than Momochi and attacks him with Whirlpool, which blows Zabuza and he hits his back against a tree. After that, the blonde decided to finish everything with one technique, folded the seals and strained his left hand. Naruto shouted, "Raikiri!" And a clot of lightning appeared in his hand, which made the sound of 1,000 birds. "So you lost Zabuza, this is your end." And ran towards the nuke Nin, not reaching 5 meters from the swordsman, as two senbon stuck in Zabuza's neck and a guy in an ANBU fog mask appeared. "Thank you, I have been hunting for him for a long time. If you allow me, I will take him," said the ANBU. Dissolving the technique, the blonde walked over and checked the pulse of the mist demon, making sure that he was dead. Naruto put on a bandage over his right eye. Nodding to the ANBU, he went towards his team. The ANBU himself approached the dead man, put him on himself and once again thanked them for their help in capturing the nuke Nin, disappeared in a whirlwind. "Why did you let him go with this criminal?" Ray asked. "Because you defeated him." "Because Zabuza is a criminal of the hidden village of the mist, and it was their Umbu, that's why he let him go. Okay, let's all move on." Saying this, Naruto walked a few meters and fainted. Our hero woke up the very next day in Tazuna's house. To say that something hurt him means to say nothing. He had never been so sick before. His eye hurt as if a red-hot needle had been driven into it, and the channels the chakras hurt as if liquid metal had been poured into them. Barely sitting on the futon, he began to think about the fight with Zabuza and about the appearance of that ANBU of the fog, who took the body of the nuke Nin and came to only one reasonable solution. They hung noodles on their ears and Momochi is still alive and well. Just as he was about to get up, the door opened and a young woman of about 23 with black hair just below her shoulders and black eyes entered. "Don't get up, it's still early for you," she said excitedly. "Okay," answered Uzumaki and sat back. Then teams number 7 and 11 entered the room and immediately Sakura began to shout that although his eye was strong, but if it rolled around like that after using it, it would reflect on him very badly in the future. but then she was interrupted by Sasuke. "Where did you get your Sharingan from?" "Immediately." "Well, actually, it's not the Sharingan," Naruto said as he lifted the bandage over his eye and opened it. Everyone was very surprised by Naruto's Rinnegan. No one knew what it was, just as these eyes frightened and fascinated them. "And then, what is it and how did you get it?" Mei asked. "Well, he appeared to me 4 years ago when they wanted to kidnap Kuma Shinobi, and when they saved me, I lost my eye and this eye was implanted in me." Naruto poisoned his bike, which Hatake invented just for such a case. Used to belong to one of Kuma's shinobi. "Why were you kidnapped by Kuma's shinobi?" Tazuna asked. "Well, it's easy, since I'm the last of my clan. My clan was famous for their sealing techniques and strong chakra, which made it possible to seal tailed beasts in our bodies without endangering other people." And seeing the stupid expressions on the faces of those present, he continued, "You don't understand who the tailed beasts are?" Seeing their nods, he continued, "Tailed ones, or as some bijou call them, are demonic animals that have a unique chakra and simply huge reserves of it. There are only 9 of them and they have a different number of tails from 1 to 9. Each hidden village has its own bijou, except for Konoha, and again there is no understanding on their faces. The 9-tailed fox demon that attacked Konoha 12 years ago was killed by the 4th Hokage, do you understand?" Seeing the nods, Naruto continued. "Also people in whom the tailed one is sealed, called Jinchuriki, and these people can use the power of the demon sealed in it." "Well, that's all. Do you have any questions?" "Yes, there are." Ryuzetsu hesitated a little, but asked a question: "Which villages have these tailed ones?" "In the sand, 1-tailed, in the stone 5 and 4-tailed, in the fog 3 and 6-tailed, well, in the cloud 2 and 8-tailed, or the 7-tailed, I do not know." Naruto answered her question and continued, "Well, now back to our mission. I want to upset you. Zabuza is alive," Naruto said in a calm voice. "What makes you think he's alive? We all saw how he died, and you yourself checked the pulse. He could not survive." Mei, Sakura and Rei yelled with one voice. "Where did you get that from? How did that Anbu kill Momochi?" "That's right, with senbons, but you won't kill them, but to immobilize and stop the heart for a while is welcome, and even more so, these Anbu should immediately get rid of the body right on the spot, so there won't be a wet spot, but this one instead took and shouldered this carcass. So that Zabuza is alive." "Yes, and it will take him 7 days to recover, so we all will not live when he appears." Uzumaki spoke. "And what should we do?" Sakura asked in a scared voice. "Call for help," calmly replied the fox. "How? How to call?" Sasuke shouted. To this, Naruto did not answer, but only took out a scroll and a brush and began to write something there. After that he rolled up the scroll and put it on the floor and took out a kunai with which he cut his finger, then he folded several seals and shouted, "Summoning technique." First a white cloud appeared, and when it disappeared, a small pug appeared to everyone. "What did you call, Naruto?" the dog asked. "Hey Pakin, take this scroll to the Hokage, it's very urgent, so try to be quick," said the blonde. "Understood," answered the dog, and taking the scroll, jumped out the window. "What did you write there?" Rei asked. "Request to send help," Naruto replied, taking out his book and opening it to a certain page. "So Team 7 and Sasuke will be guarding Tazuna-san's construction site today, okay?" Seeing the nods, he began to read the book. All day Naruto lay in the room that he was assigned and read. Sakura and Mei trained in the yard and thought about the guys, Sakura about Sasuke, and Uchiha about Naruto, because he has so many riddles, and she hears about the Uzumaki clan for the first time, so she decided that when they returned to the village, she would definitely find out more about him, no matter what it cost. The third one just came to the residence and began to disassemble the mountains of waste paper that his assistants brought. Having dealt with the papers, he already wanted to go to the hall where tasks for shinobi are issued, when the pug Kakashi flew into his office with a scroll in his teeth. "Hokage-sama, you have a message from Naruto," the dog barely said when he threw the scroll. Approaching the scroll, the third opened it and began to read. After reading, Sarutobi rolled up the scroll and shouted, "Owl, quickly bring Kakashi and Itachi to me." And he returned to his desk and began to write something on clean parchment. Having finished writing and folding the sheet, he went up to Pakun. "Give this to Naruto," and gave the dog a scroll. Pakun, without thinking twice, grabbed the scroll and jumped out the window. When there was a knock on the door, the third gave permission to enter and Itachi and Hatake entered his office. "There is a mission for the two of you, in the land of waves," began the third. "Is it not the same mission that Teams 7 and 11 went on?" asked the copyist. "Yes, Kakashi, the same mission. Here," throwing a scroll to two jonin. "This was sent by Naruto. He writes that they need help in completing the mission." Opening the scroll and reading it, Itachi was shocked that the genin was able to defeat the blood mist demon, and Kakashi did not show his surprise, thanks a lot to the mask, and what he expected from his student and bearer of the strongest dojutsu on earth. "So Naruto thinks the swordsman is still alive and might come after Tazuna-san." Itachi spoke up. "Yes, it is. Besides, he wrote that he has quite strong shinobi in his assistants, and even Gato can come with his robbers, so I'm sending you two on this mission. All are now free," said the old man. "Itachi, meet in an hour at the main gate," Hatake said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. At the appointed time, Itachi stood and waited for Kakashi. He thought that the legendary Jonin, as always, would be at least half an hour late, but Hatake surprised him greatly by appearing a minute from the appointed time and they went to help the genin. On the way, the copier said that Naruto was the carrier of Rinnegan and that no one should know about it. He also allegedly told him the legend of getting the right eye, so if Itachi was asked what Naruto's eye was, then he should tell everyone the story about the kidnapping of the blonde shinobi Kuma and the transplantation of the eye of one of them. Hearing this, the Uchiha couldn't believe that the legendary dojutsu existed. He always thought that these were just fairy tales. And now he, Itachi, would be able to see the eyes of the prophet of the six paths. "Kakashi-san, why didn't Uzumaki go to the academy?" Itachi asked. "Itachi, do you know who is sealed in Naruto?" When he nodded, the white-haired man continued. "Because of this, the council did not allow him to study with the rest of the children. They were afraid that Naruto would not be able to control the demon and that he would break free right there, so he studied everything alone, without teachers." Finished the story of the former ANBU. After this short conversation, they moved in silence, because there were 2 days left to the country of the waves. At this time in the land of waves, our blonde was tired of sitting still and he decided to take a walk in the yard, taking the crutches that Tazuna's daughter brought him, and in this state he hobbled into the yard where Sakura and Mei were sitting. "If you want I can train you," said the blonde. "And how? How do you lie in bed and do nothing?" "No thanks, we're on our own somehow," the Uchiha said. "Mei-chan, don't say that because Naruto-kun saved us from Zabuza," stood up for the group commander, Sakura. "Haven't you fallen in love with our captain for an hour?" Mei spoke. "No, what are you?" mumbled blushing Sakura. "It's just obvious that Naruto-kun has more experience than us, and he showed a lot of techniques during the battle with that shinobi," she finished, assuming her normal complexion. "Okay, persuaded, let's show what you wanted to teach us." The Uchiha gave up. Standing up from the bench, Uzumaki began to tell, "Do you know that chakra is needed for techniques?" Seeing the nods, he continued, "So, now you will learn chakra control. It is needed so that less chakra is spent on techniques, and it will come in handy in the next workouts." Naruto finished his lecture. "Well, how to improve this chakra control?" Mei asked. "Well, quite simply. Saying this, Uzumaki walked towards the tree. You need to concentrate the chakra in the legs and climb the tree without arms, like this. He finished, standing upside down on a thick branch. So uncle was right about you being a genius. Came the voice of Rei, who had just arrived with Tazuna, Ryuzetsu, and Sasuke. Everyone's expression showed deep frustration, because they had never seen such a thing, and Tazuna had not even heard that it was possible. The blonde himself continued. That's it, now take kunai, go to the forest and train in chakra control. Remember the main thing, if there is a lot of chakra, then the tree under you will break, if there is not enough chakra, then you will fall. The reneganist finished, standing on the ground. Why do we need kunai? Asked the snowflake. When the fox sat on the bench, he answered. With them you will mark where you could get. Clear. Ryuzetsu replied as she walked over to the bench where the blonde was sitting and began to slowly bend over to retrieve her pouch while exposing her breasts. If Hatake hadn't taught him to hide his emotions, he would definitely have blushed at this sight. He was also grateful to the sensei for having bad habits that he adopted from him, because if there was no mask, then everyone would see a trickle of blood coming from the blonde's nose. The snowflake itself, seeing that this little show had not yielded any result, raised its pouch, turned around and only snorted angrily. Sasuke, who was watching this picture, hated Uzumaki even more, for the fact that his Ryuzetsu, only he thought so, pays a lot of attention to this masked freak. After that, the team went to training, and Naruto went to read his book. When it was 10 in the evening, the blonde was asked to call the guys for dinner, and everything would be fine if he had not heard the conversation about himself, which the girls were talking about, you know? It feels like the Uzumaki is gay. Ryuzetsu said. Yes, I thought about that too. Rei held her friend. And in general, who does this insensitive chump think he is? Mei said angrily. That's for sure, if he talks, then only about the mission or training, and in general, why does he wear this moronic mask like a sensei? The snowflake was blazing with anger. Most likely to hide the ugliness on his face. Rei spoke up. Maybe you shouldn't talk like that about Naruto-kun, maybe he just didn't communicate with others before and now it's hard for him to talk to us. Came to the defense of the blonde, Sakura. Mei was about to say something else, but stopped when she saw a stumbling blonde who was walking towards them. Smiling with one eye, Naruto began to say that they were invited to dinner and were already waiting. When asked by the Uchiha if he would go with them, he replied that he was not hungry and would still take a walk. The blonde walked all night and soon, in the morning, wandered into some clearing, where a girl in a pink kimono was gathering herbs. Haku will be my girlfriend. Coming up and sitting down next to her, he handed her a freshly plucked flower that the girl had been picking. Thank you, she said, taking the plant from the blonde's hands. Are you a shinobi? She said. Yes, you are right, I am the genin of the village of Leaf, and are you a doctor or do you just collect herbs for the house? The blonde asked. For home, my friend needs these herbs to get better faster. Saying this, she smiled. I see you were injured on a mission. Nodding at the crutches, the girl asked. Oh, yes, I spent a lot of chakras, I got a strong opponent. Smiling with one eye, the blonde answered, helping to collect herbs. At that moment, the dog ran up to the blonde. Finally, I found you, otherwise because you didn't spend the night in the house, now everyone is looking for you, so let's go quickly. Pakun said. Saying goodbye to the girl, the blonde, along with the dog, returned to Tazuna's house, where he read in a scroll that the third sent Sensei and Itachi to help them, and approximately they would reach the country of waves by tomorrow evening. So Naruto quickly popped a food pill into his mouth and sat down next to the fence, after which he went into his subconscious. Finding himself in his subconscious, the guy began to look for scrolls that changed color from black to white. There were 2 of them. The first contained a technique that was created by Kushina, that's when in episode 249 she tied a fox with chains. For its execution, it required good control over the shape of the chakra and kinship with the Uzumaki clan. Putting this scroll aside, he took another one. In the second one there was the demonic rebirth Rinnegan technique. This technique was very chakra-intensive and deadly for the wearer in that for one resurrected, the user gave not only a huge amount of chakra, but also 5 of his life. The consumption of chakra was in such a way that the more time passes from the death of a person, the more chakra is spent on his resurrection. The only advantage of the technique was that it needed a single serpent seal to use it. Coming out of the subconscious. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Sakura asked with a worried face. What can happen to him? He took a nap, and how they could put him in command of the group, I'll never know. Rei finished her tirade. Mei just stood and looked at him. After thinking, Naruto decided to ask a question that became interesting to him. He stood up and leaned on a tree and spoke. I will ask you one question. How many of you think I'm a bad commander? Raise your hand. After his words, Sasuke first raised his hand, and after him Snowflake and Rei. The last to raise her hand was Mei, and only Sakura did nothing, but only went into the house with a sad look. Tazuna and his daughter were shocked by the hostility of these children to the blonde, because he saved them then, and they attacked him instead of saying thank you. Naruto himself did not say anything, but only took out a scroll and began to write something on it. After that he held it out towards the genin and began to say. Now, everyone who raised their hands, take a scroll and write that you refuse to be under my leadership, the reason for your refusal and the painting below. When you're done, call me and I'll stop being your commander. Having said this, he went into the house, while opening his book. And put the scroll with the brush on the bench since no one took it. Entering the house, he opened the book on a certain page and began to read it. 15 minutes later the architect and his daughter entered the house. Tazuna sat down at the table and began to consider something in the drawings, and the girl went to the kitchen to do her own business. May I ask you a question, Tazuna-san? The blonde turned to the old man, without looking up from the book, and having heard the permission he continued, and where is the boy who is in the photo? This is Inari, and now he is in Konoha with my old friend. The bridge builder replied. After that, they fell silent and everyone went about their own business, so the time flew by until lunch, and Sasami, that's the name of Tazuna's daughter in my FIC, because I don't know her name, went to call the children for dinner after setting the table. The architect, sitting at the table, turned towards the blonde in the hope of seeing his face, but it was not there. Naruto took out 3 food pills from his pouch, opened his mask slightly and popped them into his mouth before continuing to read the book. At the sight of this picture, the builder was very upset that he would not see the guy's face, but did not show it much, because at that moment 4 genin with Sasami entered, and Sakura went down from the room that was allocated to the girls. Sakura did not sit down at the table, but went out into the street, and the blonde followed her. Going out into the street, the pink-haired one began to practice walking through the trees, which, by the way, was perfect for her. The Jinchuriki himself went to the shop, took a scroll and looked at what those who did not want him to be the group commander wrote. But it was empty, not a single line. Then he folded the scroll and put it in his pocket. At that moment Sakura approached him. Naruto-kun, can I ask you? Seeing a nod from him, she continued, could you teach me elemental jutsu? She blurted out in one breath, while her cheeks were covered with a blush. Of course, I could, but I don't know what element you have, so it's unlikely that it will work out. But seeing sadness and frustration in the girl's eyes, he began to pull out one of the scrolls to see if he still had chakra sheets, with which you can find out belonging to the elements. He had one like that, he saved it just in case. Taking out a piece of paper from the scroll, he handed it to the girl. Here, take this piece of paper and draw chakra through it to find out your element. Taking the leaf, the green-eyed one sent chakra into it, and it turned black and crumbled. At that moment, the blonde remembered how he himself determined his elements. Flashback. This morning, the blonde was awakened by a knock on his window. rising on his elbows, he saw Kakashi, who was sitting on his windowsill and, waving his jinchuriki with his hand, smiled with one eye. Getting up and putting on his pants, the boy went to open the window to his sensei. "Hello, Kakashi-senpai. Why did they come?" he asked. "Hello, Naruto, I came to say that now you and I will recognize your element," said the copyist, taking out sheets of paper from his pouch. "Do you know how to use them?" "Yes, I know," the guy answered, pinching each leaf between the fingers on his right and left hands, after which he filed chakra into them. The first sheet was cut in half, the second crumpled, the third turned black and fell apart, and the fourth got wet at the same time, which meant that the guy could awaken Mokutan. Well, the fifth burned down after that. Kakashi issued his verdict. "Interestingly, I have not seen this yet, although I expected it, because the legends about the Rinnegan said that it gives its wearer control of all 5 elements. So the dominant elements you have are Futon and Raiden, then Doton and Suiton come. Well, Kato ends it all. And you also have a unique opportunity to use Mokutan, although it may not appear. Well, now I'll upset you. Only Asuma owns Futon in our village, but he is not in the village now. I will help you with Raiden and Kato, but Kat will teach you Doton and Suiton." End of flashback. After the sheet crumbled, Sakura looked at the blonde with confusion and asked him to explain what this meant. At that time Tazuna came out with Ryuzetsu, who apparently had already eaten. "Sakura, do you know that there are 5 elements in the world?" Seeing the nod, he continued, "So, this is a chakra sheet. With the help of it, a shinobi determines his type of elemental chakra. So, if the leaf catches fire, then it is Kato, it gets wet, Suiton, doubts, Raiden, cut in half, Futon, if it turns black and falls apart, this is Doton. So, you have Doton and you can say that you are lucky, because I know several techniques of this element. As soon as everyone eats and I send some to guard Tazuna-san, we will go to the clearing, where I will show you some techniques, okay?" Looking at the girl, he saw how she nodded to him and a spark of happiness lit up in her eyes. About 10 minutes later, the rest of the members of both teams came out and then Naruto spoke again. "Since you didn't want to document that you are refusing my command, now I will appoint a group that will protect the builder and it will be Uchiha Mei and Might Ray. Is everything clear to everyone?" he said, getting up from the bench and approaching Sakura. "And why are we 2 going to work and what will the rest do?" Ray was outraged. "You're going because you were pretty good at tree walking yesterday and you have normal chakra control unlike the others, so Sasuke and Asakura are going tree walking and I'll be training Haruno." Having said this, he nodded to Sakura to follow him and hobbled into the clearing behind the forest. Arriving at the clearing, Naruto explained how to properly use the earth chakra, after which he quickly folded the seals and hit the ground with his hands and shouted, "Doton, mud wall." And in front of the blonde rose a wall 5 meters high. It was the same length, and a meter wide. Sakura was very amazed that the blonde was so skilled in ninjutsu, and knew a lot about the world of shinobi. Unlike her, the happiness in her eyes was replaced by resentment and self-hatred for being so clumsy, but this feeling was replaced by determination. Seeing this, the guy smiled, but because of the mask it was not visible. "Okay Sakura, memorize the seals of the tiger-rabbit-pig-dog technique, then slam your palms on the ground and release a certain amount of chakra, okay?" Seeing the nod, he smiled again. "Then go ahead, start faster, finish faster." After his words, he sat under a tree, took out a book and began to read. After the words of her sensei, the girl began to work out the technique, but as you know, the first pancake was lumpy, like the second, third, fourth, and only for the 5th time a wall appeared from the ground, though very small 10 centimeters, but for the pink-haired one it was a huge progress. And only 2 genin who watched Haruno's training were not happy with the girl's training. Uchiha began to hate the blonde even more, because it was clear that Sasuke was weaker than him, and even now his fan is learning from this dope. Asakura was envious that this blonde devotes time not to her, but to Sakura, and even teaches her techniques. By late evening, Sakura was able to create a technique equal in size to the guy's technique, although for this she swallowed pills that restore chakra several times, and the blonde poured his into her several times when she was resting. I think that's enough for today. You did a very good job, so tomorrow you just repeat this technique and you can move on to the next one. Uzumaki said with a smile. Thank you Naruto-kun, you helped me a lot. Can I now call you Naruto-sensei? Sakura said with a slight smile and a slight blush on her cheeks. I don't think it's necessary, you still have a sensei. He said, blushing. How glad he was at that moment that he was wearing a mask and that it was pretty dark now. I think it's time to pack up and go home. He said, getting up and walking towards the house. Yes, it's really late. Haruno said in a tired voice, taking a step towards the exit. She began to fall, but when there were a few centimeters left to the ground, the blonde picked her up. Okay, let's take you home, otherwise you won't get there yourself. He said, throwing the crutch aside and thinking that he could no longer simulate. Taking the girl in his arms, he went towards the house, while Sakura herself grabbed the blonde better by the neck and laid her head on his chest, dozed off. Entering the house, the blonde nodded to the bridge builder's family and walked on with his burden in his arms. Climbing up to the second floor and going into his room, he put it on a futon and covered it with a blanket. After that he went down to the first floor and went towards the sofa, not noticing the angry and envious looks that the genin threw at him. The blonde spent that night on the street, or to be more precise, on one of the branches of the tree that stood next to the builder's house, thinking about the relationship in the team. He also thought about why he helps Haruno in training, but he could not find the answer to this question and only in the morning was able to fall asleep. Naruto woke up at 9 o'clock from the fact that someone was persistently shaking him by the shoulder, and this someone turned out to be a green-eyed girl with pink hair, who smiled affably at him, while blushing sweetly. Good morning Naruto-sensei, thank you for bringing me home and putting me to bed yesterday, she said with a warm smile, looking into his open eye. Not at all, I also often got tired in training and often fell asleep on the spot. The guy answered and continued, if you want to continue training, then now go to that field and warm up. In an hour I will be there and show you the attacking technique. Eat. The girl reported and ran to yesterday's clearing. Arriving at the clearing an hour later, Naruto had a good picture. Sakura perfected throwing kunai, and in the middle of the clearing there was a rather impressive wall of mud. When she saw him, the girl finished her warm-up and ran in his direction. I see you are already good at creating a technique, said the blonde with an eye smile. Personally, it took me about 3 days to learn it to your level. If it goes on like this, then you can become a Doton master in the future. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said with a slight blush on her cheeks. And what technique will you show me today? Now you'll see. Quickly folding the seals, he called out, Doton, mud shurikens. And more than 100 shurikens from the ground flew towards the wall. When they hit they left quite impressive indentations. Looking at his work, he spoke. Sakura is one of the strongest techniques of rank C, which is close to rank B. Besides, it can also be used like this. Using henge, the blonde folded the same seals, after which he opened his mouth wide, due to which lumps of dirt began to spit out of his mouth, which in flight turned into shuriken and inflicted the same destructive effect on the wall. This method can be used if you are standing on water, concrete or some other surface where there is no earth, okay? Seeing the nod, he continued, first, you will learn the first way to use the technique, so listen carefully. After his tirade, he began to tell the principle of technology, after which he began to slowly show the seals, of which there were 5, tiger dragon rat tiger snake. After all the parting words, he went, sat down in his place yesterday and began to read the book. In an hour of training, Haruno managed to make only about 20 lumps of mud, which flew about 6 meters and fell to the ground. Looking at this, Uzumaki decided to give the girl motivation so that she would try to learn the technique faster. After a little thought, he decided that it would be Sakura-san, if you can learn the technique before lunch, then I will show you another B-rank ninjutsu, he said and again buried himself in his book. Hearing this, the girl tried even harder, thinking if Naruto was upset in her, he would no longer help in training, which she did not want, because he is much better than Itachi, who did nothing to help her. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the green-eyed girl collapsed from fatigue, but she still managed to learn the technique. And now, when she performed it, the girl managed to create about 40 shurikens, which had the power almost like that of the blonde's technique. "Here, eat," the little fox said, going up to the lying girl and unpacking a bowl of rice, not a lot of salad and a couple of medium-sized fish from a scroll. He also handed her a glass, a teapot and several pills that restore chakra. After she ate, the blonde told her to rest for at least an hour so that she could restore her strength and chakra. When Sakura rested, Naruto showed her how to create shadow clones, also spoke about the pluses and minuses of such clones, while saying that for training, she did not create more than 2 clones, and then one will train with her, and the other will sleep in order to compensate for the fatigue that the training clone transmits with the chakra and cheerfulness of the sleeping clone. By 9 in the evening, Haruno was able to learn the second way to use the technique, but for this she had to dissolve the clones every half hour and take special pills, and the blonde often poured his chakra into her, but despite all this, in the end the girl fell exhausted on grass and the blonde again had to carry her home. Entering the house, the blonde saw not only the builder's family and other genin, but also Itachi and Kakashi, nodding at them in greeting. He went up to the second floor and laid the girl in his room, after which he went downstairs and sat on the sofa. "I think it's better for you to go to bed now, because tomorrow I will have a training session with the 11th team," Itachi said, drinking green tea. After these words, almost all the genin except Naruto went to their rooms to rest. "Well, what can you say about our mission and what, in your opinion, are the strengths of our opponents?" asked Hatake, looking at his book. "Well, Zabuza, as you know, is a swordsman of the mist and knows Suiton well, so there's nothing to say about his strength, but the second one was trained in the ANBU, but for some reason apparently he doesn't have a special seal. We also know one of his elements is Futon. He also used Sanban, which suggests that he most likely likes silent killings just like a swordsman. It hides its chakra well and possibly has a second element. From all this, it can be concluded that he is not below the average jonin." Naruto finished his story. The Uchiha, who was wondering why the copyist asked the student to tell about the enemy, because they had already heard the history of the battle, was shocked to say the least that this guy made such conclusions after that incident, and he didn't even fight with that guy in the mask. "It's clear that it's good that the third one sent both of us to help, otherwise if there was one person, they could not only fail the task, but also die, and most likely everyone." "Okay, what can you say about the guys?" Hatake said. Naruto, who, during his sensei's monologue, swallowed a pill without showing his face and began to take out a book and, opening it on some page, stared into it, while answering the question posed to him. Itachi, seeing this, was surprised at their similarity with Hatake, but casting aside all his thoughts, he began to listen to what the guy would say about his team, and especially about his family. Well, the teams did not show themselves badly and did not go on the rampage during the fight. Well, if we take it separately, then, Sakura is quite smart, has almost perfect chakra control. She was also able to master 2 techniques of Doton rank CB and Shadow Cloning B rank in 2 days. Her character is good, purposeful, good potential for Mijitsu, minuses a small supply of chakra and very weak Taijutsu. Sasuke Uchiha is quite smart, his chakra control is weak, he tries to hide his emotions, but as a person he is a dummy, envious, self-employed and he has too much conceit, which in the future will bring him death. Uchiha Mei is the same as Sasuke, the only difference is that there is less self-conceit. "Well, you know about the rest yourself, sensei," said the blonde, not looking up from the book. He just nodded and went to take the dishes to the kitchen. During the blonde's monologue, Itachi was proud of Sakura and was even proud to be the teacher of such a student. But when he started talking about the others, the Uchiha wanted to first punch the guy in the face for calling his brother a dummy, but restrained himself. And when Uzumaki continued the story, he was ashamed of his relatives, because everything he said was true, and Itachi did not notice this because of too much love for them. That night, Uzumaki did not sleep. And when morning came, or rather 7 in the morning, he decided go to the kitchen and prepare breakfast for everyone. Since he lived alone and the restaurant that sold the ramen he loved so much didn't open at 5 a.m., he taught himself how to cook. To do this, he even bought cookery books and cooked according to them, but it didn't always work out, and now, when he was preparing breakfast, he remembered one of the cases. Flashback. He woke up as usual at 5, did his exercises, took a shower and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Having opened one of the books, the blonde found a section on what is best to cook. After looking through the entire section, he decided to cook pancakes with cottage cheese. Taking flour, a few eggs and milk, without looking at the expiration date, he began to mix all the ingredients in a deep bowl. When everything was done, he was about to start breakfast, when he heard a knock on the window. As it turned out, it was a copy, who came for him to practice fire techniques. "Hi Naruto, let's go to the training ground, today I'll show you some Kado techniques," he said while reading his book. "Hi senpai, maybe after breakfast. And then I haven't eaten yet, can you wake up pancakes too? I've prepared it myself," the blonde asked. "In principle, you can eat," he agreed, and they went into the kitchen. They weren't able to train that day, but Konoha's paid toilets were able to get pretty good revenue. After that, Kakashi swore that he would quickly put on the guy costume then eat what the Uzumaki had cooked. End of flashback. After everything was ready, Naruto began to set the table. I don't know what they eat for breakfast in Japan. After everything was ready, he sat down on the sofa and began to read a book. Tazuna and her daughter went down to the table first, and then the rest. The last to go down to the first floor was the copyist and immediately began to announce what they would do today. "Well, for starters, I would like to know, Tazuna-san, can you not work today? And then it's time for our lazy people to work out normally." Seeing the nod, he continued, "So, first we'll have sparring. I've already distributed who will fight with whom, so listen, Itachi/Naruto, Sakura/Sasuke, Rei/Mei, Ryuzetsu/my clone, any questions?" "Yes, I have." Sasuke got up. "Why is Uzumaki fighting Itachi, and I'm fighting this loser and weakling?" Pointing to the green-eyed one, he exclaimed, looking at the Jonin with an evil look. The girl herself, having heard such words addressed to her, ran out of the house, and a tear flowed down her cheek. Getting up and putting the book in her pouch, the blonde went after her to calm her down. "Answering your question, Sasuke," Hatake began. "Naruto is the strongest genin in your class, why with Itachi?" "So the answer is simple, I've been training him for a long time and I know his weak and strong points, but your brother doesn't, so it will be interesting and you don't have to call someone weak without fighting him, you can get hit on the head for it." Ambiguously ended his speech, the sensei of the 7th team. About 20 minutes later, Sakura and Naruto returned, after which everyone went to the clearing in front of the house, and even the builder and Sasami went to watch the battle of the genin. The first couple to start the day of fighting were Sakura and Sasuke. After the gray-haired Jonin signaled the start of the fight, Uchiha began to run towards the girl, but after a few steps he had to dodge the shuriken that Sakura threw at him. While he was evading the shurikens, the green-eyed one managed to scatter the spikes of the Makabizi around her, leaving a small area to attack her, which she fired with kunai and shurikens if the guy tried to get close to her. This she did not allow him to use her taijutsu in which she was weak. After the third unsuccessful attempt to get closer, he got tired of it and then Sasuke began to fold the seals, snake sheep monkey pig horse tiger, then he took to the air and shouted, "Kado, fireball." And a ball of fire 1.5 meters in diameter flew at Sakura, but she was not afraid and also quickly folded the seals, and when she hit her hands on the ground, she shouted, "Dauten, a wall of mud." And in front of the fire and Sakura, a rather impressive wall of earth grew. While Uchiha did not see her from behind the wall, Sakura created a clone and left him instead of herself, and she hid in the forest. after the flame went out and Sakura's wall disappeared, the girl again folded the seals and shouted, "Doton, mud shuriken." And about 40 shurikens flew towards the brunette, because of which he had to jump back towards the forest, and as soon as he landed on the ground, kunai with seals crashed into the same place and exploded. But to the surprise of everyone there was no explosion, but only a barely noticeable green smoke went. What happened? Why did Sasuke fall? Mei didn't understand. He lost, and I won, and fell because they were not explosive seals, but paralyzing ones. Sakura said, leaving the place from which the kunai flew out, and when she approached the others, she disbanded the clone and almost fell from fatigue, but Uzumaki picked her up in time and carried her to the tree so that she could rest. But when was she able to create a clone? Rei asked. When Sasuke used the fireball, that's when she created the clone. The copyist replied, and he, along with Itachi, was surprised that she could come up with such a tactic, and even use it. You know Naruto, now I believe you about Sakura's potential, said Hitaki, injecting the antidote to Sasuke. She was able to master the mud shuriken technique in a day, while it took you 2 weeks to create it. What? Did Naruto create this technique? Rei and Mei shouted in unison. Yes, since the earth techniques are quite chakra intensive and so that the chakra does not end quickly after several techniques, he had to create his own. Besides, the technique that you saw was created on the basis of the third Hokage's shuriken tile technique, the copying blonde said about the technique. Clear. Was all the girls and Itachi could say. Everyone had different thoughts about Naruto. Mei's thoughts. Mei compared her brother Sasuke to Naruto and could not find anything in common between them, but only how they differ. Sasuke is cold, stupid, only thinks about his training and how to surpass Itachi, and he's used to being the center of attention all the time. And Naruto, he is warm, very smart, and he helped them in training. Besides, he didn't laugh at anyone and didn't point his finger if they didn't know how to do something, but compared to him, they are just stupid kittens who they can't do anything. But she really wanted these 2 days that the blonde trained Sakura to be in her place, so that he would take care of her during training so that she would be carried in her arms after a day of training. How she wished she could be in his arms, snuggle up to his chest, kiss, look into his blue eye, and at least catch a glimpse of his face and smile. What was she doing all this time? Only criticized. She tried to humiliate him, and in front of other girls she wanted to make him feel like an insensitive monster, and therefore she reproached herself for this and still could not answer her own question, why can't I talk to him normally? Why can't I, like Sakura, ask for help in training? Rei's thoughts. And he is very strong. It turns out Uncle was right that this white-haired miracle is a ninjutsu genius. Besides, it turns out that he has 3 elements, Suiton he used when he copied Zabuza's techniques, Raiden when he wanted to kill this crazy swordsman, and Doton, which Sakura taught. And why is he teaching her? After all, she's not even from our team, and in general I wonder if he even thought about that kiss that he stole from me? Although it probably can't be called a kiss, because I just fell on him, and I touched his lips only through that damned mask, although he smells nice of dango. That's right. When we get back from the mission, I'll buy dango and go to him to apologize for everything and ask him to help in training. She smiled at her thoughts and looked at the one who took her heart. Ryuzetsu's thoughts. Well, now this chump is sitting near the pink-haired one and helping her. I don't understand Haruno that not only is this stupid son training her. Yes, she wears it home after training, and besides, she has been sleeping in his bed for 2 days already. Sakura was lucky that she doesn't sleep with him at night. Don't think she's not in the sense of hentai, otherwise I would definitely spit on my pride and kill her and him for one thing. Well, tell me why you stupid can't invite me to a cafe for lunch or dates? Because I would gladly agree and go with you, and you bastard doesn't even look at me. You read your stupid book all the time. Then I'll come myself. Itachi's thoughts. He really is the son of the fourth, just like Minato-sama is genius and strong. Besides, he remains kind even after all that the villagers have done to him. Also, his eyes are the strongest in the world, which is good. Kakashi-san set us up as sparring partners because I really want to know what he's capable of. The fights of the girls took place mainly with the help of taijutsu, which upset the audience a little, who were Tazuna with her daughter and a long-haired brunette who accidentally entered this clearing. Haku, and it was she, greeted everyone and approached Naruto. Haku and Uzumaki talked a little and she healed Sakura. When Itachi and Naruto entered the makeshift training ground, everyone turned their attention to them and began to follow their fight. The Konoha girls thought that Itachi would win, because he is older, and he has more experience, but this fight will be interesting, because both opponents are considered geniuses, especially after the defeat of the blonde they will be able to look after him. Tazuna and his daughter were much more interested in watching shinobi fights, because they had never seen such a thing, and judging by what the blonde showed, he is very strong, and the dark-haired Jonin should be very strong. The younger Uchiha not only wanted to see what this dobe and his brother could do, but he also longed for the Uzumaki's defeat more than anything else. Haku, on the other hand, was on a mission given to her by Zabuza to keep an eye on the Konoha shinobi and find out their strengths and weaknesses, but she also wanted to learn more about the skills of this child who was able to fail Zabuza. Lifting the blindfold from his eye and revealing the Rinnegan to the world, Naruto began to follow Itachi's actions, while the Uchiha himself immediately activated the Sharingan and tried to cast a genjutsu, which he did not succeed, as the blonde immediately dispelled it. Then the brunette quickly folded the seals and shouted, "Kato, big fireball!" And a ball of fire flew towards Uzumaki, which was more than 2 meters in diameter, but this did not frighten him, and he also began to fold seals, dragon tiger rabbit tiger, after which he shouted, "Suetun, raging waves." A rather powerful stream of water escaped from his mouth, which extinguished Itachi's fireball, but the blonde did not stop there and decided to apply the technique that the third one had taught him and began to fold the seals, sheep horse dragon tiger sheep, then shouted, "Dauten, Kato, a dragon that shoots mud and fire." And burning shells of the earth flew at Itachi. Itachi was not happy to say that his father had been chasing him like a Sidorov goat since he was 3 years old, otherwise there would be one less Uchiha today. Almost everyone was shocked, because they had never seen the elements combine like that, and even thought that Itachi had no chance to defeat this blonde, and the copyist remembered that training. Flashback. Naruto, what do you know about techniques that use multiple elements at the same time? Asked a third question, looking askance at the copyist, who was lying on a tree branch and insolently reading Jiraiya's latest book. Well, I know that if you combine 2 elements, you get a new element, such as wood, lava, ice, metal and others. It is also called an improved genome or Kekigenkai. This happens only in special clans, for example, in such as Senju, and an ordinary shinobi, even having the right elements, will not be able to repeat this. Answered the son of the fourth, which caused a smile on the third. You're right, but there is another way to use several elements at the same time. For example, if you add lightning to the water jutsu, then the technique will be much more powerful, or wind into the fire, which will strengthen the jutsu, and now I will teach you how to do it. Said a third, folding the seals. End of flashback. Dodging all the projectiles, the brunette threw about 10 kunai at the blonde in such a way that the opponent had only one way out, and that was to go to the right, where the future head of the Uchiha clan actually ended up, and raised his leg to strike, thinking that he had already won, but instead of dodging, the Uzumaki spread his arms out to the sides and said, "Shinra Tensei." An invisible wave threw the brunette and his kunai 6 meters away. Standing up, Itachi saw that the blonde began to fold the seals, tiger dog snake, and shouted, "Mokutan, tree wrapping." Hearing this, Itachi was not just confused, but shocked. His jaw was already somewhere in the land of snow, and the Sharingan, having fallen out of their eye sockets, decided to tap dance. This time was enough for the blonde to immobilize the genius of the Uchiha clan with rather thick trees, so that Itachi, when he came to his senses. "Winner Uzumaki Naruto," Hatake said, and after a couple of seconds he had to catch his student near the ground. When he dispelled the technique, laying his student under a tree, copying looked at the faces of all those present and almost neighed like a horse, but there was something to look at. Itachi froze in place with a mien of complete prostration and incomprehension, and the rest had shocked faces and eyes so big and round that Lee could only envy them. Haku looked at the blonde now not only as a Konoha shinobi, but also as a person who experienced the same pain as she did, and she wanted to get to know him better, and this can be done when he recovers. Naruto-kun! Sakura shouted, moving away from the shock, and ran towards the blonde. Approaching the guy, Haruno sat down next to him, putting his head on her lap, began to look for something in the pouch. Finding what she was looking for, she lifted his head and turned to the copyist with outstretched hand where the pill lay. Kakashi-san, can you put this pill in Naruto-kun's mouth? I think yes. He replied, taking the pills from the girl's hands, after which he slightly pulled back the mask and put the pill in his mouth. Don't worry so much, Sakura, he will wake up soon, and now let me take him to the house. You can take care of him there, and you young lady, if you want, you can come with us. Hatake said, approaching Haku with Naruto in her arms. She only nodded in response and followed the jonin. And after the three shinobi in the brunette, 3 angry glances, which, if they could incinerate with a glance, now there would be nothing alive within a radius of several kilometers. Tazuna's house had a rather gloomy atmosphere. 3 Uchiha copying, Rei, Ryuzetsu and Tazuna with their daughter were sitting at the table, and Sakura, Haku, and the blonde who everyone on the first floor was thinking about were in the room that Naruto allocated. The hero of that day was lying unconscious on a futon, and 2 girls, bending over him, were talking sweetly about something. Meanwhile, on the first floor, everyone was sitting and thinking about their own. Mei could not stand it first and asked her own question. Kakashi-san, how does Naruto know the first Hokage's technique? And looked at Hatake with such a look that if he did not answer her, she would torture him no worse than Ibiki. Well, since the Uzumaki clan and Senju were relatives, there was a possibility that Naruto would awaken Mokuton. Which happened, but since his primary element is not Doton or Suiton, he spends 3 times more chakra on Mokuton techniques than on normal jutsu. The copying one answered the girl's question, after which he got up and went to his student to visit him. The rest began to think about what they now know about the most secretive genin of the leaf. And he is very strong. It turns out uncle was right that this white-haired miracle is a genius ninjutsu. Besides, it turns out that he has 3 elements. He used Suiton when he copied Zabuza's techniques, Raiden when he wanted to kill this crazy swordsman, and Doton, whom he taught Sakura. And why is he teaching her? After all, she is not even from our team, and in general it is interesting. He even thought about that kiss, who stole from me? Although it probably can't be called a kiss, because I just fell on him, and I touched his lips only through this damned mask, although Dango smells good from him. Exactly. When we return from the mission, I will buy Dango and go to him to apologize for everything and ask him to help in training. After about 20 minutes, the girls, accompanied by the copyist, went down to the first floor, after which the copyist went outside to read his book, and Haku and Sakura sat down at the table and began to drink tea. Soon Mei asked Itachi a question. Brother, how many shinobi can use the elements? She asked, making kawaii eyes. Itachi could not stand such torture and began to answer his sister's question. Well, a genin can use 1 element, and rarely can a genin have a predisposition to another element at that age. Well, otherwise, most often jonin train in mastering the 2nd and 3rd elements, but even they rarely manage to awaken the 3rd. In our village, only Kakashi-san has 4 elements, Doton, Suiton, Raiden and Katon, and Naruto, but he can use all 5 elements. In addition, he has an improved wood genome, which makes him a very strong shinobi. Itachi finished his story and took a sip of tea from a mug, and then turned to Sakura. Sakura, do you have any other element besides Doton? I don't know, Itachi-sensei. Naruto-kun only had 1 element identification sheet, so I know I have Doton and that's it. She answered, looking down, and began to examine the table. It's clear. Well, nothing. I have quite a few of these sheets. If someone wants to know their elements, come with me, he said as he walked out into the street. Everyone followed him and he distributed 2 sheets to each and told them to take them in different hands and pass their chakra over them, so they did. Sasuke had Raiton and Kato, Mei had Kato and Suiton, the Snowflake had Doton and Kato, Rei had Suiton and Raiton, and Sakura's second element was Futon. Clear. Well, I only know Kato and Suiton, so I can't help the rest. Itachi said, and then added, you can contact Raiden and Doton, Kakashi-san or Naruto-kun. Well, and you Sakura can turn to Naruto-kun or Asum-san, he also has the element of wind, so Ryuzetsu I will show you the fireball technique, and Rei the water bullet to you. And seeing that his little stupid brother wants to say something, ahead of him, he pointed to Sasuke and Mei. I'll show, phoenix flowers. And they went to the clearing, where the Uzumaki and Haruno were engaged. Left alone, Haku left and Rei went into the house. Sakura began to think about who Naruto was to her and could only find one explanation for the feelings she feels for this blonde genius, and that is love, but love is not for a guy, but as for an older brother that she never had, yes, and he treats her like his little stupid sister. Behind such thoughts, she did not notice how someone sat down next to her on the bench. What are you thinking about, Sakura? Unexpectedly for the green-eyed one, the blonde asked a question. Slightly shuddering, Sakura replied. Yes, I'm thinking how to learn Futon. This element turned out to be my secondary, but Itachi-sensei doesn't have it, and Asuma-sensei probably won't be up to me to teach this element. She finished her story with her head bowed. Don't worry Sakura, I'll teach you. The blonde said with a smile. Here look. He said, taking out a kunai. Having passed the chakra through the kunai, he threw it to the side and he broke through the poor tree and got stuck in a huge boulder that was behind him. I just threw it was saturated with the chakra of the wind, so it broke through the tree and stuck in the stone. Futon is the most dangerous element because it cuts everything that gets in its way, therefore it is the best in close combat, but also the most difficult to handle. Now I will show you what you will train first to learn how to use Futon in the future. After his words, the blonde went up to the tree and plucked 3 leaves, gave 2 to the girl, and put 1 in his palm and closed it with his other hand. After 2 seconds, he removed his hand and showed Sakura a sheet divided into 2 halves. After that, Naruto explained the principle of work and left the girl and her clone to train. Hatake, who was following his student and Sakura, was very happy that he had such a good student who would become a first-class Hokage in the future. In the evening, everyone returned home and began to discuss their progress in training. As a result, Sasuke and Mei were able to create 2 or 3 small balls of fire, which is not bad for one day of training, but for Snowflake and Rei, things were much worse in training. They could not create their own techniques and were now upset by this. Sakura was also doing well. She was able to cut the leaf in half, although even though she took special pills and one of the clones was constantly resting, now she did not look so hot, and there was almost no chakra left. And now, during lunch, Hatake said that Naruto, Sakura and Rei would go on duty tomorrow. After dinner everyone went to their bedrooms and fell asleep pretty quickly due to fatigue. So 3 days passed in training, during which time the younger Uchihas were able to passably master phoenix flowers. Sakura not only cut the leaf with the help of chakra, but also learned quite well how to pass the wind chakra through the kunai, and with it she could cut metal or the same, like a blonde to pierce wood and stone with it. Ryuzetsu and Rei had also made good progress in their elemental skills and were now able to create their techniques quite well, which Itachi had shown them. And now, on one side of the bridge, there are teams number 7 and 11 almost at full strength, only Naruto is missing, and on the other, Zabuza and the guy in the Anbu fog mask. Wow, the copying ninja Hatake Kakashi himself, who copied thousands of techniques, did not think that they would send you to help these brats. Momochi started the conversation while laughing. Zabuza, you shouldn't talk like that about these young genin. If you haven't forgotten, last time it was they who almost killed you, and believe me, you would have been dead already if it weren't for Haku, who saved you. And seeing the swordsman savior's confusion, the copyist continued, you can take off your mask. I recognized you by your chakra, because it was you who came to that clearing when we were training. Hatake finished speaking, while lifting the blindfold from his left eye and showing everyone his Sharingan. You really are very strong, Kakashi-san, the girl said, taking off her mask. To find out who is ahead of you, only by the chakra, not many people can do this. Haku said. Hatake turned around sharply and threw a kunai at Haku's water clone, who was able to catch Itachi in a special ice prison. Now Uchiha Sr. was a huge piece of ice from which his head was sticking out. The clone dispersed, but now he will have to fight alone against Zabuza. Ha ha ha, I see now it will be even more difficult for you to survive. The swordsman said. After saying that, everyone fought their opponent, Zabuza against the copy ninja, Ryuzetsu, and the younger Uchiha against Haku, while Sakura and Rei guarded Tazuna. Soon the team that fought against the girl was caught in a mirror trap, and there they were simply turned into hedgehogs, whose needles were from Senbon. Although Sasuke and Mei were able to awaken the Sharingan, he did not help them, the enemy's speed was too high. Soon the guys on Sakura came to help and fired at the mirrors with the mud shuriken earth technique, but this time she added air chakra along with the earth chakra and therefore was able to break through all the ice mirrors. Haku, realizing that her technique was useless, tried to attack the girl with Senbon, but Sakura easily cut them with her kunai, with futon passed through it. Everything else was like in the anime, but instead of Naruto there was Sakura, who pushed the speech to the swordsman that Haku loved him like her father. Soon Gato appeared and the swordsman wanted to kill him, but someone's hand stopped him. Don't stop. Zabuza, better rest, let me do it, said the blonde with the Konoha bandana over his right eye. As you wish, boy, said the swordsman, falling to his knees and looking at the dead body of his former student. With a calm and even gait, the blonde walked half the way towards the gang, and then spoke. You know, they also call me a demon and they are afraid in my village, and now I will show you why. He finished speaking and closed the seal of concentration, after which chains of chakra broke out from behind him, which rushed down, and a second later they appeared under the bandits. Some of the bandits were wrapped around the neck with chains and lifted above the ground. They began to choke, and those who tried to escape were quickly caught up with the chains and pierced through. A minute later, the entire Gato gang was dead and only he was alive and tied with fishing line. After the blonde made sure that everyone was dead, he approached Zabuza and asked, if Haku were alive now, what would you do, Zabuza? He gave up the way of the shinobi and lived in some village with her. The swordsman replied without hesitation. Well, that's the correct answer, the blonde man said, then turned towards Haku and, having folded the seal of the snake, shouted, outside world, samsara reviving will technique. There was nothing for a minute, but then everyone saw that the hair on the head of the once blonde began to quickly turn gray, and blood began to flow from the nose and ears. When Naruto turned completely gray, the wound from the Raikiri on Haku's chest healed and she even got up with the words, I'm alive, but why? Almost everyone was shocked by the blonde's technique. Only Hatake knew about these techniques, because his best student told him about everything new that he found in his subconscious, and Naruto became like a younger brother for him, who needs to be watched and trained. In addition, Kakashi almost lived in the fourth mansion. The third was able to force the elders to give the boy his parents' house when his old place of residence fell apart. Of course the house fell apart not without the help of Sarutobi, Hatake, and Naruto, but still it was old. Others' thoughts. Tazuna. He really is a demon to kill all Gato's minions in a minute and at the same time be absolutely calm. I'm afraid to imagine what happens when this guy is angry, but it's clear that he is very kind. Even to his opponent he was once able to resurrect her. But why did he leave Gato alive? We'll need to find out. Mei, Ryuzetsu, and Rei. At first I didn't understand why he said that the village is afraid of him and they call him a demon, but when I saw this technique and how he kills these people, I became scared. I couldn't imagine that he was capable of such a thing, but why did he then approach Zabuza and ask such a question? After all, the girl is already dead anyway and no one can bring her back to life. What's happening? Why does his hair change color? What is this? Why is she standing up? She has to be dead. Sakura. I didn't think he was hated in the village, now that explains a lot why he wasn't in the academy. What's going on with Naruto's hair? Why is he turning gray and blood from his ear? This is not good. I read that it happens to those shinobi who perform a technique that exceeds their capabilities, but they die after that. No. Only not this. I can't lose you as well, because you have become very close to me. What? This girl got up, but how? I saw that she was dead. Kakashi-san pierced her heart with his lightning technique. No, Naruto-kun is falling, should have time to catch him. Sasuke. What kind of monster is he? How can you kill people so easily? No, I can't stand it. I'm sick, I'm throwing up now. Itachi. Yeah, that's the technique. It feels like he's a jonin mentor and I'm a snotty genin who just got released. Apparently for Sasuke to see this too much, he even ran away to puke. Nifuga himself runs around and you can't say that he has senbons stuck all over his body. So, I digress. What? Naruto was able to resurrect her? I've never heard of such techniques, although it's possible that it's the power of his eyes. Zabuza. I already wanted to kill this freak Gato, when the hand of the guy who was able to defeat me a week ago fell on my shoulder. After his words that he would figure it out himself, my strength left me and I fell to my knees and looked at Haku. What, but still, she has become a beauty from the day I picked her up in that city on the border with the mist. And the guy is right now, he looks like a demon. He quickly dealt with this gang. It seems now it's my turn to die. I hope I get to the same place as you, Haku. What is this question guy for? She's dead anyway, and there's no way to bring her back, but fuck you, I'll answer the question. Did he put an illusion on me? Although hardly. But why did she resurrect and what is happening to the guy? After the girl rose from the dead, the gray-haired Uzumaki began to fall to the ground, but he was picked up by the copying one in time, after which he created a clone that picked up the newly revived girl. Itachi had to help the swordsman, which he was not very happy about, and that's all went to the bridge builder's house. Arriving home, all the patients were placed on the second floor. Haku was placed in the girl's room. Zabuza was also located there, who did not want to leave her for a second. But when Naruto was taken to his room, a dispute broke out over who would be the second of the girls who would spend the night in the guy's room. Of course, one of the girls was Sakura, since she had spent the last few days in his room, especially since Hatake himself told her to keep an eye on the blonde. The next day, the former blonde woke up to find Sakura throwing herself on his chest with tears in her eyes. Naruto, don't do that again. I almost lost my mind when you bled and started to fall. Promise me this won't happen again. She sobbed. Pressing the green-eyed one closer to his chest with one hand, the guy said in a quiet, soothing voice, I won't do this again, Sakura-chan, I promise. But you also promise that you will not cry, otherwise it does not suit your beautiful eyes. The guy said and smiled. Mei, who watched this picture, could not stand the fact that, by her standards, these two confessed their love to each other, began to cry and ran out of the room. After such a number from the Uchiha, Naruto stupidly hatched out the door, not understanding what it was and why Mei was crying. But Sakura got the meaning of what the brunette had done, and from this she blushed. 15 minutes later, Hatake, Haku and Zabuza came in, and Sakura left, as the sensei of the 7th team asked her about it. After the pink-haired one left, they started a conversation. Well, for starters, I want to thank you for bringing Haku back to life, and as a token of my gratitude, I want you to take my blade. Momochi was the first to start. I think it's not worth it, especially since anyone who could do it would do it without thinking, and the sword will still be useful to you in future battles. The gray-haired man spoke out. No, Naruto-kun, Zabuza-san is right, not every person will give their 5 years of life, and even more so, you could die during my resurrection, so thank you. Well, since I have nothing to offer for my resurrection, perhaps I will do it, and I hope you don't mind. The Snow Princess said, after which she approached the guy without further ado, pulled off his mask and kissed him on the lips. From such actions on the part of the girl, not only Naruto was taken aback, but also copying along with the Nuke at the same time. And you are beautiful. Why are you wearing a mask? The girl asked. I don't remember, murmured the startled genin. After that, they still talked on various topics until the evening, then the guests of the hero of the day left his room to give the guy a rest. The blonde himself thought about the whole day, from the antics of Sakura, Mei, and Haku, to the swordsman's proposal to take his sword. The next week, during which Tazuna built under the protection of Itachi, Kakashi and sometimes Zabuza, with whom the builder became friends on the basis of architecture, the guys spent in training. They all worked on their techniques, bringing them to the ideal, while the Uzumaki himself lay in bed, restoring his strength. In the guys' room this week, besides Sakura, Snowflake and Ray also took turns spending the night, but Mei not only didn't spend the night, but also didn't appear with everything until the penultimate day. With a few days left before the departure of the Konoha shinobi, Naruto decided to leave his room, but there was no one in the house except Tazuna's daughter, and there was only Mei who had come up outside. Without hesitation, the guy decided to go outside and talk to the girl, because after she ran away from his room all in tears, he did not see her and he really wanted to know the reason for such an act. Hello, he said with a smile on his face. Where is everyone? Hello, she answered in a cold way. Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza have gone to guard Tazuna, and the rest are training under Itachi's supervision. If you need Sakura, then she will come to dinner with the others. She finished speaking with pain in her voice and, turning around, wanted to leave. Taking the girl by the hand and stopping her, he said, No, Mei, I wanted to talk to you about why you then ran away and burst into tears. What is the reason for these actions? Not understanding, asked his assistant Uzumaki. Don't you understand how I feel and how it hurt me to see you hugging her? She said with tears in her eyes. To say that the white-haired man was in shock, to say nothing, turning the girl to face him, he asked, What about those words that you said last week, that I was an uncouth chump and gay, or was it not you who said, but? Answer me. And now you say you love me, and by the way, about Sakura, we're just good friends. The blonde said as he walked back into the house. Left all alone, Mei was glad that Sakura was not Naruto's girlfriend and she had a chance to win him, but what he heard about what they said then made her very upset. Now she will have to win his trust first, and then the heart, and now she was thinking how to do it. The rest of the shinobi's stay at Tazuna's house passed without incident, apart from the fact that Naruto decided to thank Zabuza for the blade. Calling everyone to the clearing where they were training, he stood in the center of the clearing and, having folded the seals, Snake Rat Bull Snake Snake, shouted, Mokutan, four-walled house. Everyone was very surprised when huge beams of trees began to break out of the ground, and at the end a huge two-story mansion appeared before them, on the roof of which Uzumaki was sitting. Zabuza, I think this house will suit you and Haku, said the guy, jumping from the house. Thanks Naruto, I've never seen anything like it, the dumbfounded swordsman said, and then with a smile he continued, he was without a mask, you know, but you can do construction and earn a lot of money on it. Well, yes, the guy said, scratching the back of his head, and then continued, well, it's time for us to advance to the village, otherwise the third one then drives us on missions of rank D. After all the goodbyes, the Konoha shinobi set off, but this time they moved much faster thanks to their good chakra control, moving through the trees, each thinking about his own and that they would soon be home. Sasuke thought that soon he would be able to see his mother, and to do his best in training to improve his Sharingan. Itachi promised to help him with this. The rest of the girls, of course, except for Sakura, were thinking about how they would apologize to the blonde. Mei told them that Naruto heard their words, and how to come up with a plan to conquer him. Hirono thought that when they returned to the village, they would communicate less with Naruto, and this greatly depressed her, especially now that there is no unity in their team, and it is unlikely to be. Naruto was thinking about how to persuade the old man to allow him to train Sakura. With such thoughts, they reached Konoha in a few days. In the village itself, their team, many smiled and waved affably to the young genin and their mentors. And after a while they were already standing in the office of the third and reported to him. Third thoughts. When both teams returned from the mission, I was happy, but Naruto's hair color puzzled me a lot. Shortly after the report, the genin, except for Naruto, left, and as soon as the door closed, the son of the fourth began to beg me to be allowed to train Sakura. Of course, I suspended him and this girl for 2 months from the missions and allowed him to train her, while telling him that Sakura, when she was little, lost her parents on a mission and that if he offends her, then I will put something on his ears. After only Kakashi, Itachi and I remained in the office, Hatake began to tell me that Sakura, thanks to Naruto, became very strong and he was able to reveal her potential as a kunoichi. He also told that Uzumaki himself can now use 2 more techniques. One of them was similar to the one used by Kushina when restraining the fox, but the other one allowed resurrecting a person, but this technique has consequences. Well, thanks to it, this little guy now has such a hair color. After finishing the lecture, these 2 Sharingan guys left me. I wonder what Naruto can bring next. Very interesting. Arriving home, Sakura went to the shower. After the shower, changing into a regular green t-shirt that matched her eyes and a blue skirt, she was about to go to the kitchen to eat, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Going to the door, she opened it and was very surprised that Naruto was standing in front of her, with a book in his hands, like the sensei of the 7th team. "Hi Sakura, I came to talk to you, can I go through?" The blonde asked, not looking up from his book. "Yes, of course Naruto-kun, come in." She let the guy pass and they went to the kitchen. "So what did you want to talk about?" "Well, firstly, you are suspended from missions for 2 months and will train, so today you will move in with me and live at my house." He blurted out everything, as if in spirit. For a while, the girl thought about what her future sensei had said to her, and when she understood, she squealed with joy and hugged him, then asked a question. "But today I'm unlikely to be able to move in with you. I have a lot of things, and will you have enough space for me to live with you?" "Well, it's not a problem to deal with things, but I think there will be enough space," he said, and they began to collect the girl's things. After all the girl's things were sealed in scrolls, they went to the guy's mansion. The girl was very surprised at the blonde's residence. Shortly after, the blonde gave Sakura a room in which she would live and helped her sort out her things. They went to the kitchen to eat, then she saw him for the first time without a mask, which she was very glad, but understood that no one worth talking about it. After a little conversation about nothing and about the fact that tomorrow he will start training her, they went to their rooms and fell asleep. Sakura woke up from a knock on the door, wearing a bathrobe and more or less straightening her hair. She opened the door and saw Naruto in front of her, who was dressed in a white t-shirt and blue breeches. "Good morning, I'll be waiting for you in the kitchen in half an hour and put on something that will be comfortable for you to train in," he said, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Closing the door, the girl went to the bathroom, and after drying her hair and wearing a blue t-shirt and gray shorts, she went downstairs. A ready-made breakfast was waiting for her in the kitchen, and not only the blonde was sitting at the table, but also Kakashi, who was also without a mask, and if it weren't for the sheet protector on his left eye, she would never have known who it was. Hatake looked the same as his father. After greeting everyone, she began to eat breakfast. It passed in silence, and Sakura kept thinking why these two wear masks, because their faces are very beautiful and any girl in the village would definitely fall in love with them, although when these two wear masks, you can confidently say that they are related, especially now that the Uzumaki's hair has turned gray after that technique. Going out to a small training ground that was next to the house, Naruto began to explain their training plan, which included developing a focus of chakra so that there are more chakras, working with ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu and mijitsu, and they will all learn all this in just a 2-month. In the first week, Naruto taught Sakura improved chakra control, taijutsu, and developed a focus of chakra, his and hers. The next 2 months the girl was able to master all the points that the blonde set her, but that's not all. When the first month passed, Naruto performed a special ritual that reveals the hidden abilities of shinobi. This was used for those who were suspected of being related to any clan. With the luck of the girl, she turned out to be a very distant relative of the second Hokage. Especially during the ritual, Uzumaki poured his blood and chakra into the pink-haired one, which gave her Suiton and Mokuton, but then he was not much offended by his new relative, since the wood techniques that she possessed were better than his, and he spent much more chakras than she did. Still, Naruto was happy that he wasn't alone anymore. The girl also bore the surname Uzumaki and considered the blonde her brother, although when they went to the third and asked the girl to change her last name, Hiruzen at first did not understand the reason for such actions, but when he found out that the girl now had the genome of the first, he was incredibly happy this. And now, in front of the entrance to the academy, there is a pink-haired girl who was dressed in a green t-shirt, sleeveless, a blue skirt, with a slit on the thigh, and black tight-fitting shorts that were under the skirt. But not only the clothes changed in girls, but also the appearance. Now no one will turn their tongue to call it a board. After all, her seductive forms could drive anyone crazy, and her breasts were of the second size. Her hair was cut, like in the second season. On one of the branches of the tree that was next to Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto was sitting, who had not changed a bit during this time, and now they were waiting for their teammates, who had not been seen for 2 months, who came in 10 minutes. "Hi guys," the former Haruno said and smiled. Hi. The other members of the Team 7 and 11 barely spoke. The girls were simply shocked by how Sakura looks, and Sasuke lost his jaw and salivated almost all of Konoha, because he did not expect that the board that used to was in his team, now it looks like this. "You have not seen Naruto, otherwise he is nowhere to be found, but we need to take the exam," asked the first Asakura, who recovered from her shock. "I saw him sitting over there," the green-eyed girl said, pointing towards the branch on which the gray-haired guy was sitting and reading a book. "Yo, you also came to take the exam?" the blonde asked, not looking up from his book. "Yes," they answered, while they themselves thought that the Uzumaki would never change. Soon, both teams entered the academy and walked towards the 301st auditorium, but when they went up to the second floor, they saw 2 genin not letting the others through, saying that weaklings like them would never pass the Chunin exam. When the company approached the crowd, Sasuke began to pathetically say that he would pass and no one would stop him. Then a fight almost broke out, but a guy in a green suit stopped her. "I do not think that we need to fight now, because there is still an exam ahead," Lee said, but then he saw Sakura and it started, "Dear girl, become my friend, I will always protect you." Walking up to her, he finished speaking. Not knowing what to say to a guy with such eyebrows, the former Haruno hesitated. But her brother helped her. "Lee, I think I can protect my sister myself, besides, she will choose her own boyfriend, and if you bother her, I will put you in my strongest genjutsu, can I make it clear?" Naruto said, and at the last phrase he reached for the protector over his eye. To say that this frightened the poor young beast of Konoha would be an understatement, because Rock could only compete with the blonde in strength tests, and in the rest he was too weak against the Uzumaki, so he only had to nod in agreement. But not only Lee was scared, but the rest of the guys who looked at the green-eyed girl with devouring eyes, too, and the Uchiha quickly removed his gaze from the girl, because he knew what this guy was capable of. Only the girls were tormented by the question of when Haruno became related to their blonde, and also where these two were for 2 months. Soon the whole company reached the 301st auditorium, in which sensei were waiting for them. Itachi, like everyone else, was shocked at how his student now looked. He even rubbed his eyes, and then tried to dispel the illusion, thinking that someone then decided to play a joke on him, but everything remained as it was. But Naruto, who saw what hungry looks all the men from 12 and older were throwing at her, decided to protect his sister by dressing her in a hoodie like a nun, and call on the ninja dogs to be with her all the time and no one let me in. While he was thinking about this, everyone began to enter the office, which had quite a few genin from different countries. Entering the office, the guys, in addition to genin from other countries, saw their former classmates, with whom they started a conversation. "Hello guys, are you also taking the exam?" Sakura asked. The guys could not find what to answer, but only stupidly stared at her chest. Shino soon spoke. "Sakura, you do not look bad, I see you have changed in the direction of the better," said the master of beetles. "Thanks Shino," smiled girl. "Sasuke-kun." The blonde something shouted and threw itself on the neck of the young Uchiha. "You came, I'm so glad." But then she saw a pink-haired one. "I'm looking and big-browed here, why did you come here, Haruno? You are unlikely to be able to pass the exam with your abilities." Like a snake spitting out poison, the blonde said. "I think I can pass the Ino exam and something else. I'm not Haruno for a long time, but Uzumaki if anything and something else. I don't need such a pompous turkey like Sasuke, so you can take it for yourself." Sakura spoke up. Just as Ino wanted to start yelling at the girl for insulting the Uchiha, she was stopped by the voice of the guy who had just come up. "Something you are too noisy for those who passed the exam for the first time." "Oh, hello Sakura, long time no see, why didn't you visit me for so long?" asked a gray-haired guy with glasses. "Sorry for not being with you for so long, Kabuto-san, it's just that my brother has been training me lately, so there was no time," she said and smiled so gently that not only the young genin blushed, but also Kabuto, and then continued, "Well, I'm sorry, I think I'll go to my brother." After saying that, she headed towards the masked shinobi. Everyone who heard the conversation turned to look after the departing girl, though for two reasons: who looked at Sakura's brother, well, who looked at the girl's ass. "Well, I think I can help you. Young growth." The bespectacled man broke the silence. "Since this is not the first time I am taking the exam, I can give you information about some of the participants." He finished speaking, and he looked at the new member of the Uzumaki. "Do you have any information about Rock Lee, Uzumaki Naruto, and Kuratsuchi of the Stone?" Sasuke asked. "Wow, you even know their names." Pulling out his cards, the bespectacled man took out 3, then began to read them. "Well, the first Rock Lee, he is a year older than you, but this is also the first exam for him. He is in a team along with Niji Hyuga and Tenten. Mentor Maodo guy, also uses only taijutsu in battle, since he has no talents for ninjutsu and genjutsu. Completed missions D rank, 30 and C rank, 8. So now Kuratsuchi, a genin made of stone, all that is known about her is that she is the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage and has an improved genome, lava. And Uzumaki is very strong, has 5 elements, very strong ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu skills, is in the 7th team, along with Maodo Rei and Asakura Ryuzetsu. Mentor is Hitaki Kakashi, completed missions D rank, 12, C rank, 3 and there is 1 and the rank in which he was the commander of the group, so he is one of the strongest shinobi. Teams 8 and 10 were deeply shocked by this Naruto's skills and were now staring blankly at the guy who was quietly reading some book and couldn't believe that this guy who was only in the academy for distribution was so strong. As soon as someone wanted to ask his question to the bespectacled man, there was a bang and a tall man in all black came out of the smoke. "I'm Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the first stage of the Chunin exam, so everyone quickly gets back to their seats." After the examiners appeared, everyone began to take their seats. Kankuro saw the Uzumaki and remembered their meeting on the street. Flashback, the day before the exam. "And this Konoha is nothing, it will even be a pity to destroy it," I thought, as some kind of shket crashed into me. Lifting it with one hand, I start talking about the fact that I hate children, especially such small ones. Of course Temari tells me to stop and that we don't need trouble, as I hear another voice belonging to the girl. "I think you should let Konohamaru go." The pink-haired woman spoke. And she's nothing so beautiful, but probably weak and can't do anything, you need to play with her a little." "And what will you do if I don't let you go?" I said with a smirk. But I see that the girl takes out a kunai and impregnates it with wind chakra, but this is serious. Baki showed us what can be done with such a kunai, which is even more interesting. I pull the bandage on my doll to use koruari in battle. Are you going to use it? We don't want more trouble. Temari spoke up. As I was just about to answer Temari, I felt that someone put his hand on my shoulder and what a strange chirping of birds from behind. Turning around, I saw a gray-haired guy with a mask on the floor of his face and a protector on his right eye. I think you should listen to your sister, otherwise you might not get into the exam. This miracle said with an eye smile, which I didn't really like, because with his left hand he held my shoulder, and in his right he had a cloud of lightning that chirped like birds. To be honest, I was as scared of him as I was of Gaara. And they really say, remember the wolf. Here it is, scolding me for the fact that I behave badly, but he put so many people and you can't reproach him, otherwise he will kill more. Wow. When the Konoha shinobi began to leave, Gaara asked what their names were. Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Sakura. The guy answered, pointing first at himself, and then at the girl. What is your name? This Naruto asked, taking out some book. Soon, as we introduced ourselves, everyone went to their sides. End of flashback. Look Temari, those Uzumaki we saw yesterday. The puppeteer said and pointed towards the walking Sakura and Naruto, who was reading his book. Yeah, so they also passed the exam, it will be interesting. Said the girl with 4 ponytails behind. After all the genin took their seats, forms with 9 questions were handed out and the rules for this exam were announced, and the exam began. After looking at the questions, the Rinneganist answered the first 2, after which he just continued to read his book plus 18. Ibiki, who saw this, was simply shocked by this behavior of the genin, although he was warned by the Hokage that anything could be expected from this guy, but he did not expect this at all. But Ryuzetsu and Rei were expecting their partner to act like this, so they sighed heavily and muttered something like that he would never change. To tell the truth, many genin were shocked by the blonde's antics, because the exam is a serious test for them. And he sits and reads some book, and only Shikamaru, who was completely convinced of his assumptions, stopped writing, put his head on the desk and dozed off. At this time, the captains of their teams sat and discussed the exam and the students. Kakashi, I think your student, Naruto, should easily pass the exam, said the bearded man, lighting a cigarette. Well, Sakura will most likely pass it too. Hatake said while reading a book. Do not drive Kakashi, I read Haruno's personal file, although she is smart, but she only has shinobi skills from the academy and she does not have any Kekigenkai, and there is not enough chakra. Said the expert in genjutsu. I wouldn't say that, Kurenai, continued the imperturbable Hatake. She has perfect chakra control, besides, she can use 3 ordinary elements and the element of wood, besides, she is also a good medic. Said the copyist, turning the page. All the jonins were shocked by Kakashi's words, even Guy was silent and thought instead of shouting something like the power of youth helped her. Did you train her? Asuma asked with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. No, Sakura was trained by Naruto, because they are from the same clan. Hatake said and left the hall under the freaking eyes of the others. I wonder what this Naruto is capable of then? Kurenai said thoughtfully. Well, he has 5 elements and is quite strong in genjutsu and taijutsu. Sarutobi Jr. said. Itachi, you were on that mission, what do you think of the guy? Asked the bearded man, lighting a cigarette. If we talk about Uzumaki, as a shinobi, then he is a genius, of which there are very few, and if, as a person, then he is kind and ready to help many. Said the genius of the clan. Brief abilities of both Uzumaki. Sakura, B-level Majitsu, C-level Taijutsu, B-level Genjutsu, A-level Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Doton, Mud Shuriken, Mud Wall, Abyss, Stone Wave Flow. Suetun, Water Prison, Water Funnel, Snake Mouth, Water Tentacle. Mokutan, four-walled house, four-walled dungeon, creation of the forest, complex wooden structures, entwining trees, linking the nest, wooden block of the body, great forest, wooden bridge. Futon, cleaving gust, wind wave, also channel wind chakra through weapons and add to Sueton and Doton. Naruto, Mokutan, entwining trees, four-walled house. Futon, cleaving gust, wind wave, vacuum bullets, vacuum sword, also channel wind chakra through weapons and add to Sueton and Katan. Doton, mud shuriken, mud wall, abyss, stone wave flow, rock blast, stone wave, earthen pillar prison, destructive rockfall. Sueton, water prison, water funnel, snake mouth, water tentacle, column of water, water, raging waves, impact whirlpool. Kato, firestorm, dancing mist, fireball, dragon flame, fire hurricane, skull crusher. Raiden, thunder god flight, 100 meters in diameter limit, Raikiri, electromagnetic kill, fireball, electric charge, penetrating wave. Flame of ice, a technique developed by Naruto, second only to Amaterasu in strength. The limit of use is 2 times, a seal for using the snake-rat-tiger technique. Meanwhile, the exam was quite successful for our heroes. Ibiki and his assistants had already kicked out more than a quarter of the genin, and now it was time for the 10th question. Your time is up, now I will ask the 10th question, Ibiki began to speak. But before that, you must decide whether you will answer it. If you choose to answer and do not answer, then you will remain genin forever, and if you refuse, you can pass next year. As soon as Marino finished speaking, indignation swept through the hall and one of the genin shouted that here if people who are not taking the exam for the first time. He laughed like a maniac at this statement and, grinning like a fox, said, "So you're out of luck, because this year I'm setting the rules for the exam." "So what? Who will answer?" After these words, many genin left the hall. After 26 teams remained in the hall, Marino once again asked if they really wanted to stay and, having received their consent, said that they had passed. In general, everything else went according to the canon, as well as the appearance Anko and the fact that the second stage will take place tomorrow at the 44th training ground at 14 hours. After all the genin began to go about their business, Uchiha Jr. approached Sakura. "Sakura, it's well. Maybe we'll go practice together?" Sasuke stammered a little while smiling like Sai. "I'm sorry Sasuke-kun, but my brother promised to show me a new technique, so there's no way today." Smiling sadly, the green-eyed girl said, but after thinking, she added, "But you can come with us to practice with the girls." "Yes, I agree." Without thinking, the Uchiha agreed. "But where do you train?" he asked. "Let's meet at the hospital in an hour," she said and left. Without hesitation, Sasuke ran towards the house to inform Mei that today they would train with Sakura and Naruto, and also to tell Itachi that he would not train with him today. Exactly an hour later, 3 Uchiha were standing outside the Konoha hospital, who were pondering a plan on how to conquer the Uzumaki, although Mei decided that she would ask him openly about whether he loved her. But Itachi and Sasuke were not so confident in themselves and did not know how to approach a girl who had not been noticed before, and one of them generally despised her. And now the pink-haired girl leaves the hospital, but not alone, but with a guy of about 17 with gray hair and glasses, while talking about something. Soon, when the Uchiha was about 10 meters away, the guy said goodbye to Sakura and went the other way, and the girl approached her team. "Well, let's go, otherwise my brother must have been waiting," the kunoichi said and led the team towards her house. Approaching the mansion where Sakura and Naruto lived, the Uchihas were a little shocked, because they thought that their roommate would lead them to the training ground, and not to this house, which was probably even larger than theirs. In the Uzumaki domain there were 3 ranges that were 25 meters from a 3-story house. One of the ranges was half occupied by a lake, which was fed from underground sources, the other half consisted almost entirely of rocks and mud. The second training ground was almost completely filled with simulators and dummies for taijutsu. there were also targets for honing throws of throwing weapons. Well, the third one was quite ordinary. On one side of the mansion there were two small houses, as the Uchihas considered, these are guest houses. On the other side of the house there was a medium-sized forge, from which smoke was now pouring. "Brother, I'm here," Sakura shouted, and then added, "with the guests, so come out quickly for training." "I'm coming," came the voice of the blonde from the forge, and Naruto came out in his pants and his mask. Now there was no protector on his head, but his right eye was still closed, and he held some kind of bundle in his hands. For Mei, the current appearance of the blonde seemed to be the ideal of male beauty, since even Itachi's body was not so beautiful, and there was nothing to say about Sasuke, but the male part of the Uchiha began to envy the Uzumaki with white envy. "Take it, sister, I finally finished it," said Naruto, going up to the guys and handing Sakura a bundle, and then looked at the Uchiha and asked, "You also came to practice?" They in turn nodded. Unfolding the scroll, Sakura and the guys saw a green katana, the same as Sasuke's in the second season, on the handle of which was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, and just below the symbol of the leaf. Sakura, saying thank you, threw herself on the guy's neck. When Sakura moderated her ardor of joy a little, they went to the training ground, where there was water for training. "Well, let's start training," said the blonde, passing through the water somewhere to the middle of the lake. "Sakura, today I'm going to teach you about the water dragon, so remember the seals." Having said this, he began to slowly fold the seals, while naming them, and having folded the last seal, he shouted, "Sueton, water dragon." And now a 15-meter colossus rose from the water, which took the form of a dragon and rushed towards the boulders. After the impact from the stones there was little left. But the blonde technique was taught not only by Sakura, but also by Itachi, who copied it with his Sharingan. Mei also copied the jutsu, but since she has little experience, she will have to train it for quite some time. Having created 6 clones, of which 3 went to sleep, Uzumaki, the younger, Naruto is older than Sakura, began to train the technique. Sasuke and Mei improved their chakra control while looking at Uzumaki, while Itachi sparred with Naruto in taijutsu. By the evening of hard training, everyone had their successes. Sakura was able to create a 3-meter dragon, the younger Uchihas could more or less stand on the water, but the geniuses were also fine until they took up the blades, Itachi for the katana that he received when he was still in Anbu, and Naruto for the decapitator that Zabuza gave him. The result of their battle was a lot of frivolous cuts, almost severed heads and a new hairstyle. After training, everyone had dinner at Naruto and Sakura's house, after which the Uchihas went home, and the owners of the house went to their bathrooms, which were in their rooms, and after a shower they went to bed, because tomorrow will be the second part of the exam. By the evening of hard training, everyone had their successes. Sakura was able to create a 3-meter dragon, the younger Uchihas could more or less stand on the water, but the geniuses were also fine until they took up the blades, Itachi for the katana that he received when he was still in Anbu, and Naruto for the decapitator that Zabuza gave him. The result of their battle was a lot of frivolous cuts, almost severed heads and a new hairstyle. After training, everyone had dinner at Naruto and Sakura's house, after which the Uchihas went home, and the owners of the house went to their bathrooms, which were in their rooms, and after a shower they went to bed, because tomorrow will be the second part of the exam. By the evening of hard training, everyone had their successes. Sakura was able to create a 3-meter dragon, the younger Uchihas could more or less stand on the water, but the geniuses were also fine until they took up the blades, Itachi for the katana that he received when he was still in Anbu, and Naruto for the decapitator that Zabuza gave him. The result of their battle was a lot of frivolous cuts, almost severed heads and a new hairstyle. After training, everyone had dinner at Naruto and Sakura's house, after which the Uchihas went home, and the owners of the house went to their bathrooms, which were in their rooms, and after a shower they went to bed, because tomorrow will be the second part of the exam, which he received when he was still in the Anbu, and Naruto for the decapitator that Zabuza gave him. The result of their battle was a lot of frivolous cuts, almost severed heads and a new hairstyle. After training, Everyone had dinner at Naruto and Sakura's house, after which the Uchihas went home, and the owners of the house went to their bathrooms, which were in their rooms, and after a shower they went to bed, because tomorrow will be the second part of the exam, which he received when he was still in the ANBU, and Naruto for the decapitator that Zabuza gave him. The result of their battle was a lot of frivolous cuts, almost severed heads and a new hairstyle. After training, everyone had dinner at Naruto and Sakura's house, after which the Uchihas went home, and the owners of the house went to their bathrooms, which were in their rooms, and after a shower they went to bed, because tomorrow will be the second part of the exam. Naruto woke up, as usual at 8, and began to think about the second stage of the exam. A bad sense of danger did not leave him, but then, deciding what to be, that was inevitable, he went to the bathroom. After a cold shower, his mind completely returned, and he didn't even smell of drowsiness, deciding that he first needed to collect things and ammunition, and only then go to dinner. He dressed and went outside, where there was a warehouse and a workshop in one place. Arriving at the warehouse, in one of his pouches he put 20 kunai and shuriken, about 30 meters of wire and 10 light and explosive scrolls, also threw about 20 keyed kunai. In the other pouch, he folded the scrolls, where they were sealed, sleeping bags, ordinary kunai and shuriken, father's kunai, fuma shuriken, provisions for several weeks and a first aid kit. He collected the same pouches for Sakura. There were not only keyed kunai. Deciding that nothing else should be needed there, he went home for a blade executioner, and to eat. Entering the hallway, he immediately found a two-handed sword and sealed it in the inner pocket that was on his wrist. After that he wandered to kitchen, prepare breakfast. Sakura, who was already setting the table. "Good morning, brother. Do you want to eat?" And seeing a nod, she decided to ask, "What were you doing on the street?" "With kind regards, I collected ammunition for the second stage." Sitting at the table, the blonde began to eat, while thinking how to ask his sister the question that worries him. Without thinking of anything, decided to ask him directly. "Sakura, what do you think about Sasuke? You like him?" The blonde decided to take an interest in those who almost undress his sister with his eyes. He just didn't see Itachi's eyes. He skillfully disguises himself. "Well, he seems to be normal, and many girls like him," thoughtfully said the granddaughter of the second. "And why are you interested, brother?" "Yes, it's just that this pervert undresses you with his eyes, so I decided to ask if you like him or not," Uzumaki Sr. said, and then added, "especially before you ran after him, if I'm not mistaken?" "Well, I want to tell you right away, Sasuke is not my type." Seeing the incomprehension on the face of the fourth son, which was new to her, she continued, "It's just that I used to pretend that I like him in order to communicate with other girls who were crazy about him, though I don't understand why. If I didn't pretend to be in love with him, then most likely no one would have paid attention to me, and thanks to this, no one paid attention to my forehead." She finished talking about the Uchiha, and then asked her own question, "And in general, why did you start this topic?" "Well, I should know on whom I should practice my genjutsu, and quite a few interrogation techniques have appeared," he honestly answered. Just as he was about to say something else, there was a knock on the window. Looking through the kitchen window, he saw his sensei, who was sitting on the windowsill and reading a book. Getting up from his chair, he went to open the window. "Hello sensei, why so early?" Sakura asked. "Yes, there was nothing to do, I decided to come in and check on you," Hatake responded, after which the three of them drank tea, talking on various topics. Breakfast at the Uchiha house proceeded as usual, except for the slight smiles on the faces of Mei and Sasuke. Seeing this, Mikoto was glad, but now she decided to ask her question, "Why such joy, what happened yesterday?" Deciding not to torment herself any longer, she asked the question. "Sasuke, Mei, what happened to make you so happy about this?" The woman said with a slight smile. "Well, yesterday we improved our chakra control and got to know our partners better," Sasuke said. "Well, yes, I fully considered Sakura when she got completely wet during the technique training," Mei teased him. Blushing heavily, Sasuke, like a real avenger, decided to take revenge. Well, yes, she herself devoured Naruto with her eyes when he left the forge, and when he trained with Itachi, which of us fainted? I suppose she did it so that he would catch you and hold you in his arms, retorted the young avenger. Not expecting this, Mei blushed so that the tomatoes and Hinata nervously finished smoking the gobies one after another, shouting, "Fool!" She hit her cousin with all her might on the head. Looking at this picture, Itachi and Mikoto laughed quite loudly at them. Second phase. On the 44th training ground, or as it is also called, the Forest of Death, 26 teams of genin gathered, 12 teams from the Leaf, which included all the newcomers of this year, 3 teams from the Fog, 1 from the Sand, there were 2 teams from the Grass Village, 3 from the Stone, 1 Sound, 2 from the Cloud. Anko was explaining the rules of this stage to the genin and she liked that fear was visible in the eyes of many, but then she came across a small copy of Kakashi. After the duel with Itachi, the hairstyle was the same as that of Hataki, which did not pay any attention to her words at all attention, but read her book, while sometimes quietly laughing. To say that this infuriated Mitarashi means to say nothing and, with the phrase, a petty pervert. She threw a kunai at him, imagining how to leave a scratch on his nose, which he will remember. He stood right side to her, but instead, blonde, without ceasing to read and not paying attention to the kunai, he caught it with his middle and forefinger. When there were a few centimeters left to his face, many shinobi were amazed by this trick, but what happened next amazed them even more. Literally 5 seconds later, the blonde was standing behind the examiner, presenting a kunai to her neck with his left hand, and holding onto the protector with his right, so that in which case he could start defending himself or put a special jonin in a genjutsu. I don't think you're allowed to throw kunai at genin, Naruto said without taking the kunai away from Anko's neck. And you are frisky for a genin. I didn't think that this year there would be such interesting milk suckers, Anko said with a smile. After this little incident, the examiner's assistants handed out sheets saying that if they died during the second stage, then Konoha was not responsible for this. After everyone signed the papers, they handed out a scroll to each team and told them to pass the exam. You need 2 scrolls heaven and earth, just 5 days are allotted for the exam. After all the procedures, each team of genin went to their gates, and when they opened, the exam began. Team 11. The Sakura team had been moving along the branches for 3 hours after the start of the exam, but suddenly the Uchiha asked everyone to stop. After everyone jumped into a small clearing, Sasuke began a conversation. I think we should come up with a password. Any of the shinobi can reincarnate as us, if we'll split up, he said, all the time throwing glances at Naruto's sister and thinking why she is now acting so cool with him, because she used to run after him, although not as furiously as at least Yamanako, what her brother did to her. Sasuke, you're right, but the password shouldn't be too complicated. Mei held him. What about that first jutsu that my brother used when he first met Zabuza? Uzumaki said, looking thoughtfully towards a small path. Yes, I think this password will do, Sasuke said and was about to jump onto a branch in order to continue his journey, when a rumble of wind rang out from the side and he was blown somewhere to the side. When a wave of wind suddenly appeared, Sakura barely had time to close the seals of the technique and shouted out, Doton, mud wall. And a rather thick wall appeared in front of Sakura and Mei, impregnated with wind chakra, like Hataki's when he uses this technique. Sasuke. Mei screamed, looking for her brother. Here am I, he yelled as he stepped out of the bushes. What was it? The Uchiha asked as he approached the girls. Stop. Say the password. Haruno shouted, taking out a kunai. She stood up. What was the first jutsu used by Naruto? It's simple, Sakura, Suiton, Water Dragon, Orochimaru said under the henge, while mentally thanking Kabuto for a detailed story about the forces of some genin and was about to approach the girl, as she threw a kunai at him. Wrong answer, first he used the call to protect us, the pink-haired one said, starting to fold the seals. Futon, slicing gust. The great-granddaughter of the second shouted, and a wave of wind flew in the false Sasuke, which cut everything in its path, but the shinobi was able to dodge. Seeing that the attack did not bring any benefit, Sakura spoke. Are you going to take off the henge already, or will you just hide your face? Sakura herself turned around and saw that Mei was in perfect order and was already ready for battle. Of course I'll take it off, since you asked, he said. Licking his lips, well, like Orochimaru does it all the time, and then continued, while dispelling the henge, you have a strong chakra, Sakura-chan, although it cannot be otherwise, because you are the great-granddaughter of the second Hokage, plus besides you belong to one of the strongest clans in this world. Then this felting woman, perhaps a man, thoughtfully, continued, I wonder what else you are capable of. After saying these words, it pulled back its eyelids with its hand, imposing a genjutsu, such as in the canon, on them. After both girls were paralyzed, the snake Sannin threw kunai at them, but Sakura plunged her kunai into her leg and this was able to dispel the illusion. Mei, use the fireball! Shouted Sakura, folding seals, and when she blew a ball of fire with a diameter of 1.5 meters, she shouted, Futon, wave of wind. With this technique, Sakura increased the power of Mei's fireball. After the flame went out, the green-eyed woman asked the Uchiha, I wonder if we succeeded? But Mei did not have time to answer, as she received a blow in the back and flew off into a tree. After that, the snake rushed to Sakura and a close fight ensued, in which the girl was inferior to the opponent, so she thought. Only her flexibility and agility, which she trained for 2 months with Naruto, saved the girl. But the pink-haired woman understood that she would soon run out of steam, and the chakra was running out. Then she decided to use the last technique that Captain Yamato taught her, folding the seals. She shouted, Mokuton, four-walled dungeon. After licking his lips, Orochimaru spoke, you are really very strong, at such an early age to awaken your genome, while you are not even the great-granddaughter of the first, you are very interesting. At the same time, he remembered the conversation with Kabuto. Flashback. Hello Orochimaru-sama, I'm glad you came. The bespectacled man bowed. Kabuto, did you do what I asked? Sannin said, examining the surroundings of one of the training grounds, where he met with his spy. Yes, here are cards with the abilities of both Uchiha, but you know, I was more interested in Sakura Uzumaki, who is on the team with Sasuke and Mei. The doctor said. Interesting, and why are you so interested in this person? Said the snake with a surprised look. She belongs to the Uzumaki and Senju clans, awakened the Kekka Genkai of the tree, has excellent chakra control, high abilities in Mijitsu, Ninjutsu and Genjutsu, and can already control 3 elements, Futon, Suiton and Doton. The bespectacled man reported. That's what it means. The serpent spoke. You know, Kabuto, I changed my mind. Seeing the incomprehensible look of the ward, he continued, there are still enough Uchiha, but there are no more children who can use Mokuton, and in history only Hashirama was able to awaken him, and now this girl, this means that I have to get her body. He said, licking his lips. End of flashback. Sakura fell to her knees exhausted, because she had not yet had to fight with the enemy in a real battle. Orochimaru himself, spitting out Kusanagi from his mouth, chopped the wooden beams and climbed out of the dungeon. After that he folded several seals and his neck lengthened. When the snake's neck lengthened, she headed toward Sakura, and when the pink-haired neck remained about a meter, then in front of her head Orochimaru stuck a huge 2-handed sword and a gray-haired guy with a Konoha protector on his right eye landed on its hilt. Oh, and who came? Orochimaru asked, licking his lips at the same time, and then continued, wow, another Uzumaki, and you have much stronger chakra than Sakura-chan, can you introduce yourself, otherwise it's somehow not ethical, don't you think so? Asked the shinobi grass. It doesn't matter. Uzumaki said, appearing behind Sannin and piercing his chest with the Raikiri. Now you will die. Has spoken gray-haired, standing behind Orochimaru. But then Sannin smiled and turned into dirt, an earthen clone. Only everyone had time to think how several kunai flew into Uzumaki Sr., but they did not bring any result, since the blonde defended himself with the executioner. Soon both shinobi began to fight with kenjutsu, where both were equal. Orochimaru was not used to the fact that someone could hold back the onslaught of his kusanagi, because he usually cut through any defense, not to mention the sword, and therefore he did not master the fighting style so well on swords, but experience saved him. But Naruto was good at kenjutsu, because one of the swordsmen taught him this, but this did not save him from the fact that he almost lost half his head and his right eye. Now he had a scar near his eye, almost like Hatake, with only one. The difference is that the eye remained in order and the skin was intact, but the protector was lost. The result of the 10-minute battle turned out to be serious for both sides. The young head of the Uzumaki clan had many cuts and his right leg was pierced. The Sannin looked no better, he also had many cuts, and his right arm was also missing, which the blonde man managed to cut down. In addition, 5 people were watching the fight. It was a full 11th team, and Ryuzetsu and Rei, watching the fight, they were already ready to help the blonde in case of anything. The blonde himself, during a short respite, pulled out a kunai and, heating it with chakra of fire, burned his leg so that the blood would not flow and he could continue the fight, and Orochimaru simply spat himself out of the old body. In addition, 5 people were watching the fight. It was a full 11th team, and Ryuzetsu and Rei, watching the fight, they were already ready to help the blonde in case of anything. The blonde himself, during a short respite, pulled out a kunai and, heating it with chakra of fire, burned his leg so that the blood would not flow and he could continue the fight, and Orochimaru simply spat himself out of the old body. In addition, 5 people were watching the fight. It was a full 11th team, and Ryuzetsu and Rei, watching the fight, they were already ready to help the blonde in case of anything. The blonde himself, during a short respite, pulled out a kunai and, heating it with chakra of fire, burned his leg so that the blood would not flow and he could continue the fight, and Orochimaru simply spat himself out of the old body. "So you are a snake Sannin, Orochimaru," said the blonde, hanging the sword with the help of chakra on his back. "You're right, Naruto-kun. I wonder if you own Mokutan?" Sannin asked, licking his lips. "Perhaps, but you answer, why would one of the Sannin pass the Chunin exam? Did you really decide to return to Konoha, and the third man made you a genin and forced you to take this exam?" Uzumaki Sr. scoffed. "So, what should I do now? If I use Flight of the Thunder God now, I won't be able to put the technique seal on it and then I'll lose. What should I do? Although if I use the 4th Raikage move technique?" "Yes, that's right, I'm using it, though with the current supply of chakra, I can hold out for 2 minutes at the most, and then I run out of chakra." "Okay, I'll do that." Naruto thought over the battle plan. "And he is interesting, like his sister, but this one definitely won't work, he's too strong for a genin." "Okay, you need to deal with him as soon as possible, and the main thing is not to kill him, otherwise my Sakura will not come to me, but will begin to take revenge, but it's not for me necessary," a thought flashed through Sannin. After a brief respite, the blonde closed his seal of concentration, causing his entire body to be covered with lightning. His hair stood on end, and a huge amount of powerful chakra dispersed, causing the genin standing behind the blonde to fall. Without thinking twice, the blonde rushed at Orochimaru. His speed was like when opening the 6th gate. Sannin could not oppose anything to such an opponent's speed, so he felt like a soccer ball. Although he changed his bodies 6 times, he was still very tired. Soon, Uzumaki ran out of chakra and the cover came to naught. After the technique completely left him, he fell to the ground in convulsions. Orochimaru also noticed how the upper part of the guy's face was distorted from pain. At that moment Sakura, forgetting about the enemy, ran up to her brother to inspect him, making this a gift to the snake, Sannin, folding the seals. Naruto woke up already in his subconscious, but it was strange for him that instead of his library he was in some kind of corridor, where pipes were visible on the ceiling, and there was ankle-deep water on the floor. After some thought, the blonde moved towards the source of a huge sinister power. Having gone to the end of the corridor, the blonde went out into a huge hall. where there were huge golden gates, in the middle of which there was a seal. Coming closer to the cage, the blonde could see 2 huge red eyes with a black vertical pupil, and then in all its glory the demon fox, which frightened with its appearance. "What is nothing? Come for strength?" yelled the Bijou. "No, Kyubi, I don't need your power," the guy said calmly. From this statement the demon was in shock, and it was not clear why, either from the fact that they were not afraid of him at all or that the guy did not need his chakra. "Then why have you come here, Kogiavk?" the demon yelled. "Well, I ran out of chakra and passed out," the guy said, taking out a book and unfolding it on one of the pages, and then continued, "I'm reading a little here, so don't pay attention to me, okay?" From such words, Fox just sank to the floor, not knowing what to say, so he just stared at a very arrogant guy. After the snake Sanin left, Sasuke and the girls decided to move both Uzumaki to safety. So it turned out to be a huge tree, whose roots, coming out of the ground, intertwined into a kind of hut. In this hut Naruto and Sakura were placed. After that, Sasuke went for fish and water to the river, which was nearby, and the girls equipped a place to spend the night and collected brushwood. Sasuke's thoughts. When Sakura fought that guy, it was something. Now I understand why she calls this Naruto brother, because she has the same Kekka Genkai as he has. True, I was scared for Sakura when this Akikimaru, no, not like that. Although to hell with this snake, when he got out of the tree dungeon so easily, I thought everything, con to us. But no, this idiot appeared. Naruto, how I am pissed off by his speech that this is your end, but in fact they survive, that Zabuza, that this idiot that I in general. I also want to learn how to use Raikiri, like him. I wonder what kind of technique he used at the end. The speed is unimaginable. Although after it he looked so hot, and then twitched, as if shocked. When the exam is over, it will be necessary to call Sakura on a date, because she herself, together with Ino, ran after me and asked about it. I'll make her dream come true. End thought Uchiha. With these thoughts, the Uchiha drew water and caught 10 fish, after which he hurried to the camp. Arriving there, he saw something that surprised him very much, and in fact there was a fire burning, which the girls lit. In front of him, leaning against a tree, sat Uzumaki Sr., with his book, and the remaining girls sat a little to the side of him and ate sandwiches. "What the fuck is going on here? Why are you eating without me? Where do you get food from?" Sasuke yelled as his right eye twitched. Naruto's subconscious, after leaving the Uchiha. "Are you going to sit here like that?" said the demon behind the cage, while his head lay on his paws. "What else can I do? If I return to consciousness, then hellish pain awaits me there, which I do not want to experience on myself," said, once, blonde, turning the page of the book. "Okay, to hell with you, I'll take away your pain and give you some chakra," said the fox and, seeing the surprised eye of the guy, continued, "because you are an eyesore to me here." After which the guy was thrown out of the subconscious reality. When he woke up, Naruto did not feel pain, which indicated that the fox kept his word. Lying down for a minute, the guy decided to get up, but the first attempt failed and he fell back. May noticed the guy's first attempts and, without thinking for a long time, ran up to him. "Naruto, lie down, you can't move now, you're still too weak," said the young Uchiha with warmth in her voice. "You know, when you were shaking in convulsions. I thought that you would die." Already with tears in her eyes, the girl finished, sobbing into his chest, while squeezing him with her hands in her steel arms. "Everything is fine," the guy could only say, thinking that now this boa constrictor in a skirt will grind all his bones into dust. After Rei and Ryuzetsu also joined Mei, it took the fox another 10 minutes to convince him that everything was fine with him, after which he took several pills that quickly restore chakra and swallowed them without removing masks, which of course upset the girls. Then, after sitting for another 10 minutes, waiting for a decent amount of chakra to recover, he approached Sakura and began to examine her. then he cut his finger with a kunai and began to draw strange hieroglyphs, stretched towards the mark, and the girl herself began to scream in pain while arching like a bridge. When Naruto stopped his technique, Sakura calmed down, and after a while her breathing evened out, after which the blonde unsealed 2 tents and several futons from the scroll. Real time. Well, it was Naruto who unpacked the food from the scrolls. May spoke. So if you want, then take sandwiches, brother. Clear. Well, with food later, but what are we going to do now? Sasuke asked as he sat down across from the Uzumaki. First, let's wait until Sakura wakes up, and then we'll go to the tower and take the scroll from those who will be next to her. The blonde laid out the plan. And now we will eat and rest, since there are only 2 tents and they are double, then we will be on duty for 2 and 3 hours. Ray interrupted him. Hey, strategist, Sakura is now unconscious and it turns out there are 5 of us, one of us will be on duty alone, right? Well, I'll be on duty twice, said Naruto. So, Sasuke and I are on duty first, Ryuzetsu and Ray are second, then me and May, and so on in a circle, okay? The blonde asked, seeing the nods, continued, now let's eat and rest. Then he stared at the book. The duty passed quite calmly, no one tried to attack the camp of our heroes, so everything would have continued if the turn of the blonde and Uchiha had not come. Naruto. May called the guy and when he turned around, continued, we need to talk. Approaching the blonde, the girl abruptly took off his mask and dug into his lips with a kiss, which pleased the brunette so much that the guy answered the kiss in 30 seconds. After 3 minutes of a passionate kiss, the couple ran out of air and had to move away from each other, and at that moment the girl first saw the face of the one who sat securely in her heart, P.A. He looked exactly like Minato, only with 2 differences. Those differences were a slightly rounded face like Kushina and 3 stripes on the cheeks. And you're beautiful, why are you wearing a mask? The girl asked, recovering her breath and looking into the boy's eyes. So that crowds of fans do not run after me, otherwise they will interfere with training. The guy said with a smile at 32 norms. Yes, your self-esteem is fine. The girl said with a smile, while hugging the guy by the neck, and she herself thought that it was good that the guy was wearing a mask and that he would not allow anyone to approach him now. At this time in the residence of the Hokage. Long time no see, Sarutobi, said a male voice, in which commanding notes were heard, but also the fact that this man was no longer young. Hello, old friend, why did you come to me at such a late time? Said the third with a pipe in his teeth, into which not long ago he stuffed good, but also very rare tobacco, which was brought to him by his student from Mount Myaboku. I've heard rumors that you recently discussed the new Hokage at the Fire Daimyo, so let me know who it will be? Said Danzo, sitting down on the sofa, which was against the wall. Well, there is no secret, especially since your fighters probably already know who it is. The third chuckled, and then continued, the 5th Hokage will be Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, though in 3 years, and before that I can still sit on this post. Kage said. Can you tell me why this decision? I hope the reason is not that you made some promise to Minato, said the disciple of the second. Of course, not in this, but in the fact that he is faithful to the village and the will of fire is strong in him, as in us. Besides, he knows a lot and his level is now equal to that of a Jonin. Sarutobi said after the departing old friend, to which he grunted ambiguously and left. Hiruzen himself turned to the window and began to look at the stars, thinking about something of his own. The next morning, Sakura woke up, after everyone had eaten, and Sakura healed her brother's cut on her eye almost completely. Since there was a scar, they set off. But when there were about 10 kilometers to the tower, they met Kabuto. Hello Kabuto-san, greeted the first Sakura, while smiling sweetly at him. Hey! Naruto did not lag behind his sister, while assessing the guy with his eyes and thinking whether to allow this bespectacled man to approach his sister or not. Hello. The rest of the girls greeted, slightly jealous of Sakura. "Hello," Sasuke said through his teeth, trying to incinerate the medic with his eyes. "Hi all," Yakushi said, looking at the younger Uzumaki with a slight smile. "Are you all right, Sakura? You look a little shabby, maybe you need help?" he said with a worried look, approaching the girl, after which he took her hand in his and began to treat with honey chakra. "It's all right, Kabuto," she said with a blush on her cheeks, which made her even more beautiful. As part of 7 people, they went on. Mei, Rei and Kabuto did not interfere with the snowflake. Uzumaki were glad to see him, Sakura because he was her friend and teacher, and Naruto because this guy is a doctor and helps in the treatment of his sister, since the blonde himself was a complete layman in medicine, and only Sasuke was angry at the appearance of the bespectacled man, since Sakura smiled at him in a way that she did not do under the Uchiha. In addition, this four-eyed bastard touched his Sakura, only he thought so, and oh, how wrong he was. In this composition, they reached the tower, meeting on the way one team from the rain, after which they quickly dealt with them and found their 3 scrolls, 2 heavens, and 1 earth. Near the tower, they parted in different directions, then everything went according to the canon, since the author is too lazy to write this. After all the teams that passed the second stage gathered in the hall, and these are, 1 team of sand, 1 of cloud, 2 of stone, 1 of sound, and 6 of Konoha are number 7, number 8, number 10, number 11, Guy and Kabuto's team. The third gave his speech. It was also announced that there would be additional fights due to the fact that too many participants passed the second stage. "Now everyone rise to the stands and the scoreboard will show the names of those who will fight," said Hay-8, examining the participants. The first members of Uzumaki Naruto vs Omui from the cloud. Hay-8 announced after the scoreboard showed the first participants. "Please come down," the referee said, and when they went to the center of the stadium he continued, "The rules are simple, you can use everything, just the winner is declared when the opponent cannot move or has died. I can stop the fight if the winner is clear, do you understand?" In the end asked Hay-8 and, having seen the nods, retired to the end of the hall. At this time, on the podium, many were talking about who would win, and the genin also talked with their mentors. "Karui, do you think Omui can beat that leaf guy?" asked a short-haired blonde with a 3rd breast size. "Of course Samui will win, what can this brat do to him, right B-sensei?" asked a dark-skinned girl with red hair that was just below her shoulders. The girl also had a katana behind her back. "Well, let's find out now," said a dark-skinned guy with 7 blades behind his back. "I can't rap, so he speaks normally with me." After the examiner gave permission to fight, the opponents stood opposite each other, after which they each drew their blades, Cloud Genin katana from behind, and Naruto the executioner blade from the spatial pocket that he had on his right wrist. They fought with their swords for a minute, until the blonde cut Omui's katana with his blade. "You are not a bad swordsman," Omui said, examining the stump of the sword in his right hand. "You're not bad either," the gray-haired man answered him, attaching the blade behind his back with the help of chakra. "But it's time to end," he said, and after that he folded the seals. "Kato, great fireball," he said, and blew a ball of fire towards the guy, several times larger in diameter than himself. Dodging the Uzumaki's fire technique, Omui briefly lost sight of the enemy and paid the price by causing Naruto to jump out of the floor behind him while rapidly folding the seals. Suiton, water prison. And the Cloud Genin was trapped. "Well, the winner of the first round Uzumaki Naruto," Hay-8 said. After his words, Naruto cancelled his technique, releasing the Kumo shinobi. After both genin went upstairs, a new pair appeared on the scoreboard. The next Akato Yoroi vs Uchiha Sasuke canon fights I won't describe. The next fight Yamanako Ino vs Uzumaki Sakura, announced the referee, and after both girls went down to the arena and stood in the rack continued, started. This fight was the shortest, but spectacular. After the command was given to start the fight, Ino stayed where she was and reached into her pouch for kunai, and it was her mistake, as the former Haruno quickly folded her seals and shouted, "Mokutan," entwining trees. After that, thick branches grew from the floor of the arena and braided the blonde, not giving her a chance to continue the fight. Winner Uzumaki Sakura, the examiner stuttered. Almost everyone was shocked, especially the genin mentors, because it's not every day you see Mokutan in action, especially if it is wielded by a girl who does not belong to the Senju clan. Shinobi thoughts. Hatake. Of course I knew from the stories of my brother, that Sakura is strong and awakened the genome of the first and she has it developed more than Naruto, but after the second stage it is so easy to use this something. Flashback, conversation before fights. Kakashi warned the third that Orochimaru attacked his little sister, he said while reading the book, but Hatake knew his named brother well, so he could tell that he was excited. To Sakura? Not hiding surprise, he said. But why? I don't know, I couldn't find out for sure, but he first forced her to fight to see all that she was capable of, while admiring, and then put a seal on her like Anko. He said, not hiding his anger at the Sannin, which showed the full extent of his anger. What? It is necessary to put a restraining seal, otherwise you never know what will happen. I said, already mentally killing this snake myself. I already put it. He said, and on this we went inside. End of flashback. Guy. This is the power of youth. She is definitely the sister of a student of my eternal rival, although I am glad that these children appeared in Kakashi's life, because after the death of Obito, Rin and Minato-sama, he completely died out, even though I tried to pull him out of that darkness, into which he fell, but could not, no matter how hard I tried, no matter how much I played the fool, but I could not replace his family and his team. But they could, and I am glad of this as nothing else in this world. Kurenai and Asuma. Hatake was right, this girl is very strong. No, not even that, she is a genius, like her brother. Using Mokutan at this age is something, and Naruto himself was able to use Suiton here, where there is none water, only the second could do this and it's incredible. Yes, one of them will definitely become a great Hokage. Itachi. Still, she is beautiful, even when fighting, her eyes lit up with happiness when she saw her brother's smile eye. Can I learn this from Kakashi and Naruto? Although no, you don't have to. She and I are similar, both are looking for the approval of loved ones, we will do everything for them and both know what the bitterness of loss is, even though when I showed my results to my father, he took it for granted, without saying a single word of approval, let alone smile at me, and even for a small shift in the strength of a shinobi. Naruto smiles and is happy for her. Conversation with Hachibi. These Uzumaki are very strong, the girl uses the element of wood. The albino said. You know I can tell you one thing, do not anger the Uzumaki, since they are descendants of Rikudo and in the event of a battle with them, I am useless. In addition, that guy is a Kyuubi carrier and also possesses Mokutan. Biju said. I understand you, do not get into fights. B said and left the subconscious. Meanwhile, the arena hosted fights such as Shikamaru/Kin, Temari/Tenten, Kankuro/ the last member of the Kabuto team, Choji/Dosu, Shino/Zaku, Lee/Gaara, in which Nara, Aburame, Dosu and the children of the fourth Kazekage won. Now there was a battle between Hinata and Neji in the stadium, in which the latter was winning, and now the guy was about to deliver a mortal blow, when Uzumaki Sr. grabbed him from behind, and a tree fortress grew in front of the girl. All this happened at such a speed that only experienced shinobi could not below the rank of Jonin were able to keep track of the speed of the former blonde. I think there is no point in fighting further, you won. Naruto said as he released the boy. Why did you get in? Hyuga said angrily, glaring at the Uzumaki's back. So that you don't make mistakes. Naruto said as he walked up the stairs. After that, Hinata was taken to the infirmary, now there are 9 participants left in the stands who did not participate in the fights, and now Hayate went to the center of the stadium to announce the next participants in the fight. Soon the scoreboard lit up the names and the referee said the following opponents: Samui from the Cloud against Inazuka Kiba. I asked the participants to go down. After the command to start was given, Kiba took out the pills, fed one to Akamaru, swallowed the other himself, then closed the seal and shouted, "Beast clone." After these words, Akamaru took the form of Kiba, who had bestial features and regrown claws. Kiba himself began to look the same. Getsuga! Inazuka shouted and 2 whirlwinds of claws flew at the genin clouds. Samui was able to dodge the attack and, waiting for her opponent to land, quickly folded the seals, imposing genjutsu on the opponents, but she did not achieve due success from this, since Kiba was able to remove her illusion, but Akamaru did not, and therefore the clone beast technique was dispelled and the puppy was now sleeping. "Oh, you creature! You will answer for Akamaru!" Kiba roared and charged at the girl. After that, about a minute passed, during which time Samui dodged the attacks of the dog owner, sometimes counterattacking herself, but soon she caught the moment and pulled out several checkers from her pouch and threw them at Inazuka. After the checkers hit the guy and exploded, green smoke appeared around him, and when it dissipated, everyone saw the sleeping guy. Samui winner from the cloud. The proctor proclaimed, and when the guy was carried away on a stretcher, he continued, "The next Uchihame against Akutsuchi from the stone. Next fight, Akutsuchi from the stone against Uchihame." Hayate said and, after waiting for both participants to descend from the stands, continued, "Started." After the proctor gave the command to start the duel, both genin jumped away from each other, while Mei quickly closed the seals and shouted, "Kato, Phoenix Flowers." And about 10 fireballs with a diameter of up to 20 centimeters flew into the fat guy, but Akutsuchi was not afraid and also folded the seals. Doton, stone golem. The golem was twice as big as the guy himself, so the technique was able to completely protect him from fire. Akutsuchi did not wait for a new attack from the brunette, and therefore he folded the seals. Doton, sharp stakes. And stone stakes began to appear around her from the concrete, but Mei was not at a loss and herself folded the seals. Suetun, water prison. And a thick layer of water formed around the girl, which protected her from the earth technique, but before the water from the technique had time to fall to the floor, Mei got into the new earth technique, earth pillar prison, and couldn't do anything else. Especially since she didn't have much chakra left, so the proctor of the qualifying fights recognized Akutsuchi as the winner. After the victory of the stone genin, the participants went up to the balconies, and the judge announced the next couple, Might Ray vs Karui from the Cloud. He said. When both girls stood up against each other, they began to wait for the judge's command to start the fight, and when this happened, they rushed at each other, Ray with a kunai that she pulled out, and Karui with a katana. After 5 minutes of such a dance, in which both girls used cold weapons, they jumped away from each other for a few seconds, after which they rushed at each other with renewed vigor, and now Ray put out a kunai to block the red-haired katana, but then something happened that she did not expect. Her kunai cut like a piece of butter with a knife. Ray did not have time to leave the trajectory of the katana and therefore closed her eyes, expecting a fatal blow, but it did not follow, and then she opened her eyes and was very surprised at what she saw, and this picture appeared to her. Uzumaki himself was standing a little to the side of her, and in his hand he held a book, in his other hand he held Karui's katana. "Well, I think you defeated Karui-chan," Naruto said, not looking up from the book, while releasing the katana of the dumbfounded girl. "Why did you interfere in our fight?" Ray yelled at the Uzumaki as she stepped closer to him. Turning around, Naruto looked up from the book, after which he replied. "If I had not stopped the katana, then you would have died already. If you do not believe, then look at your kunai." After these words, he went up to the balcony. After these words, Maoto looked at the kunai, from which only the hilt that was in her hand remained. Looking at him more carefully, she calmed down and went up to the balcony to her team. Karui's thoughts. Incredible, this gray-haired man was able to stop my katana charged with lightning with only his hand. This is incredible, I have never seen such a thing in his speed, in just an instant he was near us, is this even possible? These Uzumaki are so strong that Sakura, that this boy, I hope I don't meet them in battle, otherwise I'm afraid I might not survive. End of thought. Well, the winner of Karui from the cloud. Hayate said, after which he looked at the scoreboard, where the new names of opponents were highlighted, after which he announced them, Asakura Ryuzetsu against Kuratsuchi from the stone. Give up. You can't beat me, said the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. I don't think so, said the snowflake, folding the seals. Kato, fireball. And Asakura blew a ball of fire 1.5 meters in diameter at the opponent. Evading the technique, Kuratsuchi formed the seals herself, corrosive hardener technique, and spit out 3 clots of cement-like matter into the snowflake. Ryuzetsu was able to dodge the first one, but the other 2 hit her legs and arms, preventing them from moving and folding the seals. I told you that you can't beat me, the brunette said. Well, Kuratsuchi of the stone won this duel, Hayate said, and then added. Miss, can you remove your technique from the opponent? And after the genin of the stone did what he asked and both participants went up to the balcony, he looked at the scoreboard, where the new names of the participants lit up, after which he said, the second stage today will end with a fight between Zangetsu from the stone and Uzumaki Naruto from list. But Uzumaki has already fought today, Temari exclaimed. Yes, his fight has already been, but we can't skip one participant just like that, so Zangetsu's opponent should have been one of those participants who had already fought, and if Uzumaki loses in this fight, then he will not be able to participate in the third round. The referee spoke, after which he gave the go-ahead to start the fight. Mokutan, entwining trees, Naruto said as he folded the seals, and the genin of the stone was enveloped in tree trunks. Did you decide to end me like that Uzumaki with the blonde before? Don't underestimate me, the guy roared. Now I will describe him, a brunette with a short haircut, brown eyes, also 2 heads taller than Naruto and 1.5 times wider at the shoulders. After he shouted his words, to the surprise of many, he simply broke the tree fetters. I'm not as weak as many here. Well, we'll check it out, said Naruto in a calm voice, folding the seals. Kato, crushing skulls. From such a fire technique, many were shocked, because it's not every day you see a high technique of rank A, but while the smoke from the technique cleared, Zangetsu ran out of there and hit Naruto in the chest with his fist. From such a blow the guy flew off to the wall. I thought you were a jerk who learned a couple of techniques and thinks he's invincible, said the genin of the stone, looking haughtily at the lying white-haired boy. You know, the strength of a shinobi is measured not in the number of techniques and volumes of chakra, but in the strength of the spirit and faith in one's own justice, Naruto said as he got to his feet. And in the next second, he disappeared and appeared behind the shinobi of the stone and pierced his chest with a raikiri. As I said earlier, my faith and steadfastness of spirit are stronger than yours, and therefore you will fall, and I will rise, said the blonde, pulling his hand out of the guy's chest. How could you win, because physical attacks do not work on me, Zangetsu said as he knelt and coughed up blood. It's simple, your defense is earth element, and my raikiri is lightning element, that's why I won, but you will live, because I didn't touch vital organs, Uzumaki Sr. said and then went to the wall to read his book. After waiting for the guy to be carried away on a stretcher to the hospital, Hayate went to the middle of the arena. The winner of the last round Uzumaki Naruto, he said, after which he continued, so, now I will ask all the participants who made it to the third round to come down here and take one piece of paper in the box that Enko-san is holding. After the participants did what they were asked to do, he asked them to name their numbers, and he wrote something down on paper, after which he showed how they would fight in the third round, and the fights would go something like this. 1. Uchiha Sasuke Uzumaki Sakura. 2. Hyuga Neji, Akatsuchi. 3. Samui, Karui. 4. Dog no Temari, Shikamaru Nara. 5. Uzumaki Naruto, Kuratsuchi. 6. Dog no Gara, Dosu. 7. Aburame Shino, Dog no Kankuro. In such pairs you will fight at the third stage exactly in a month. This month is given to you for training, and now you are all free. Hayate said and left the stadium. Waking up in the morning, Naruto went out into the street, where he was met by Tenzo and said that the third was calling him to him on one matter. After these words, Naruto went to eat and take a bath and then went to Sarutobi. Approaching his office, he knocked and, hearing, "Come in," from behind the door, he entered the office. "Did you call, Hokage-sama?" the gray-haired guy said, looking at Sarutobi and two strangers. "Hello, my boy, I called you to tell you that Kakashi will not be able to do your training this month, as he will help train Sasuke-kun, but don't worry, I found good teachers for you and your sister," the third said and, with a smile, began to introduce them. "Here, get acquainted, this is the best physician of Konoha, Tsunade Senju, she will train Sakura, well, you, if you want," he said, and for a few moments he was able to notice the joy in the look of Uzumaki and he himself could not help smiling, because Naruto became his family, like his 3 former students. "I'm glad to meet you, Tsunade-sama," the guy bowed. "And I, too, man, very happy," she said with a smile. "New, and this Sannin Jiraiya," the third said and saw first surprise in the guy's eyes, and then joy. Just like Hataki, he did exactly the same when he saw the writer of his favorite books. "I'm very glad to see you, Jiraiya-sama, I've read all your books and hope to see the next one soon," said Naruto. After no more acquaintance, the 3 students of the third, "I hope you have not forgotten that Naruto is also a student of Sarutobi," went to the Uzumaki mansion. Arriving there, they saw a pink-haired girl watering flowers and caring for medicinal plants. After meeting Sakura, the Sanins decided to start a training plan, which ended up being this. Plan. Naruto. 1. Sign a contract with toads and slugs. 2. Learn the Rasengan. 3. Study of medical technicians. Sakura. 1. Studying Tsunade's fighting style and med tech. 2. Learn the Rasengan. She refused to sign contracts. From that day on, training began for the Uzumaki and they surprised the Sannin very much. In weeks, they were able to master what they wanted to teach for a month, and therefore it was decided that Naruto and the pervert would go to Mayaboku for training. The ladies themselves became very good friends, and therefore Shizune and Tsunade taught Sakura until lunch, and then rested at the springs, while talking about their lives until now. Mount Mayaboku. "Naruto-chan, you're a fast learner, but no one has yet been able to absorb natural chakra on the move, and I think it's impossible," said the old toad with gray hair. "Fukasaku-sama, nothing is impossible, and if I cannot connect with you, then I must find another way," said the blonde sitting on his knees. It was clear from him that he had been training for more than 1 hour and now he was very tired. Jiraiya, who was sitting on one of the statues, was proud of his student. Besides, he reminded him not only of Minato, but also of Nagato, his first student. Remembering that trinity from the rain, several tears rolled down from Jiraiya. He reproached himself every day for that he couldn't show up to save his students. "Forgive me, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko and Minato, I couldn't protect you, I'm so sorry to you," he said. "Idiot, use clones," a voice growled into the blonde subconscious. "But exactly. How could I forget? Thank you Kyubi-san for your help," the guy said, which plunged the demon into shock and stupor, because he was never said words of gratitude and never called San. Now the demon was more and more convinced that this guy was not like the others and there was something familiar in him, but the fox could not understand what. After this little conversation, the guy began to train further with even greater zeal, and soon his hermit mode was fully mastered. "Naruto-chan, you were able to master our mode in a week, your thinking is very unusual, and your clones give excellent results," Fukasaku said at the dinner table. But I don't know what else to teach you. He finished in an offended voice. You men, no matter how old you are, you always behave like children. Ma said, looking at those who ate her cooking, those who simply smiled at her words and continued to eat. Fukasaku-sama, do you have any genjutsu for me to learn? Said Naruto, cracking down on the beetle. Yes, there is, but it is very difficult. Said the toad with a perky smile. Meanwhile, in Konoha, everything was pretty quiet and calm, so Tsunade watched how many guys stare at her student, but here's the paradox, not one of them bothered her and the Slug Queen wondered why. Sakura, tell me, what is the reason that they stare at you, but no one is suitable, even drunk? Senju asked. Well, thanks to my brother. Seeing no understanding, she continued, when they molested me once, my brother worked genjutsu on them for this, so much so that, according to rumors, after that they went to the monastery. Besides, one of his calls constantly went with me, so now they won't stop me. Sakura said, drinking green tea in a cafe where the fair sex sat. Clear. Only the woman could squeeze out of herself. Uchiha manner. Son, did you find yourself a girlfriend? Mikoto Itachi asked as she put on Ijairai on everyone, while Mei pricked her ears to hear what her brother had to say. Nearly choking on his tea, Itachi replied. Well, I had one girl in mind, only now her brother becomes too angry when guys come up to her with any hints. Besides, I recently saw how one was almost killed by draft dogs, and the other was bludgeoned by monkeys. He said, grimacing slightly. This is Sakura Uzumaki, you fell in love with her. Mei yelled as she stood up from her chair and pointed her finger at Itachi. Daughter, that's what Mikoto called her and no one was against it. Why did you decide that it was Sakura? The woman asked. Oh, it's simple. She said, while Itachi became even more nervous, and she continued, Naruto-kun is in the 7th team, and there are 2 of my girlfriends, so I know a lot about him and that he is the only shinobi with 3 draft contracts, where includes ninja dogs, monkeys and birds. Besides, he loves his sister very much and does not have a soul in her. Mei spoke. Oh, I see. The woman smiled. You have it just like your dad and I, he is also 5 years older than me. I have Itachi 18 and Sakura is 13, it will be necessary to get to know her. She said as she watched Itachi blush. Meanwhile in the cafe. Well, Sakura, tell me, which of the boys do you like? You can tell me. Tsunade spoke up. Well, to be honest, Itachi-sensei is quite nice, besides, he is a very kind person and his character reminds me of my father and Naruto. She said with a blush on her cheeks. To be honest, today I had a strange dream, in it there was an orange-haired guy who talked to animals and he was very kind, but for some reason everyone was afraid of him and called him a demon. She said thoughtfully. It's probably just a dream, Sakura, so don't worry too much about it, she said. The village had been in the midst of preparing for the Chunin exams all month, so almost no one had time to do anything other than train, and now the long-awaited day had arrived. So the day of the 3rd stage of the Chunin exam came. Many genin and their mentors were excited, because today someone could win, and someone could go to the hospital or even die, and now there were 12 participants in front of the podium. But not only the participants themselves were excited, but also the spectators, because the exam is not held so often, all the more rare when so many participants reached these fights, and now many were betting on certain genin who would fight. After the 3rd Hokage made his speech, a jonin wearing a bandana and holding a senbon in his mouth appeared before the genin. I'm the examiner of the 3rd stage, my name is Genma. He said, after which he looked at the sheet of paper and continued, please stay here Uzumaki Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, I ask everyone else to come up to the stands. He said and, having waited for everyone to rise, explained the rules, after which he gave the go-ahead to start the battle. Meanwhile in the stands. Itachi, son, you have very good taste, this girl is very beautiful and strong once she was able to reach the third stage. Mikoto said, smiling as she watched her son's cheeks turn red. Mom, enough, you better watch the fight, said the guy. Yeah, now Sakura will finish off Sasuke, just like last time, Mei said, smiling and throwing glances at a guy who looked a lot like Kakashi and, as Mikoto noticed, two other girls were looking at him. The battle began in the arena. Sasuke activated the Sharingan and ran towards the girl, but the girl blocked or evaded all the blows of the brunette. The guy himself constantly evaded, and soon he was glad that he did not block the green-eyed blows, because when Uzumaki missed and hit on the ground, at the point of impact was a funnel 5 meters in diameter. The spectators who saw this were delighted with the strength of the fragile girl. The genin were shocked. Mikoto began to worry about her son. An experienced shinobi knew that only Tsunade Senju was capable of this and therefore did not envy the guy. The Uchiha realized that in close combat he had no chance of defeating the girl, so, jumping back, he began to think what to do, but he heard Sakura's voice. Doton, Earthen Shuriken. He began to dodge the deadly technique, because it added the element of wind to each shuriken. Dodging the technique, he folded the seals. Kato, Fireball. But the technique did not reach Sakura, as a wooden wall appeared in front of the girl. Soon Sasuke heard Sakura's voice. Mokuton, Four-Walled Dungeon. And around the Uchiha grew a tree prison. Sakura, do you think this will stop me? The guy said, folding the seals. Raiden, Raikiri. After which he hit one beam with his technique, and what was his surprise when his technique did not harm the tree. Sasuke, I haven't forgotten what your second element is, and since the wind is stronger than lightning, I soaked this wooden prison with wind chakra. And yet, I do not advise you to use Kato, unless of course you want to make a barbecue out of yourself. The girl said, approaching the trap in which the Uchiha was. The winner of this fight is Uzumaki Sakura. Genma said, dumbfounded, then continued, the next fight is Hyuga Neji against Akatsuchi, he said. This fight was not in favor of the stone genin, as he was slower than his opponent and therefore could not resist the 64 blows of heaven, and, left without chakra, he surrendered. After that, the proctor announced the victory of a native of Hyuga. He also said to the participants in the third battle. Karui against Samui. The Battle of Cloud Kunoichi was not as spectacular as the previous ones, since the girls used only taijutsu and kenjutsu, and soon Samui was able to defeat her teammate. Soon Tamari almost lost to Shikamaru. He was able to catch her in his shadow, but he himself gave up, citing the fact that there was not enough chakra left, and gave the victory to the girl. After that the proctor announced the participants in the fifth battle, Uzumaki Naruto vs Kuratsuchi. From the very beginning, the Kunoichi began to use her genome and soon half of the arena was covered with cement. Huh, you can't leave. The brunette said and again folded the seals, caustic hardener. And spat out 3 clots in the direction of the guy. Naruto himself realized that he had fallen into a trap and, jumping high up to get away from the technique, began to fold the seals. Summoning technique. And smoke appeared in the air, and a huge bird flew out of it on the back of which the Uzumaki was sitting. Oh, you used the summon to avoid stepping on my hardener? But I still win. She shouted and spat out several shells into the bird's wings. The bird itself began to fall and soon disappeared in a white cloud, and Uzumaki folded 3 seals, snake rat tiger. Flame of ice. Naruto shouted and blew a huge jet of blue flame towards the field where Kuratsuchi's technique was, while dust rose from the ground. When the dust subsided, then everyone saw a completely scorched part of the arena, where there was ashes instead of earth, and a guy stood in the middle of this hell, who was holding on to the bandage with one hand, and when the brunette looked at him, he lifted the protector and the stone genin fell to the ground. Meanwhile, on the spectator boxes. Did the brother decide to use it? Sakura said excitedly when she saw the seals Naruto was making. What is this? Asked Sasuke and Itachi, who were sitting on both sides of the girl, and then saw how the fox, that's what the girls called him, blew out a blue flame. Ice flame is brother's most dangerous technique, as it turns everything it hits to ashes. There is no protection against this jutsu. This technique is only slightly inferior to Amaterasu in strength, she said, looking at the flames. Itachi and Mikoto, who knew what Amaterasu was, couldn't believe there was anything else that couldn't be defended against, just as Itachi thought about how to confess to Sakura and not anger Naruto. Meanwhile, the proctor declared the winner of the 5th round Uzumaki Naruto and that there would now be a short break so that they could restore the field for the next fights. Rising to the podium, Naruto did not have time to react when 4 girls rushed at him. Well, Sakura is his sister, she seems to be dating Mei, but that's why Snowflake and Rei rushed at him shouting, "With victory to you, Naruto-kun." For his brain it was not clear. Somehow getting out of the deadly grips, the blonde asked the only question that came into his head. "What are you doing?" "I wanted to congratulate you on your victory, brother." Sakura smiled so that everyone else wanted to at least become her brother. "And I congratulate." Mei spoke. "I wanted to congratulate you and invite you to meet." Kunoichi of the 7th team shouted in one voice, red as tomatoes, Kunoichi of the 7th team. From such a statement, Uzumaki first widened his only eye, and then he fainted and remained lying like that. Others were simply in shock, especially Jiraiya, because he did not suspect that his godson was so popular. The girls themselves began to incinerate each other with a look. The fight that almost started was saved by the fact that Genma announced the 6th fight of Sabaku no Gara against Dosu. "I need to finish you off quickly so I can fight that cutie." Dosu spoke as he prepared his most powerful attack. And so, when the soundman ran to the sandy one, a huge wave of sand covered him, which buried him. Many were shocked by this, because they did not think that someone would die here. After the sand came down, a mass of something incomprehensible remained in the stadium, and they tried to quickly remove it so as not to injure people. Meanwhile, Genma decided to announce the last fight of the first round. "Aburame Shino vs Sabaka no Kankuro," he said, rolling the senbon in his mouth from one side to the other. "I refuse," the puppeteer said. Hearing such a decision, the Jonin wrote something down on a piece of paper and then said, "The winner of the 6th fight is Aburame Shino. So, now I will voice the pairs of participants that will fight in the 2nd round, and these are, Samui's first fight against Aburame Shino, the 2nd Uzumaki Naruto against Hyuga Neji and Sabaku no Temari against whoever wins, the 3rd fight Sabaku no Gara against Uzumaki Sakura. Now the participants are given 20 minutes to rest and the fights will continue." In the meantime, the stands were debating who would win and who would lose, with big stakes being placed on many of the participants. "Hello Sakura, I'm Mikoto Uchiha, Sasuke, Itachi and Mei's mother," the woman said, smiling tenderly at the younger Uzumaki. "Hello Mikoto-san, it's nice to meet you," she said, giving the woman the same smile. "You are a strong kunoichi for your age. Can you tell me who you train with so that I can send my blockheads there?" The woman spoke softly, and Sakura realized that the woman was just keeping the conversation going. "Well, basically my brother trains me, and even though I try very hard, I still can't surpass him," the green-eyed girl said with a slightly sad smile. "Oh, so there's nothing wrong with that, because that's why they need brothers to protect us defenseless," she said, while slightly pushing the girl with her elbow. At this time, Kakashi and Jiraiya were looking for their student, who had disappeared somewhere, and not only them, but also 3 girls who loved him and wanted to find out who he would be with were looking for him. But the problem was that no one could find him. And who would think of looking for Uzumaki Naruto among the female? And he was sitting next to Ebisu, while in the henge, sexy jutsu, only without clouds and dressed, but the fox was not lucky, because all the males began to drive up to him. After a short break, Genma reappeared in the arena. "Well, let's start the 2nd qualifying round of the 3rd stage. Now Samui from the Cloud and Aburame Shino are invited to the arena." After the participants descended, Genma moved to the end of the arena and began to follow the fight. The blonde was the first to attack. Having folded the seals, she decided to put the guy in a genjutsu. She succeeded and, thinking that she had already won, she wanted to deliver the last blow by approaching him, but when she raised her hand to strike, the guy intercepted her. How? Only the girl had time to ask, as she was enveloped in a sphere of beetles. Just everything. My bugs eat not only my opponent's chakra, but also share it with me if necessary. Not knowing this, she wanted to defeat me, as a friend, Kiba, mine. Said the beetle grower and, after he was declared the winner, went to the stands. There was a rush in the stands. Everyone again bet on those who, in their opinion, would be the winner, but of course, most bet on the Uzumaki. Hayashi-san, please come to me. One of the Hyuga clan elders said. I am listening to you. Hinata's father spoke as he approached the ones he hated the most, the ones who let his brother die instead of him. Hayashi, have you seen what that Uzumaki girl is capable of? The woman said and, seeing that he nodded, another began to speak. So, we decided that your nephew should marry her. What? Do you want me to force my brother's son to marry her? Hayashi said, barely holding back his anger. Didn't you think that he wouldn't want to, or that she already has a fiancé? He said. Hayashi, it's all for the good of the clan and we hope that you will come to an agreement with Uzumaki Naruto, head of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, in a month there will be a meeting of clans, at which he must attend. The woman said, and then added, I hope you understand that it depends on you whether one of your daughters will have the seal of submission. If it is as we want, then your nephew will have the seal removed. They said, after which they gestured for him to leave. Meanwhile, Neji and Naruto descended into the arena. After Genma's words that the fight could begin, both genin jumped away from each other. You can't beat me, said the brown-haired woman. Such losers will never defeat those who are stronger than them from birth. Forgive me, such is fate. I do not believe in fate, especially if you are not a pouting turkey with a complex of an offended child, then you can correct your fate as you want. Naruto said as he put away his book and stood up. After that, the fox took out 10 shurikens from the pouch and threw them at the enemy, while adding seals, ninja technique, shuriken cloning. And about 100 metal stars fly at the enemy, but this did not bring Uzumaki any achievements, since Hyuga used Kaiten. You will never reach me, especially since in your previous fights I saw that you rely on speed when attacking and when dodging, so let's see how you can dodge this. Neji said, taking out 2 gloves with prints on the palms from his pouch and putting them on, he prepared to use the technique, Kaiten, 1,000 tiers of steel. He said and spun in his technique, while thousands of kunai began to fly out of the whirlwind. And when there was about a meter left before the first kunai, Naruto raised both hands and calmly said, punishment of God. Naruto said, after that, all the weapons that flew at the Uzumaki just flew back, just like Neji himself. What a surprise he was, because even the absolute defense of his clan could not withstand this technique. I don't know what is the reason that you hate your sister, but your eyes are blind. Naruto said as he lowered his arms. What makes you think that I'm blind? Spitting up blood, asked the brown-haired woman. You do not see that you are similar, you cannot see her love for you and the fact that she is ready to give her life not for the clan, but for her brother. Even now she worries about you and that is why you are blind. Naruto said as he created the Rasengan in one hand and extended the other, heavenly thrust. After the words of Uzumaki, the guy was pulled towards him and he received a technique in the stomach, after which he flew off a few meters. The winner of the second round is Uzumaki Naruto. The proctor said, and then continued, the next fight Uzumaki Naruto is against Sabaka no Temari. Hayashi's thoughts. Incredibly, Neji was able to learn not only one of the main branch techniques by himself, but also used kunai at the same time as Kaiten. Uzumaki definitely won't dodge this technique. What? How? What kind of technique is this? I've never seen such a thing. Definitely he's not an ordinary genin, his level is much higher. What? It's the fourth jutsu. What is he going to do, because at this distance he will never reach Neji. Unbelievable, he just pulled my nephew to him and hit him with his technique. This Uzumaki is very strong, and how can I persuade him to give his sister to my clan? Meanwhile, Temari came down to the arena and attacked the guy all the time with wind techniques using her fan. Are you going to run away from me like that? The angry girl shouted. You know. You're so beautiful that I'm afraid to go blind. The boy said as he dodged the wind technique again. Oh, how dare you! The kunoichi shouted, once again sending blades from the wind at the blonde, while a blush appeared on her cheeks. After the guy dodged again, Temari smiled. Now you definitely won't be able to dodge, because there's nowhere to go. After that, she bit her finger and ran it over the fan. This is my strongest attack. Waving her fan and directing a huge amount of chakra into it, she shouted, Hiro Mikure. And in the direction of the Uzumaki, just a huge hurricane rushed, in the middle of which was, I don't remember exactly what kind of animal, well, like a marmot with a scythe. After the blonde sent her technique at Naruto, he quickly folded the seals and yelled, summoning technique, Great Rock Toad. And then added a little quieter, I hope Fukasaku-sama does not kill me for this. When white smoke appeared and equipment crashed into the dog, dust and sand rose. Soon, when everything settled, a huge statue of a toad, which was meditating, appeared before the audience. The audience was glad that Konoha's genin is so strong, and not only, so are all the guy's teachers, Sakura and 3 girls who loved him very much, and everything seems to be fine, but Jiraiya was puzzled by this call, because they won't pat Miyaboku on the head for this, and he himself would not refuse such protective equipment. Meanwhile, the guy cancelled the call. Temari-chan, try to defend yourself now. The gray-haired man said and covered himself with a cover of lightning. A second passed and the girl flew off several meters. I ask you to surrender, since this blow was the weakest, the next one will be stronger. And in confirmation of his words, the cover increased and became more impenetrable. I give up, said the girl. Third round winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Genma spoke up. Meanwhile, in the stands, the representatives of the clouds were shocked, because a similar technique was used by the fourth Raikage. This guy is not simple, as I understand it, he is very dangerous, his speed is much higher than yours, and his flame does not give me rest, so I will have to transfer everything to your brother. Kachibi said. I know, Hachi, his level is equal to that of a Jonin, but I'm more interested in his techniques that he used against the Hyuga. I have never seen such. The Raikage's brother said. Hello Naruto-kun, said the brunette, and at the same time kissed him on the cheek. Healthy monkey, the brunette said, shaking hands with the guy, and then continued, can I kiss you too? Hello Haku, hello Zabuza-san, and no, you don't have to kiss me. Uzumaki said, after which he continued, and how long have you been here? We've been here since the beginning. You know, I'm amazed at how much you've grown since then, and Sakura has gotten stronger since we last met, said Momochi, looking at how the girl descended into the arena. Uzumaki Sakura vs Sabaku no Gara next. The judge said. After Genma gave the start command, the Sandman immediately attacked the girl with his sand. Dodging the sand, the girl folded her seals and sent the water technique, Snake Mouth, at the red-haired one, but Gara was able to defend against her with his sand, after which he created several sand clones and they attacked her with various sand techniques, which Sakura evaded or defended with wood techniques and sometimes attacked with water. So you got it. Shikaku, said the Jinchuriki. Sand trap. And when the sand completely enveloped the girl and began to squeeze her, the usual crunch of bones, to which the genin was so accustomed, did not follow. Calling the sand back, Gara saw that instead of the girl, there was a tree puppet that looked like her. I will destroy you and prove my existence. Oh yes Mom, I'll release it, he said, and a ball of sand formed around him. We'll see. Uzumaki said and ran to the enemy, and in her hand the Rasengan twirled. And so, when she almost ran to the protection of the Jinchuriki, the girl shouted out the name of the technique and hit her on the wall of the ball, while Sakura's hand, where the technique was located, went through Gaara's protection like a knife through butter. A second later, the cry of Suna's genin was heard and everyone saw that a paw of sand rushed after the jumping girl, after which feathers appeared in the air, which made everyone fall asleep. Damn! I knew that something would be wrong. Well, your division. Also on the third. So, Sakura ran after the Jinchuriki. Now I'll help ours a little and go after her, Naruto thought, fighting with the shinobi of sound. I will destroy you and prove that I live. Gaara yelled, half of the guy's body covered in sand. Why do you need it? Why do you kill people? I don't understand, because you have a family. Sakura said as she dodged the sand while occasionally sending out wind and water techniques. You're laughing? Every villager hates me, my father tried to kill me 8 times, even my mother cursed me on my birthday, and by killing I prove that I'm still alive. He shouted and finally managed to get the girl with his sand, lifting her by the leg and hitting the tree. Now be quiet, because he will come and I will kill him, and then you. I think you should let my sister go, Naruto said as he appeared on a branch of one of the trees. Okay, said Gaara and, with the help of sand, pinned the girl to a tree. If you run away or try to pull her out of the sand, she will die. And in confirmation of his words, the sand squeezed the pink-haired girl a little. Well, apparently I have no choice, Naruto said, lifting his eye patch, showing Gaara and his sister and brother a horizontal scar passing through his eye, after which he opened it too. A gray eye appeared in front of everyone, in which from the center 6 rings came out like ripples in water. Raising his hand, he said, God's punishment. Everything that was in the way of Uzumaki's technique began to be demolished, because he put quite a lot of chakra into this attack. I won't lose, roared the dog, who had now completely lost his human appearance and was all covered with sand. After sealing a couple of seals, Gaara transformed into a huge sandy shikaku and attempted to kill his opponent with a sand trap. And so, when the sand reached the guy's belt, he threw out a 3-blade kunai and moved there, and instead of the Uzumaki, the sand grabbed the air. Yeah, I didn't think that I would have to summon them today. Folding the seals, he shouted out, summoning technique. 2 huge toads appeared from a huge white cloud. Naruto, why did you call? Asked the toad with a smoking pipe in his mouth from the guy who was standing on his head. Look ahead, said the second, with a shield hat on her back and a bident in her hands. What? This is Shikaku, the one-tailed monster of the desert. You and your father do not know the measure in battles at all. That Minato then called me to hold the Kyubi, now you are calling us to fight against Shikaku. Bunta said, drawing his blade. Gamariki, Gamabunta, you need to hold him back so that I can wake the guy up, the Uzumaki said. I'm clumsy, but I'll try, said the purple toad. Okay, but remember, we don't have as much chakra as he does, Bunta said. Soon the battle of the tailed against the toads began. Shikaku sent wind techniques to the toads, the same dodged and attacked with Suiton. In this rhythm the battle lasted for about 10 minutes. After Gamariki managed to catch the Tanuki's tail with his bident and Bunt stabbed it with his wakizashi, Naruto was able to reach Gaara and punch him in the cheekbone. I will destroy you, roared only the roused red-haired. I don't think so, Naruto said, using one of his eye techniques to move into the boy's subconscious. As I thought, this seal is not completely finished and therefore Shikaku can influence the guy, but there is one more chakra. As soon as Naruto said this, 2 huge yellow eyes lit up in front of him, and from behind came the voice of the dog, who did not understand what was happening. Gaara, I was waiting for you, my words will be useless, but I just found someone who will talk to you. In a few minutes in reality. Why did he do it? The red-haired man asked in tears. I don't know, But now you know the truth and I hope you reconsider your relationship with your family, Naruto said, putting on a bandage over his right eye. I'll try, but first I need to apologize to Temari and Kankuro and talk to my father. The boy said, wiping tears from his cheeks. Do as you see fit. Sorry, but I have to go, something happened, Naruto said, after which he disappeared in a roll of thunder. On one of the rooftops of Konoha. What have you done, damn old man? Orochimaru shouted, watching his hands turn black and no longer obey. This is the seal of the god of death, created by the hero of the village, the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed his life for the future of the village, the old man said, falling to one knee, and at the moment when death had almost taken the soul of the third, the soul ceased to obey and hung between life and death. Do you have any idea who you're talking to now, mortal? Death spoke. Yes, and I want to make a deal with you, the ash-haired man said, holding Death by the hand. Wow, you are the second one who dared to do this. And what do you want? And of course I want to know what I will get in return, said a melodic voice. You will bring the third back to life, in return I will give you the right eye and be in your service. The guy said. I agree, I will also give you a gift in the form of 3 years of life. Shinigami said and disappeared. After speaking with Death, Uzumaki grabbed the right side of his face and fell unconscious. When the ANBU appeared at the scene of the battle with Jiraiya and Tsunade, they saw the leader of the village. The Kage held the head of the unconscious blonde. Orochimaru did not hurt the third with his sword. Soon life in Leaf returned to normal, most of the buildings were restored, and a funeral was held the day after the attack by Sound and Sand, where they paid tribute to the defenders of the village. Soon, Suna decided to negotiate a truce with the Leaf, because, as it turned out, the Kazekage was dead and the whole conspiracy against the Leaf was set up by Orochimaru, and Shikamaru Nara and Uzumaki Naruto also received the titles of Chunin, but soon the fox was promoted again to Jonin. 2 months have passed since the attack, many things have returned to normal. One of the more important events was to happen that soon Uzumaki Naruto was to take over the post of Hokage, as well as Sabaku no Gara at the same time the Kazekage would become. Sensei, I'm tired, isn't there another way to deal with this? The gray-haired man asked, while constantly glancing at the book that lay on the table. Naruto, tell me, how could you be tired, because we only looked through half of the archive? Said the old man. And just as Uzumaki wanted to answer, 2 Sannin burst into the office. Sensei, Naruto, Sakura has fled the village. They shouted in unison. How did you run away? Hiruzen shouted. Here, she left a note saying she was going to Orochimaru, Tsunade said. Clearly, Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Itachi immediately come to me. Said the third. Soon the Kage were looking for. You two are gathering 3 more and going on a mission to retrieve Uzumaki Sakura, now go. Hiruzen spoke up. An hour later, a team was formed, which included Nara Shikamaru, Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Niji and Akimichi Choji. Soon they moved out. After a few hours meeting the enemy, they had to split up, as in the canon. And here is the Valley of Completion. On one side stands a beautiful girl with long pink hair and the same wings behind her back, on the other, the Uchiha brothers. Sakura, come back, why are you doing this? Sasuke shouted, after all, you have everything. You don't understand me, the girl said, turning around. She was about to take off, when a warm hand lay on her shoulder. Looking at the one whose hand it was, the girl saw Itachi, who smiled at her. Do you want me back too? The pink-haired woman asked. No, I want to go with you, said the guy, and they flew away. Sasuke was left knocked out lying on the head of the first. After some time, Itachi and Sakura landed near the entrance to the lair of the snake, where the Sannin actually met them. I was expecting only Sakura-chan, and the genius of the Uchiha clan came to us as well. May I ask why you came here? Said the whole bandaged man. I'm here because I need power, he said, remembering his last conversation with Naruto. Flashback. I'm glad you came, Itachi-san, the white-haired man said. So why did you call me? The guy asked. Itachi-san, do you know that I am the next Kage of Konoha? Seeing the nod, the guy continued, so, I have a special mission for you. Mission? Itachi didn't understand. Yes, since you are the most devoted person to the village, I can tell you the whole truth, Uzumaki said, pointing to a chair and, when the Uchiha sat down, he continued, so, this is the mission that you and my sister will leave village and go to Orochimaru for 3 years. When Itachi wanted to say something, Naruto raised his hand in sign that he had not finished yet. This is necessary for Konoha. One of the main problems is Danzo, who wants to bend her to his will. I also think that some of the villages will want to steal it. After a little silence, the gray-haired man continued, it will also save us from clan troubles. I hope you understand from what. I understand, Itachi nodded. Then, after thinking, he decided to ask, but you must know that Orochimaru will want to take over her body, and what should we do then? Asked the guy. Well, firstly, when the serpent changes his body, then 3 years must pass before the next ritual. When the body change time comes, he will become very weak and you will have a chance to kill him. What about returning to the village? Then we the third found a way out of this situation. According to all the documents, you are going on an S-rank mission to destroy the nuke of the village. The deadline is 4 years, said the Uzumaki. Does Sakura agree? The Uchiha asked. I can say that I agree, the gray-haired man said. Seeing the arched eyebrow of the guy, Naruto decided to explain. I inspired her that she should go to Orochimaru for power, and in order to remove my suggestion, you need one thing that I will give you, Itachi, but it will take you a few weeks to master this, so start preparing. Also, no one needs to know about this, okay? The Jonin spoke up. Yeah, was all Itachi managed to say. End of flashback. Touching his right eye, Itachi knew that they were very similar to Naruto, because he would have done the same for his stupid little brother, but out loud he said. Orochimaru, when do we start training? You're impatient, Itachi-kun, the snake said in a semi-hissing voice. Training will start tomorrow, but for now, you and Sakura-chan, go and rest. Meanwhile in Konoha, at the Kage residence. We were able to save Niji and Cheiji from death, so they will stay in the hospital for another week. Sasuke Uchiha, Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. That's all, the medic said, standing in front of the Sarutobi table. It's clear. Well, then you are free, third said, and after the door closed behind the medic, ripples passed through the entire office, which meant that someone had put up a powerful barrier so that no one could overhear or peep that happened in this place. Still, we didn't send the boys on this task in vain, because they could die, Hiruzen said, lighting his pipe. Thanks to this, they gained valuable experience, and in which case I would resurrect them, Naruto said, sitting on the couch. But there are problems much more important, now they need to start solving. You're right, said the third. Besides, you only have 3 years. Yes, this complicates things, but I will do everything to clear the village, even if after that they call me a monster, the son of the fourth spoke out. A week has passed since Sakura left the village, and now a significant day has come for the whole of Konoha, because today the 5th Hokage of the Leaf was chosen. The residence had a huge number of people, of course, the heads of the clans and their children stood in the forefront, then the Jonins took their places and only then were the rest of the residents. And then the third appeared on the roof of the residence with the elders. Somewhere in a few seconds Uzumaki appeared in the usual Jonin form, over which he wore a white haori with the symbol 5, he also had a Kage hat on him, but many who knew him before did not. They immediately recognized the guy, because he did not have his mask on. For many people, the sight of Naruto was too strong a reminder of the fourth and that they bullied the child who is now becoming Hokage. Many were afraid that the 5 might begin to take revenge on them. I, Uzumaki Naruto, become the 5th Hokage of Konoha and swear to protect her from all troubles and misfortunes. The guy said, looking at people with his blue eyes, while on his lips he had a slight smile, from which many wanted to smile themselves. After the ceremony, all people began to disperse to restaurants, cafes and eateries to celebrate this holiday, while the newly minted Kage himself went to his office and took care of the affairs of the village. The next day, teams of genin and sensei gathered near the Kage residence and discussed something. "I wonder what mission this guy will give us," Kiba said as he sat in the shade with the rest of the guys. "Well, most likely it will be rank D missions, because we left the hospital not so long ago, and besides, the 7th and 11th teams are inferior," Nara said, and at that moment Naruto came out of the residence in the same clothes as then and, most importantly, without a mask. "Hello, today I will announce the new composition of your teams," and when some wanted to object, he raised his hand and continued, "This is necessary, because you will not be able to carry out missions in such a small composition. So, the 7th team, Uchiha Sasuke, Sai, Sora, Commander Captain Yamato, the 11th team, Asakura Ryuzetsu, Might Ray, Menma and Commander Hatake Kakashi. Also, there will be no missions today, everyone is free." He finished, turning around, he almost left, as Sasuke's voice stopped him. "And what should Mei do? You didn't say anything about her, but she is on my team," he asked. "As for Uchiha Mei, she is undergoing special training to be my bodyguard in the future," Uzumaki said and went through the doors of the building, leaving the guys to think about his words. "Well, the 11th team, please follow me," Yamato said. Arriving at the barbecue bar, they sat down at a free table and ordered meat for themselves, after which the Jonin started a conversation. "I think, for starters, it's worth introducing myself. I'm Captain Yamato, I'm 21, I love architecture, I have many hobbies, the goal, well, is to become necessary for our village," the man said, after which he pointed to Sai. "My name is Sai, I'm 13, I like to draw," he said with a smile. "My name is Sora, I'm 13, I don't like much, but I don't like upstarts," said the guy in monastic clothes. "I'm Uchiha Sasuke, I'm 13, I love my family, I have one goal, to return Itachi and Sakura to the village," he said, sitting at the table, while his hands were clasped in the castle, and his head lay on them. Meanwhile, at one of Orochimaru's bases, Sakura and Itachi were training, overseen by Orochimaru himself and Kabuto. "Orochimaru-sama, why do you need an Uchiha?" the doctor asked. "Kabuto, do you know who Rikudo is?" the Sannin asked, and when the boy nodded, he continued, "So, when I get Sakura-chan's body, I will transplant Itachi's eyes, then I can become the second sage of the 6 paths and fight with the one who had the eyes transplanted, and the one who is a direct descendant of Rikudo," the snake said with a smile. "What, is there anyone else who owns such a great dojutsu?" Kabuto asked, as he began to anticipate how he would conduct experiments on the bodies of the owners of the eyes. "Yes, there is one who has transplanted eyes, this is the leader of the Akatsuki organization, or as he called himself, Pain, and the second owner of these eyes is none other than Uzumaki Naruto." "But why did you decide that this guy is the bearer of the legendary eyes?" The guy didn't understand. "I learned this a long time ago. In the former village of the Maelstrom, in one of the scrolls, it was written that the descendant of Rikudo's daughter, he does not have a daughter, it's just that in my story he will have one, experienced grief and did not consider his first creating a monster, awakens the Rinnegan," the snake said. "You know, Kabuto, when the fox was transplanted into Kushina, I arranged a kidnapping, but she was saved by Minato. And in the future she did not awaken the power of the eyes, which upset me. But now the son of Kushina awakened them and his power is great." "But why don't you take his body then?" the assistant asked. "Then you won't be equal. My young apprentice, you are still stupid and probably don't understand that he can't be affected by any mind-bending technique, even with Mangekyo," said the serpent. "Clear." Only the gray-haired man could speak. At this time, the 7th team was training in Konoha. And yet, I don't understand why any weakling can become Hokage in this village. Sora spoke. I don't think so, Sasuke said. I saw Naruto kill more than 100 people in a few seconds, and he didn't even budge. I bet they were dumb, and that weakling just used a simple wind technique, the monk commented. Think what you want, but you'll never even hurt our Hokage, Sasuke said, getting ready to go home. By the way, do you know that you are now living at Naruto-san's house? What? The guy yelled. In the evening, in the Uzumaki house, or rather in the kitchen, there were 3 people, Hatake, Sora and the owner of the house himself. Let's fight. The guy said, unable to withstand the silent atmosphere. For what? The Uzumaki asked as he read the scroll. I want to know how strong you are, because in order to become a Kage you must be the strongest, and if this is not so, then I will not listen to you, he said. I agree, but if you lose, you will never disobey me again, the gray-haired man said. Yes, I agree, he replied. And so, when they went to the training ground and Hatake gave the command to start the duel, Sora, without thinking for a long time, used his claws and sent 3 cutting waves of wind at his opponent, but the young Hokage was not there. Are you looking for me? Uzumaki asked. Turning around sharply, Sora again sent his technique to the blonde, but he, without even thinking to leave the trajectory, simply extended his hand and absorbed the jutsu. After that, without removing his hand, he said, God's punishment. And the genin was thrown 10 meters away. Well, I think it became clear to you that there is a big gap between our forces, so I will train you in the evenings in the element of wind, and I will also teach you how to use demon chakra. What? Will you train me? The guy didn't understand. Yes, I'll train you, since I and Asuma-san know the futon, but Asuma is busy with his team and can't deal with you, so now you will still study in the evenings, Naruto said and went home. At the same time, Kyubi began to speak to Naruto. Are you thinking of teaching this guy? Yes, Kurama, I still don't have much time and the village will need Jinchuriki after I die, and you will go to your clan, I mean the Fox clan that can be summoned, then he will remain here. I see, so that's why you put that old seal on him and poured so much of my and natural chakra into it. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Well, good night Kurama. Yeah, come on. Meanwhile in one of the caves. Kisame, Shursui, you will now go to Konoha to determine the power level of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, the hologram of a 20-year-old guy with a piercing on his face said. Also, don't grab him just yet. Clear. Said 2 holograms and disappeared. After that, a half-man, half-plant appeared in the cave. Leader Sama, I learned that Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Sakura left the village and now they are with Orochimaru. It was also confirmed that Sakura owns the genome of the tree. Zetsu said. Sure, you can be free. The leader said, after which he gave instructions to the rest and disappeared. It's been half a year since the reign of the 5th Hokage. During this time, much has changed in the village. Tsunade stayed in the village and now works at the Konoha hospital and teaches medicine skills at the academy along with Shizune. There were also changes in the Hyuga clan. Now there was a different seal on the side branch. Instead of caged bird, they put a seal that protected the eye's dead Hyuga from encroachment, while not having any negative effects on the print media. Also, the Akatsuki organization was declared a criminal organization after 2 of the Akatsuki organization attacked 5th. Flashback, 2 weeks since Naruto's appointment. In one of the parks of Konoha, where the river flowed, there were 7 people. In the middle of the river stood 2 men, in black mantles with patterns in the form of red clouds, while at the bank of the river there were 5 people. Gai-san, take Kakashi-san to the hospital. Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, you should also go to the hospital, 5 said. But Naruto-sama, how are you? Guy asked, tossing the gray-haired man over his shoulder. I'll figure it out myself, and you all get out of here quickly if you don't want to get under a hot hand, Uzumaki said, and in his right hand was a huge 2-handed sword. Heh, if you have Zabuza's sword, it means that he is dead, the blue-skinned man spoke out, while showing the Kage his shark-like teeth. Shursui-san, do you mind if I fight him? No, besides, I don't feel that at least someone is approaching here, which means that he will fight alone, the Uchiha said. After the words of the black-haired, Kisame with Samahata rushed to the enemy, but what was his surprise when his opponent beat off all his blows and attacked himself, while Samahata did not want to absorb the enemy's chakra in any way. Have you noticed that your sword does not absorb my chakra and you cannot understand why? Seeing the surprised face of not only the swordsman, but also the Uchiha, Naruto continued, now I use natural chakra, and your sword cannot absorb it without becoming a stone, so your sword abilities are useless, realizing that in a sword fight they are equal, Kisame jumped back, while folding the seals. Suetun, Rocket Shark. The swordsman of the mist spoke, and a huge water technique flew towards the gray-haired one, but did not reach the enemy, as it collided with a huge water dragon. As soon as the water settled back, the Nukanins heard the calm voice of the Kage. Doton, 1,000 stone shurikens. At first, not taking this technique seriously, Kisame wanted to block them with just a sword, but when he saw that just a huge number of shuriken were flying at them, he had to use one of the best defensive techniques. As expected of the fifth, but can you resist me? Shursui said as he showed the world his Sharingan. Now we'll find out, the gray-haired man said, lifting the bandage and opening his eye. Shursui-san, this kid has the same eye as that Jonin and you. I wonder where they are stamped. Kisame chuckled. Now it's clear how this baby boy became a Kage, all thanks to the Sharingan. I don't think so, Shursui said, seeing the incomprehension on his comrade's face, he clarified, the Sharingan won't be able to give such a strong advantage. In addition, during your fight, he did not use it. It's true, but he still won't be able to endure this fight for long if he uses it, Kisame said, folding the seals, Suetun, great wave. And a huge wave rushed towards the Hokage, 15 meters long and wide, but in the next second both Nukanins had to immediately jump away from the blue flame. Like Zetsu said, you are very strong Naruto-san, using a technique equal in strength to our clan's Amaterasu is respectable, but what about Genjutsu? The black-haired man said, and his eye changed. Tsukuyami. Nice try, but Genjutsu against me is useless, the blonde said, after which he folded the rat seal with one hand and lightning began to cover his body. Well, I think I can keep you a little longer until the ANBU arrives. Kisame, seeing how the guy's body was covered with lightning, decided to fight seriously and use a technique in which no one could defeat him, but suddenly his partner's voice was heard, Kisame, we're leaving, even. For us to fight against the whole village will be too much, after Shursui's words. They used Shunshin and disappeared from the village. End of flashback. But on that day, the battles did not end for the young Hokage, since the elder of the village and part-time head of the ANBU route, Shimura Danzo, also decided to attack him. Flashback, 2 weeks since Naruto's appointment. After the Akatsuki attack. Why are you here, Danzo-san? Naruto said without turning to the old man. You know, at first I thought you were a fool, Naruto, but I soon became convinced that you are very cunning, just like foxes, Shimura said as he caught up with the guy. But the alleged escape of your sister and Itachi and the way the teams were distributed speak volumes, and I, as a person who wants to take the post of Kage, cannot allow you to eliminate me in the future, so I'm sorry, but I will take advantage of the fact that you were attacked and kill you, Naruto-kun, the old man said, removing the bandages from his arm. I see, so after you manage to get rid of me, you will throw all the blame on Akatsuki and that's why there is such a powerful barrier here, Naruto said, while he removed the lens from his left eye. Oh, fifth, you do not feel sorry for the old man at all. Using both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan against me is at least not fair, he said with a smile, after which he removed the blindfold from his eye. I don't think you are weak. In addition, 10 Sharingan and Byakugan in your eye say that this fight will be on equal terms, Naruto said, pulling out his blade again, while becoming in a stance. And the Kage-level duel began. In the beginning, they both fought with their swords. During this battle, Naruto received several minor injuries, and Danzo was left without an arm several times, once without a head, but each time he appeared again without any damage, but soon they tired and they jumped away from each other, while folding the same seals. Futon, Cleaving Impulse. And two vehicles of the same power met and self-destructed each other. You really are not so bad, and therefore I will not fight with you alone. After these words of the old man, 6 people in ANBU masks appeared in the clearing. These are my best people and now they will kill you. I hope you don't think that I wasn't prepared for such a turn of events. Naruto said, taking out a scroll, unfolding it and folding several seals. There were 6 claps and 6 copies of the 5th appeared in front of everyone. The only difference was that some had long hair, some short, one had no hair at all. Also one of the copies had the same eyes as Naruto, and the rest had only the Rinnegan in the eyes. Let me introduce you, 6 Paths of the Sage. The 7 spoke with one voice, after which each chose his opponent. The Kage himself fought against the head of the root. In this fight, many techniques were used from both sides, but the fact that Uzumaki used Susanoo was unexpected for Shimura and his battle plan was disrupted because now he could not get close or strike. You know, now I can be calm. I hope you do what I couldn't do, Danzo grunted, after which he died. End of flashback. After these incidents, everything went back to normal in Konoha, and now 6 genin stood in front of the 5th, these are 3 from Guy's team, as well as the 7th team. So, the mission was successfully completed? Said the 5th, looking at his peers with a sad look. Okay, you can be free. Also, since the mission was level A, you can rest until the exam. And one more thing, Sasuke, you can take the Kiba swords for yourself, since out of the 6 of you, only you have Raiden. He finished and began to sort through the papers further. Eat, said the genin and left the office. Until the very evening, Uzumaki sat in the office without a break, working with documents, and now, at 8 o'clock, the shinobi, those who work with messages, appeared and told the news that he had been waiting for so long. After that he sent the ANBU to call those whom Naruto wanted to see. And so, in front of the gray hair, 5 of the strongest shinobi of the village gathered. So they decided to hold a meeting after all? Hiruzen said, after which he thought and asked another question. And where will it take place? In the country of iron, said the young Kage, then added, Tsunade stays instead of me, and Shikaku-san and Kakashi-san will go with me and this is not discussed. Whoever wants to dispute will spend that month in a D-rank mission, Naruto said. Yes, we didn't think about it, they said. Then, we'll move out tomorrow, Uzumaki said and again went deep into reading the scrolls. For an hour now, 3 people have been walking towards the land of iron. One of them was a man of about 30 with dark hair tied in a ponytail so that he looked like a pineapple. The second was a man with gray hair, who did not know such a thing as gravity, but the age of this man could not be determined, since he wore a mask almost on his entire face. The third was a young man of 14 years old, but, looking at his face, I would give him 17 or 18 years. His face was decorated not only with 3 stripes in the form of a mustache on each cheek, but also with several scars, as well as his right eye was covered by a Konoha forehead protector. Naruto, tell me, have you chosen a companion? Hatake asked. No, I could not choose which of them I like more, so they will decide everything themselves, the gray-haired man said. I see, but I don't understand why there's a Kage meeting, Kakashi muttered. This meeting will discuss what to do with Akatsuki, Naruto said. Then they walked in silence. Meanwhile, at one of Orochimaru's bases. Sakura, be careful. Remember what Orochimaru told you, Itachi said, walking next to the girl. Don't worry like that, Itachi-san, I know what Yugo is capable of, the girl said with a smile as she walked through the tunnel. Damn, Sakura, why are you addressing me as you, and to a guy you haven't even seen, you, it's fucking not fair, thought the Uchiha, but said something else, I see, but still it's worth be careful. And so they came to the biggest door. This door was the most powerful. Itachi even thought that with such a door it would be possible to contain the caudate, and not just this guy. Soon, Itachi walked to the door and opened it. As soon as he did this, something jumped out and raised his axe hand to hit the girl, but Sakura did not stand still, but simply extended her hand and vines grew out of it, which could hold this monster. Well, hello Yugo, my name is Sakura and I hope you will come with us, she said with a smile. Seeing the girl from his dreams, Yugo calmed down and then she let him go, but after her words he was shocked, because everyone who saw him in this form ran away from him like fire. Everyone except Kimimaro. After thinking for a moment, he replied. No, I'm not going anywhere from here, he said, running into his cell. You don't know who I am or what I'm capable of. I know what you're capable of, so come with me. In which case, I will not let you break loose, let me replace Kimimaro for you, Uzumaki said, while placing her hand on his shoulder. Do you agree? Yeah, was all the guy could say. Itachi, who watched this, realized that he was starting to be jealous of his former student for this guy. Meanwhile, the delegation from Konoha reached the country of Iron in a few days and now they were met by the general of the country of Iron, Mifune. Welcome, Hokage Dano, Mifune said. The general's escort bowed. I'm glad to welcome you and also very glad that you agreed to host us all, Naruto said and bowed along with Hatake and Nara. After that, they all went to the hall, where the rest of the Kage had gathered. Uzumaki sat down at the table and put his hat on it, while Kakashi and Shikaku stood behind him on the balcony. Well, why did you want to hold a meeting, Hokage? The Raikage said, looking at the white-haired man with contempt. The purpose of bringing you here is for us to deal with the Akatsuki criminal organization, Naruto said. Maybe first we will deal with the problems that have accumulated between the villages? The Mizukage suggested, and when everyone agreed, she took the first word. Hokage-san, do you want to give our village the Swords of the Mist? I think no. Firstly, the Nukanons had them, and, as far as I remember, what was taken in a fair battle remains with the winners, and when Terumi wanted to object, the gray-haired one continued, exactly the same as the scrolls of my clan, on which everything is built, your sealing techniques, or the fact that your Jonin, AO, is a carrier of the Byakugan, which he took after defeating one of the Hyuga. After that, the surprised face of a woman appeared and then he decided to finish her off. But if you want, I can give you swords, but in return I will take the eye and the scrolls, while destroying all your barriers built on the techniques of my clan. Oh really? She asked with a smile. Is there enough strength? I may look young, but don't underestimate me, he said in a cold voice, and then added, if Mifune Dano allows, then you can test my strength. Then, I want to be the first to fight you, Hei said. Well, if you so desire, you can fight on our training ground, said the general of the army of Iron. After that, everyone went to the nearest training ground. The Raikage was wearing the same clothes as in Shippuden. Naruto was wearing a Jonin uniform over which he wore a white haori with a 5 symbol on the back, as well as his gray hair, which were up to the shoulder blades, were dissolved. I hope you don't die quickly, he said and rushed at great speed towards the 5th, while his body was covered with lightning. But what happened next surprised the representatives of the cloud, because Uzumaki held the Raikage's hand with one hand and his body was also covered with lightning. So B was telling the truth about you using the lightning cloak. Now I'm wondering which of us is better. After that, the Raikage jumped away from the enemy and his cover of lightning increased, after which he again rushed towards the Uzumaki. A moment and he was in the place of the enemy, but he was no longer there. You are very strong, Raikage Dano, and if not for some of my tricks, I would have already lost, Uzumaki said, holding his executioner blade, impregnated with the element of wind, at the Cloud Kage's head. If you don't mind, now I have to resolve my dispute with the Mizukage Dano. I don't mind, was all he could say, looking at his hand, where the seal for the fourth technique was. Kid, I hope you don't melt too much after my kiss, May said and, folding the seals, said, lava element, veil. After that, she spat out a huge clot of magma that covered a huge radius of the area, preventing them from using movement. But this attack did not help, as Naruto also folded 3 seals and said, ice flame. And blew a huge clot of blue flame towards the woman's technique, which, to the surprise of everyone, simply burned the magma. I forgot to tell you that I also have a Kekigenkai. Any ninjutsu is useless against me. And now, I suggest that everyone go into the room and discuss our affairs. Terumi Mei's thoughts. He has interesting abilities. In addition to Kekigenkai, he possesses Raiden, and the fact that he wears a patch over his right eye suggests that he has a trump card. Plus, he's from the Uzumaki clan, which is why he has such strong chakra. Too bad he's not from my village. Well, for starters, I ask you all to listen to me without interrupting. The Uzumaki began his speech. I got information that Akatsuki decided to collect all the bijou for the Moon Eye technique and put everyone in an eternal genjutsu with it. I propose to protect our Jinchuriki. To begin with, they will need to be hidden, and it is best if the Raikage does this. Why is it him? Anoki asked. Because there are no cloud people in Akatsuki and therefore they don't know how to infiltrate the village, Naruto said, after which he began to speak again. Also, I think that soon they may start a war against the villages and none of we cannot stand against them alone, so I also suggest hiding children, women and old people in Kumo so that they do not get hurt. Well, if you still get smarter and agree to create an alliance of shinobi, then I suggest that it be headed by the Raikage, said the Hokage, shocking everyone with his statement. I agree with the Hokage, but I have only one question. Why are you nominating the Raikage? The Tsuchikage asked. It's simple, Tsuchikage Dano, you're pretty old for this, and besides, your experience will come in handy in battles on the battlefield. The Mizukage will not be able to, since it was in her village that this organization originated and Yagura helped her. The Kazekage and I are too young for this, so only Ei Dano is suitable for this role. Besides, he has 2 Jinchuriki in his village, Naruto said. It's obvious you didn't become Hokage at such a young age for nothing. I will only tell you one thing, and that is that I agree with you. I am also for the alliance, Anoki said. I agree too, Mei said. I'm all for it, Gaara said. For the sake of my village, my brother, and Yujito, I am also for this alliance, Ei replied. Since such a turn of events, then the samurai will also join the alliance, Mifune said. At this time, in one of the dungeons, which was located next to the Bridge of Earth and Heaven, there were 5 people in black robes with red clouds. Hey, blonde, don't show your crap here, otherwise we'll all be underground, the platinum blonde said. Fuck you, Haiden, as soon as we get out, I'll blow you up. Deidara shouted. Hey, Haiden, what are you doing with us? Kisame asked. The leader said that this is the sister of the Hokage who kicked your ass and I am very interested in what this S.Chka looks like, the priest of Jashin said. After that, everyone walked in silence and everyone thought about his own, when suddenly, from both sides, huge branches of trees suddenly appeared, preventing them from passing further. What the F, Naya? Haiden didn't understand. Idiot, we've fallen into a trap, Kisame said. I wouldn't use fire techniques if I were you, of course, unless you want to make a barbecue out of yourself, the girl said, leaving the turn. And why shouldn't I do it? Shursui asked as he stopped making seals. I missed futon along these wooden beams, so I will ask just once, who are you and what are you doing here, she said, coming closer to the tree prison, allowing herself to be examined by this. Sakura looked about 16 years old. Her pink hair reached the shoulder blades and was tied in a high ponytail. Also, during this time, she grew up a little. She wore a white shirt, the same as Sasuke had when he was with Orochimaru, under which was a t-shirt mesh. She also wore regular black pants and a purple sash that was tied around her waist, which also held the katana that Naruto made her. I also wonder what my former colleagues are doing here, hissed the snake Sannin, who approached with Itachi and Kabuto. The leader said to come to you for one of your techniques, Sasori said, while glancing at the girl. Here's the thing. Sakura-chan, let our guests go, we need to talk, the Sannin hissed, after which he went to his office with the guests. After the Nukanins finished their conversations, they stayed with the Sannin and everyone dispersed in all directions. Kisame went to sleep, Itachi and Shisui left the shelter and sat down in the clearing to look at the stars, and Sakura, Yugo, Sasori and Haiden were sitting in the kitchen. Hey, bitch, do you want to have fun with me? Said the priest, smiling lewdly and looking at the breasts of the Sannin apprentice. If you don't shut up and get out of here, then I will use my wood techniques to rip your ass and, believe me, it will be a very big bow, Hirono said, while she grew a 2-meter pole from her palm with a smile, very thick pole. I got it, I'm leaving. Haiden said, leaving the kitchen, while he was pale as death. Not bad you sent him off, said the puppet master. He's lucky he hasn't seen my brother yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten away with it, she said, smiling. What, has it already happened? Asked, until this silent, Jugo. Well, yes, only almost no one approached me, his calls often went with me, and whoever was too persistent could feel the full force of his genjutsu, she said. And he has a lot of calls? The puppeteer asked, intrigued by the abilities of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Well, while I was in the village, he had 6 of them. Seeing the surprised face of Yugo, she continued, these are birds, toads, dogs, slugs, monkeys and stone statues. Not bad for someone who's only 14, Sasori said. Why did you leave him and the village? He wanted to exchange me like a thing, giving me in marriage to another clan and getting money for it. But what offended me was that he always deceived me, she said, clenching her hands into fists. I see, was all Sasori said. Meanwhile, the Uchiha started talking about the village and other things, but only after making sure no one was eavesdropping on them. So you're an apostate now, Shisui affirmed rather than asked. I wonder why you left the village you love so much. Just don't tell me it's because of the girl. You're right, this is my mission given to me by Naruto-sama, Itachi said. Is it true? And what is it? He asked, turning to face his friend. In guarding his sister while Orochimaru trains her, and when he weakens, I will have to kill him, Itachi said. Shisui, now you can go back to the village since Danzo is already dead after he wanted to kill Fifth. No, Itachi, it's still early, I have to find out more, he said, after which they sat in silence for a while, after which they headed back. Meanwhile, at the meeting, it was decided that each village would send several teams to the cloud, where there would be Jinchuriki. After that everyone went to their villages. After a few days of traveling, Naruto arrived at Konoha with an escort. So the meeting went well? Asked a third, sitting on the couch smoking his pipe. And who will you send to Kyumo? Yes, everything went well, the 7th and 11th teams will go there, as well as Uchiha Mei, Naruto said, sorting through the papers that had accumulated during the time he was gone. And why do you send your secretary there? Hiruzen didn't understand. She has special techniques that will help in case of emergency, he said, after which he continued, moreover, I already told her to pack things. Meanwhile at the Uchiha estate. Mei, where are you going? Sasuke asked as he walked into the house. On a mission. By the way, you also need to get ready, because your team is also coming, she said. I didn't know paper worms went on missions, Sasuke said with a smile. Did you say something? Mei asked as she showed her Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke? No, nothing, and I'm generally silent, Sasuke said, stepping back. He knew what Mangekyou was capable of, because Naruto helped him awaken him. He also knew that all eyes have different abilities. That's it. By the way, I and Yamato will be the main ones on this mission, Mei said, teasing her brother. Why are you? The guy didn't understand. Don't forget that I'm a jonin and you're a chunin, she said, grabbing a sandwich. I'm off, I have to warn the others. Meanwhile in Kyumo. Hey bro, why does the Hokage send his secretary here? B asked. She'll be here to protect against long-range techniques like the tailed bomb, Cloud Kage said. What? Is there really such a technique that can protect against a tailed bomb, while only one person can use them? B asked. Of course there are, even if you don't know about them, so you'll have to get ready, because delegations from different villages will come here soon and, B, don't tell them about preparing for war, I said. Meanwhile, Akatsuki was walking towards their base and everyone was thinking about their own, sure about what the fifth was up to. Sasori, at his first meeting with Sakura, wanted to make a doll out of her, but now he was thinking about how to return his body to him, while the rest were thinking about how to blow up or destroy something. Wow, that means what the cloud looks like, he said, admiring Sora. This village is very different from Konoha. Well, what would you like to see? Sasuke spoke. It's a different area. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice. Well, where is this gray-haired upstart? Said the short-haired brunette from the stone. Who are you talking about? Sora asked, looking at the girl. I'm talking about Naruto. Where is this monkey? The chunin of the stone said. Do you realize you just called our Hokage a monkey? Sasuke said with a smile more like a grin. What is he, Hokage now? A little shocked girl said. And a verbal skirmish could have begun again if other representatives of the hidden villages had not appeared. Sorry for the delay, said a swarthy woman in her 20s with silver hair. My name is Mabui and I have come to escort you to the port from where you will go to the island for your missions, she said with a smile. Well, let's go. After that, all this pack of shinobi went to the pier. Arriving there, they almost all boarded the ship, except for Mei and Mabui. Having boarded the ship, the guys saw two teams from the cloud there. After that they sailed on the ship, while the girls went to the Raikage residence. Meanwhile, a clan meeting was taking place in Konoha. It was stupid to make peace with them, because not so long ago they wanted to kidnap the daughter of the head of our clan, the elder of the Hyuga clan almost shouted. So you mean that I, the head of the village, am incompetent and stupid? Naruto asked. Yes, it is, you are a tyrant and a fool, he said in response. And now I think everyone should know something that I found out not long ago, Naruto said, throwing the folder with documents on the table. Having opened the documents that the ANBU route collected, all the heads of the clans were shocked, because it turned out that both elders belonged to a side branch and that they arranged that kidnapping for their own purposes in order to get rid of Hisashi, who began to suspect them. It was also a few more large and small machinations that brought damage to the village and the clan. Now, since everything has become clear to everyone, I, as the Hokage of Konoha, declare you traitors to the village and appoint your execution for tomorrow. Those who will execute the execution will be Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga Neji, Jonin of the Hidden Leaf, he said, after which he added, that's it. After that, Naruto and Hiruzen left the hall, and the elders were immediately taken into custody by the ANBU. At this time, the delegation almost swam to the cherished island, when a huge squid attacked the ship and grabbed the gaping shinobi with its tentacles. Sora, come on. We can't handle him, Sasuke yelled. Yeah. The guy shouted and, jumping off the ship, began to increase in size, changing his appearance. Soon, the huge nine-tailed fox himself appeared before everyone. Well, get out of here. He shouted in the voice of a guy and hit this monster with his fist, after which he struck a few more blows and, when the squid released the people, the fox caught them with his tails. After the squid swam away, Kyubi lowered people onto the ship and began to take on human form. Not bad, the Uchiha said as he walked over to his friend. But I could do better, he continued with a smile. Yeah, in a dream and only dreaming, Sora commented. Not bad, lad, you were able to tame a tailed one, said a dark-skinned albino in glasses, after which he extended his hand with a clenched fist, to which the young novice of the monastery answered in the same way. Meanwhile in Suna. Are you really hoping for Konoha's help? The old woman asked. They'll probably send inexperienced genin to help us, she finished speaking, her back to the door, when a young voice made her turn around. Sorry that my village didn't live up to your expectations, said a young guy in a white haori over the usual jonin clothes. He also had a leaf protector on his head that covered his right eye, and the famous copy ninja stood behind him. Hokage Dano, Baki said in surprise, after which he bowed, followed by the others, except for Chiyo. That's later, Naruto said as he approached Kankuro. Now we need to take care of him. Going up to Kankuro, while folding about 10 seals, his hand glowed with green light. After that he began to run his hand over the guy's body. This went on for about 10 minutes, after which the gray-haired man spoke again. After half an hour he will come to his senses and then we will talk to him. Approaching the guy, Chiyo began to examine him and, having learned that he was completely healthy, she could not believe that the Kage himself had come from Konoha to help them, and then she heard the voice of her brother. As you can see, times are changing, sister, for the better. Sighed. I hope Garakuen gets saved. Soon Kankuro came to his senses and then he told about how he pursued and that Sasori of the Red Sands turned out to be the partner of that bomber. After that, he gave a piece, which he managed to tear off at the very last moment with the help of Karasu's hand. Then the fifth Hokage summoned the ninja dogs and sent them in search, while he himself went along with Baki and the elders to the meeting room. Today I came to you with a plan to evacuate civilians and genin, Naruto said. Why should we listen to you? Because you are not our Kage, said the young elder. This plan was drawn up by all 5 Kage and General Mifune, the gray-haired man said, handing out all the papers. So I came here not only to help you, but also to hand over the scroll with the movement technique. Chiyo looked at the young Kage and recognized in him the features of the 4th Hokage, whom she had only seen once. Since she had a lot of experience, she was able to see well-disguised emotions in the guy's face, such as sadness, worry for someone, and fatigue. Baki told her that he was able to defeat Shikaku when he was a genin and that Gaara changed for the better after interacting with him. The Jonin also said that the Hokage can see the soul of a person, and now Chiyo was thinking that the world had really changed. The old woman was pulled out of her thoughts by the fact that one of the young elders began to speak badly about the 5th Kazekage. The one-eyed man's reaction was not long in coming. Are you completely crazy? The calm Naruto shouted, breaking through a huge oak table with his hand, on which lightning ran, as well as all over his body. You insignificant freaks, thinking only about your own skin and about how to get more money. Where were you when the village was attacked? Hiding in their holes while your shinobi and your Kage protected her. You simply do not deserve to bear the name of the elders, because you are capable of nothing, rats. After these words, Naruto left the room. Meanwhile, Itachi, waiting for the right moment, attacked the serpent Sannin using Amaterasu, but the Sannin was able to get rid of this flame only when he changed 6 bodies. I knew you would betray me, Itachi, Orochimaru said as he pulled out the Kusanagi blade. Really, I expected you to try it in a year and a half, not now. It's just that the Hokage Dano decided that you are no longer needed to train his sister and therefore you will die today, the Uchiha said, removing the lens from his right eye, and then Orochimaru saw the Rinnegan in the boy's eye. I can tell you one secret of this eye: if you transplant one eye to yourself, then you will get 3 techniques out of 6 that the owner of this dojutsu possessed. And you're out of luck, my techniques are deadly for you. After these words, Itachi raised his hand and said, Hell World, Soul Destruction. After these words, a certain monster formed behind the guy, which began to absorb the soul of the Sannin. Damn you, Itachi! I will take revenge on you. Only the snake managed to say before collapsing to the floor. In the meantime, the dogs found the place where the Akatsuki had camped, and 2 teams from Konoha went there along with Chiyo. A few hours later, 2 people in black raincoats with red clouds appeared in front of the rescuers. "Shursue-san, look, the Hokage himself decided to save Shikaku's Jinchuriki," say the Nukenin of the mist. "You'd better move away so as not to be hurt," Naruto said, turning to his people, and they, without taking long to wait, jumped away from them, while the Kage himself began to fold the seals, Katon, Doton, dragon shooting earth and fire. And meter-long fireballs of the earth rushed towards the opponents. From this technique, the Nukenins jumped back and Kisame, having folded several seals, turned the once green glade into a pool. In response, the gray-haired man folded the well-known seals and 3 huge water dragons rushed towards Akatsuki, but they never reached their goal, as they collided with equally huge water sharks. The Uchiha, without losing the opportunity, was behind and launched several air blades towards the 5th, but they did not reach their goal, as they crashed into a stone wall. As expected of one of the Kage, Shursue said as he made new seals, "Kato, big fireball." In response, the Uzumaki responded with one of his strongest techniques. Ice flame. This fire burned not only fire and water, but also a dozen meters of forest with earth, leaving behind white ashes, like snow, and at the same moment both Nukenins were pierced by a hand shrouded in lightning. "You always have to watch your back," the last thing the members of the Akatsuki organization heard, after which they turned into people completely unfamiliar to the Konoha people. "Naruto-sama is just incredible," said an enthusiastic Lee, looking at his Kage. "He defeated them so quickly, without even being out of breath. And what do you want, Cudgel? He is our Kage after all, and no one is hired for this post," Takashi said, while hitting her teammate on the head. "But why the bodies of the criminals have changed, I don't understand. This is one of the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage. It temporarily changes the body of the person it was used on, while giving 30% of the strength of the one who performed it. It's my decision that Tobirama invented it, so if anything, sorry, but how she got to them is a mystery." "Okay, now let's stop here to gain strength for tomorrow's battle," Naruto said, folding the seals, and a 2-story wooden house appeared in front of everyone. No one in Konoha has ever seen 5th angry. He was able to destroy the cave where Akatsuki was in a few seconds, after which he was able to kill Sasori, while the second member of the organization was able to escape. And now everyone was standing in front of the dead Kazekage, while not everyone was able to move away from what they saw. Chiyo was about to use the forbidden medical technique she had developed herself, but was stopped by the Uzumaki's hand. "Having laid the seal of the snake," he said. "Outworld, Samsara reviving will technique." After these words, a huge chakra pressure went from the young Kage, and in the next moment Kazekage Gaara opened his eyes, and the 5th's gray hair, which reached to the shoulder blades, now became even longer, which did not hide from Chiyo's eyes. When Gaara opened his eyes and was able to sit up, he saw the shinobi of his village, of which there were a lot on the field, and the next moment his sister and brother hugged him, barely holding back tears. Then Gaara turned his head slightly to the left and saw his first friend, and part-time Hokage of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. "You have become a worthy Kage, Gaara. See? All these people came to save you, but I think we need to go, otherwise the other part of the village will go crazy if they don't see their ruler soon." After these words, he went up to the red-haired man and helped him to stand up and rest against his shoulder, and then they moved towards Suna. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Hidden Cloud, 2 girls were sitting on the sofa and talking on different topics. One of them was the secretary of the Raikage, the other was the assistant to the Hokage. "Mei-san, what is your Lord Hokage like?" "I was told he was your age," the platinum blonde said, chewing on a dango. "Well, what he was up to 13 years, I do not know. The first time I met him was at the distribution of teams. Then he seemed strange to me, because he constantly read some book, and his biggest problem was that he was constantly late, coming up with various stupid excuses. Yes, and behaved constantly stupid, but when we were given the first dangerous mission and on it he fought with Momochi Zabuza, then at that moment he was very serious. After that, there was a Chunin exam, where he fought with the Sannin Orochimaru on equal terms. And after half a year, he became Hokage and became a completely different person. Serious, gloomy, and there is almost never a smile on his face. To tell you the truth, I miss that Naruto, said the Uchiha. At this time, behind the wall, the Raikage was warming his ears, eavesdropping on the conversation of the girls, but then a messenger entered his office and handed over a scroll with the seal of the Hokage. Opening it, A read it and smiled, but out loud he said, "Uzumaki, and you are still that puppeteer." Meanwhile, on the border of the Land of Lightning, 3 shinobi had set up camp and now they were sitting around the fire and talking. "So my brother lied to me in order for me to leave the village and all because of the damned elders who wanted to make a puppet out of me?" The girl asked the brunette who was sitting in front of her. "Yes, Sakura, you understood everything correctly and now we are all going to the hidden cloud on the orders of Naruto Dano," Itachi said. The third member of the team just sat and looked at the sky, while stroking a hair that ran towards him. Anyone would think that he doesn't care about anyone, but he doesn't, because he was constantly worried about his second close person, of course, after Kimimaro. Now he understood only one thing and that is that Sakura's brother, whom he had not yet seen, was just as worried about her, if not more. He was also interested in the place where the Uchiha was going to take them. Itachi said that he, Yugo, should like it there. Soon after the rescue of the Kazekage, all the shinobi returned to Suna, after which the ninja began to go about their business, and the elders were no exception, who, together with the young Hokage of Konoha, went to the hall where only the elders had lived until that time. Arriving there, Uzumaki asked them to stay outside for a while, and he went into the building and did not appear for about half an hour, after which he opened the door and invited them to enter. Having entered there, they were simply in deep shock, because in front of them stood their living grandson, who looked to be 16 years old. He looked the same as in the hideout where the battle took place, but there was a difference between this and that Sasori. It was that the guy's eyes were not doll-like, but with a spark of life. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki began to speak. "Chiyo-sama, you can hug your grandson, since this is not a doll, but a real person. Besides, he is not dangerous for us and wants to serve the village himself and atone for his sins." After these words, Naruto went to the hospital to his friend and comrade by misfortune. "Hi Gaara, how are you feeling?" Uzumaki said with a smile. "I'm fine," the guy replied, looking at his friend. "I was told that it was you who saved me in Kankuro, for which I am very grateful to you. I hope you stay here for a while." Kazekage spoke. "If there are no cases, then he changed his face and said, 'Sorry, but next time.'" After these words, he disappeared from the hospital and from the village of Pesca. Fifth appeared on the border of the countries of fire and rain. In front of him in the clearing lay 4 seriously wounded Anbu, and a little ahead of him stood a girl with red hair and a piercing on her face, and the Rinnegan burned in her eyes. Seeing Naruto, she spoke. "Come with me, Jinchuriki, I wouldn't want to drag you half dead on me." The fifth himself approached his people and, touching each, began to answer. "And if I don't agree? What are you going to do then?" he said, standing up, after which he began to address the guy in the owl mask, while starting to add seals. "Owl, I declare red level 3, and also tell me that no one should meddle here if they don't want to get under a hot hand." After these words, the Anbu disappeared in white clouds, after which he turned to a girl in a black hoodie with red clouds. "Tell me, why did you decide that one of the Kage would surrender so easily to you?" "I'll tell you honestly, you will have to work hard to defeat me." To these words, the girl replied, "Summoning technique, 6 paths of pain," and hit the ground with her hand. Where the girl was, everything was covered with smoke, and when the smoke cleared, 6 red-haired people with piercings on their faces and eyes of Rikudo appeared before the fifth. Then they spoke at the same time. "Jinchuriki, you can't defeat a god. If you are a god? The Hokage began, while lifting the blindfold from his right eye and removing the lens from his left. Who am I then? Soon, two of the world's greatest dojutsu looked at Pain. Where did you get that eye? One of the Pains asked his question. I awakened those eyes when I was still a child, then in the battle against Orochimaru I lost my right eye and the Uchiha clan gave me the Sharingan, Naruto said, taking an elongated three-bladed kunai in his left hand, and the decapitator in his right. But now is not about that. I think it's time for us to start our fight, Uzumaki said and rushed forward. One of Pain's bodies, namely a fat man, ran towards him. The Uzumaki first threw a kunai, which the fat man dodged, and at the same moment, Naruto had to deflect the black metal rod with his blade. Dodging and parrying a few more blows from one of the Pains, Fifth heard a female voice behind him. Summoning technique. After that, four summoning creatures rushed out of the white cloud on the Hokage, since they could no longer be called animals. In response to this, the gray-haired jumped back, while throwing the decapitator soaked in wind chakra at the fat man, who wanted to beat off the sword, but he failed and he was nailed to a tree. Naruto himself began to fold the seal. Summoning technique, Gate Guardians. And then two huge toads appeared in front of Naruto, the same huge fox and a slightly smaller monkey. Gamariki, take on that bull. Bunta, you're wearing a rhinoceros. Fudo, summoning fox in black, you are wearing a crab, and Aob, a monkey is only slightly smaller than Bunta, in metal armor like a samurai and with a pole in his hands, you are wearing a bird. After these words, the calls grappled with each other. But Naruto did not have to rest for a long time, as Pain's body, which was responsible for the world of the gods, raised its hand and began to attract the Hokage, but Uzumaki did not wait until he was pierced and, having formed a Rasen Shuriken in a few seconds and saturating his body with natural chakra from the seal he had next to the seal restraining kurama, after which he threw one of the strongest wind techniques at the opponents. Pain did not expect such a situation, therefore not all of his bodies were able to leave the affected area of the technique, and therefore the human world, the body of a shinobi from Takigakure, the one with loose long hair, was destroyed by Rasen Shuriken, and in the next second there was a strong roar similar to the one like a rock has fallen somewhere. Turning around, Pain saw that the fifth was able to destroy his second body, Spirit World, the body that could resurrect Pain's, with a strong blow from the hand, after which a huge crater remained, while the young Kage himself began to look at how the summons were fighting and understood that they might lose to that strange dog, so he ran towards the girl and started fighting her with taijutsu. Then the world of the gods also decided to join the battle, but Naruto did not give him a step to join as he put his hand in his direction. God's punishment. Uzumaki said, and the enemy flew off a few tens of meters. The animal world wanted to take advantage of the situation, but did not have time, as a rocket appeared from the Hokage's shoulder and fired at her, thereby destroying her. Seeing this, the demon world decided to repay Konohovitz with the same coin and fired several missiles at him. The fifth did not wait for them to reach him, and after laying down several seals, he simply blew huge blue flames at the enemy, thus destroying all the missiles and turning the demon world into ashes. After that, the young Kage spoke. Having put together several seals, he simply blew a huge blue flame at the enemy, destroying all the missiles and turning the demon world into ashes. After that, the young Kage spoke. Having put together several seals, he simply blew a huge blue flame at the enemy, destroying all the missiles and turning the demon world into ashes. After that, the young Kage spoke. You can be free, thanks for your help. But then I'm on my own. After these words, Naruto's calls disappeared, and he went towards the last body of Pain. For a long time I haven't seen those who could compare with me in strength, but you can't compare with God, and I'm annihilated. Pain could not finish as his chest was pierced with the help of Raikiri. How could you do it? Said the world of the gods. You lost because of your inattention. You did not pay attention to the kunai that I threw at the very beginning, and it cost you your life, the Kage said. And here kunai? Pain wheezed. After waiting a few seconds, Naruto replied. That kunai had the seal of the Thunder God flight technique, and when the kunai landed next to your leg, the jutsu shiki moved to your leg, which allowed me to move to you. After these words, Uzumaki finished off the enemy, after which he sealed all of Pain's bodies in scroll and went to the real Pain. After finding the location of the real Pain with the help of Senjutsu, he went there. Arriving there, he saw a man in the likeness of a wheelchair, and metal spikes protruding from the back of the young man, the same as in the bodies of the previous Pain. So this is what a god looks like, the Kage said with a grin. I think my offer will suit both you, Nagato, and Konan, the Uzumaki began seriously. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud residence, 3 newly arrived leaf shinobi stood in front of the rakeage. And you are very different from your brother, Uzumaki Sakura, he said, looking first at the girl who was standing in front of him, then at the 2 guys, after which he spoke again. Well, now my assistant will take you to the pier, from where you will go on a ship to the island to your friends. After these words, the shinobi left the office into the corridor, where Mabui met them and they went to the pier, where they boarded the ship and sailed towards the island. Well, hello my little stupid brother, Itachi said as he stood behind Sasuke and the rest of the island's shinobi. Itachi? Sakura? Sasuke said in surprise, looking at those who arrived on the island. What are you doing here? Did you come under Orochimaru's orders? No, stupid brother, the Hokage-sama sent us here, Itachi replied. I want to get ahead of your next one. We had a mission to destroy Orochimaru, and this can be done when he needs to change his body, and so we went to him, and now brother sent us here to help you train, Sakura replied with a smile. And what will be your help, Cherry? Be asked in her style, but Uzumaki did not answer. Instead she put down a seal of concentration and dozens of huge trees began to grow around them, as well as some of the trees were fruit trees. Clearly, then you are the same younger sister of the Hokage with the tree gene? I will be your opponents in training, just like Itachi-san, and I'm also a good doctor, the pink-haired one answered, to which B nodded. Meanwhile, there were 3 people in the ward of the Konoha hospital, 2 of them sitting on chairs near the bed of the 3rd. A girl of 25 or 30 with blue hair was sitting on the chairs. Next to her was a red-haired youth of the same age. On the bunk lay a guy with long red hair, pale skin and one visible renegade, the other eye was covered with a bandage. You know Nagato, you're still a moron, but why did you get involved with this Madara Tobi? And you thought what would happen if you succeeded, huh? His friend cursed at the guy. The girl kept smiling, looking at how their team became whole again. She was also glad that they had lost to the 5th Hokage. Good morning, how are you Nagato? Said Naruto, who now entered the room. Now he looked as usual, but his face was more gloomy than usual. Thank you Hokage-sama, everything is fine, a smiling Nagato replied. Did you want something? The red-haired man asked when he saw the frown of the strongest shinobi of the current generation. Yes, you are right, Akatsuki were almost destroyed and only Zetsu, Kisame and Madara remained in their ranks, but this does not mean that the war will end. I think that now it will only begin. I have no right to ask you to fight in this war. But I came to ask only one thing, when I leave, then please protect Konoha, said the Uzumaki. Of course Hokage-sama, the trio said in unison. A week has passed since that conversation and a war began that everyone was so afraid of, during which a lot of shinobi died. The alliance of shinobi was opposed by White Zetsu and Kabuto with the shinobi resurrected by him, but this was not so terrible, since Sakura and Itachi were able to defeat the medic and even returned with help in the form of Orochimaru and 3 Hokage, which amazed many. But the biggest surprise for everyone was the battle of the 5th Hokage against Uchiha Madara, Obito and Jubi. No one could even with all his desire to help Naruto, as he protected his place of battle with the strongest barriers. Even the Kage were amazed at the techniques that the 5th used, and then the moment came when Obito became the Jinchuriki of the Jubi and was able to subdue him. I didn't want to do this, but apparently I have to, Obito, I ask you to refuse this for the last time, Uzumaki said, holding his hand to the bleeding wound. No, this world is rotten and I will make it better. I admit you are a strong shinobi and deservedly bear the title of Hokage, but even you can't defeat me, the guy said. Do you really think I haven't prepared a backup plan? Naruto slightly raised his eyebrow. What, as I said earlier, I didn't want to use it, but apparently I'll have to. After these words, he took out a scroll from under his cloak. Unfolding it, he folded the seal and 6 ways of the sage appeared from the scroll. After that he folded about a dozen seals. A moment and all the bodies disappeared in a blinding flash, and in the same second a pressure of simply enormous force went on from which the barrier almost collapsed. When everyone was finally able to see, they saw the same Uzumaki Naruto who stood with his head down, but now his hair was not gray, but took on the color of the sun that he had before the mission in the country of water. You know, Obito, I asked you for good. Do not talk nonsense. I have the most powerful power on earth and you can't defeat me, the Uchiha shouted angrily, but Naruto didn't let him take a step, because when he was near him he put his hand to his forehead and the eyes of the 10-tailed Jinchuriki flared with white flame, and then the whole body, a few seconds and the former leader of Akatsuki was gone. This shocked everyone, because who had never heard of such a huge power, but now they saw it with their own eyes. Madara, I understand you, but I can't forgive you, so don't blame me. Saying this, the blonde snapped his fingers and the great head of the Uchiha clan shattered into small pieces. After that Naruto looked at his hand from which pieces of skin began to come off, then he decided to make the last a good deed in his life and he laid down the seal of the snake. No more than a minute passed and they began to resurrect dead people and even those who were raised with the help of Edo Tensei, but not all, but such as Pakura. After that, another flash followed, and when the light was asleep, 8-tailed animals appeared before everyone, but instead of the 9-tailed fox Kyubi there was a white fox with 2 tails. Hachibi was not there, but Uzumaki was not there, and only in the place where he stood remained trace of wings, as in the supernatural when angels die. Where is the Hokage? The Raikage roared like a beast, looking at the tailed beasts. He died, the Monkey King said in a sad voice. Even his body could not withstand the strength that he possessed, but before that he made a gift to you people, resurrecting those whom you loved with all your heart. And who is this fox? Asked Hashirama, who had just arrived. My name is Hiyori, and I am a Biju created by my father Naruto from the chakra of Hachibi, Kyubi and his, the fox said proudly. And exactly a year has passed since the end of the 4th Shinobi World War. Uchiha Itachi became the 6th Hokage. As he bequeathed in his letter to Naruto, Sakura began dating Itachi, Kushina and Minato began to live in a house with Sakura and her family and soon expected replenishment. Uzumaki Uchiha Mei, who gave birth to 2 sons of brunettes with blue eyes. Uzumaki Mato Rei gave birth to a blonde girl with Renegan in her eyes. Uzumaki Asakura Ryuzetsu also gave birth to a girl with silver hair and blue eyes. Of course, Kushina was shocked that her late son had 3 brides and had children from all of them, but she was also proud of being the youngest grandmother in Konoha. Uchiha Shisui also returned to the clan and both of his eyes were in place. Well, in general, everything was going well. Since there were 10-tailed beasts and not 9, they decided to divide them equally. Suna got 1-tailed and 7-tailed, Kyumo, Hachibi and Nikomata, Konoha 2-tailed, Hiyori and Kyubi, 5-tailed and 4-tailed, well, Sanbai Fog and 6-tailed. And in the place where Uzumaki Naruto died, they put up just a huge monument to him, where he bows his head and on his back he had huge open wings. This is the end.